IJAKA42 sends us snake, snake, snake.
The Wizard of Friendship is here. The Wizard of Friendship is here. The Wizard of Friendship is here. The Wizard
Okay,
of
you hit me
Friendship
with
is
enough stuff. We're going. Oh wait, hang on, that's the wrong.
Green and turn
That's
sense
a
as
dark
the Wizard of Friendship.
I demand it. I was doing behind the scenes work. It was very important.
And now, please enjoy
Chad
this
is
feature
rioting for 10
presentation.
minutes.
Listen, my chat waits 20 minutes for me to fucking show up. They can hold it.
They can hold it. All right. Real quick, let's make sure that the Discord voice
Tina
is
Hack
capturing.
sends us, I
Somebody
think
yell
it's
something.
good that they delayed.
What? Oh my
Okay,
god.
it is capturing. I have to like scroll up and down.
Laslinjin sends us time for me to show up.
All right, audio's going. I have my panel here. So the intro. There is a little bit of a preamble discussion to have, which is that I have gathered my most Metal Gear friends, excluding those who played Peace Walker very recently. I probably should have asked them to be here
Disaster
too.
Millennial
Whatever, it
sends
doesn't
us
matter.
Metal Gear Solid 4 released 18 years ago. I checked.
But
Actually, I'm also going to like sort of say this. I'm not actually a huge Metal Gear fan. I just really fucking like this video, bro. And,
it's-
yeah.
I love this video, dog.
more
so good.
fans of the video than Metal Gear. I think that's valid. Because I'm gonna be real.
I am a fan of Metal Gear. Like, I do like Metal Gear a lot.
Oh, yeah,
but it's
yeah,
not a
for
game
sure,
I've
for
played
sure.
like a million times, and I really just like it in general.
But like a YouTube
So,
video
yeah.
is better than the games. Like, you know, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I understand what
No,
you're
that's
saying.
not true. That's not entirely true, but also.
So about a year ago, I finally hit 2,000 followers here on Twitch. Thank you everybody in chat. You're part of what makes that happen. Thank you everybody who's following now. Tempest Mask, I see you down there. I'm trying to handle the event. I'm so sorry. I want to shake your hand and kiss your cheek, but like I can't right now. So 60 YouTube videos, 60% of the gameplay. How dare you, first of all? Anyway, I played all of the Metal Gear games, and you can tell that like post-mag my voice is giving out very badly. We played Metal Gear. We played Metal Gear 2, and I'm gonna be real.
The good one.
I think that's where the series peaked. I think Metal Gear 2 is maybe the best one. Before we made the jump into Metal Gear Solid, where we started filling the disc with like a lot of voice acting, which was incredible and really gave the series like its voice. Right? It's the thing that like really wowed audiences. People really lost their minds for it. I'm gonna be real. I did not enjoy 2 and 3 tremendously. Actually, like as games go, I feel like their content was really interesting. There's a lot of cool stuff going on, but I felt like I was wrestling with the controls more than I was playing a really cool elite action soldier, and so I struggled there very much. At some point, I do need to play one of the high definition versions. Thank you so much for the subs, everyone. High definition versions of Metal Gear Solid 3, but I played it on original hardware on a PS2. I also played Metal Gear Solid 4 on original hardware, and contrary to everyone's opinion, I fucking loved it. I thought it was like maybe the best one, and it was purely because Solid Snake handles like a cool action commando and not like a golf cart with a stick shift. And I really appreciated that. And Metal Gear Solid 5 just went on too long for a game that wasn't finished. That is my summary going into this video of my experience with the Metal Gear Solid stuff. Does anybody have anything to add about that experience?
I see you, Ghost Babel enjoyers. I see you.
Oh, I forgot to talk about Ghost Babel. Oh my god. Yeah, I did forget about Ghost Babel because I pinned my excitement on Metal Gear 2. Folks,
yeah, better than Metal Gear 2.
Yeah, it's better than Metal Gear 2. It's better than Metal Gear Solid. People should play Ghost Babel. It's incredible.
Yeah,
it's a great game.
Yeah.
It's
That's right, Ghost Bagel. It's delicious.
Yeah, Metal Gear Solid Ghost Bagel. It's an everything
Acid 2
bagel.
enjoyers shout out. Let's go.
What about Metal Gear Acid? Oh my god.
Acid
Damn it, I was going to
also.
Has everyone here on the panel played Metal Gear Acid? Do you all know?
I mean, yeah, I was there when you were suffering through it, and I was going to make a joke being like, so I've been playing the Bazaar recently, and it's given me an appreciation for Metal Gear Acid, and I'm like, I didn't even get a chance to.
I'm going to strangle you. I'm going to get your ass.
To bring up Acid. We were all waiting to pounce on Wobbly and be like, hey, remember that game you love?
Oh my god, Metal Gear Acid is the single worst.
Acid 1 is way too slow. Acid 2, a masterpiece.
I need to play Acid 2. I need to play Acid 2, especially if you specifically are praising it, because I trust your opinions and you would never lie to me.
It's a huge step up over the first one.
Oh yeah, anything would be a huge step over the Bun. I have never played a game where the ultimate boss, the Metal Gear, clearly spent 8 turns milling for fucking cards. Like there was points in that boss fight. It lasted over an hour, by the way, everybody. The boss fight did, where me and the final boss were sitting there milling cards in our decks, trying to do a verb.
Sure. Here's
average
my question.
TCG players looking at you and going like, yeah, and
Here's my question. Have you ever played a grid-based, deck-based, turn-based, stealth, action, card RPG before that? Because maybe you're just not used to the genre conventions.
Maybe I'm not used to the genre. You know, honestly, I kind of feel like I haven't after playing it either. If I'm being 100% real.
So just the image of Emily just walking into the room, putting the cup down, just saying what's going on, and then just the entire room just being like,
I am actually here. I've got my breakfast. Dark chocolate coated almonds and black tea.
Oh shit!
I'm not saying I'm here to make good decisions, but I haven't gone shopping yet.
Now picturing Liquid using a recently acquired nuclear weapon to extort Wizards of the Coast into lifting the ban list.
He'd have to compete with the Pinkertons, so that's a rough one.
Chocolate Dave is reminding me of that time where Snake managed to miss the Metal Gear Rex at point blank with a sniper rifle. Thanks, Metal Gear Acid. I love you. Oh, never call me Metal Gear Acid. So that was the nightmare.
Better than Peace Walker.
I can't add Loon to the title because there's not enough characters left. I'm gonna remove the observe and maybe then hit them. At @A_raving.
You're missing one character.
There we go.
You can delete the comma after Emily's name.
Or the period after fans.
There we go.
Yep.
Got it. Did it.
We're fucking fighting for space here.
Absolutely.
The tragedy of Wobbly, who has too many friends.
I'm also one of those idiots who thinks that all of his friends should be friends, so I'm constantly introducing my friends to my friends, like via things like this.
Hell yeah,
And
gamer.
it only
Struggling
makes
with data management, like you're sending a patch to the Voyager space probe.
yeah. Oh, I need to take all of y'all and make you bigger too.
Yes,
I just realized
enlarge me.
I'm still gaming. 1 second, I gotta be hacking for this.
I've
Yes.
embiggened the friend group. There we go. Oh, I'm gonna make Luna. Okay, all right. I think we're good. Oh, geez, what? Huh? Oh, dear God! I just looked at. Wow, everybody's here, huh? Not counting the chat Oh God. Hi.
Fuck.
How good is this video?
You did it faster. But yeah, no, I did definitely.
I'm always ready. I'm always ready.
It's a good fucking video, dog. And I did also link it to my chat saying I'm here.
Everybody loves it. Oh, that's
Thank
a
you.
good point. Yeah, I should make sure that my Discord also knows.
Snake, that's a card battler. His mama made him play Balatro every day before he could eat breakfast. You'll need to find some booster packs if you're gonna beat him. Thanks, Grint, you're a fucking genius.
Hold on.
Oh, god damn.
MGS4 boss tries to give Snake a lap dance and dies. Drebin, that was Angry Armadillo. She was forced to eat cement as a child.
That's the one.
Oh, god.
Also, Wobbly. Just to say this, you will need some audio jungle for this one, or just not worry about the VOD in general.
Yeah, there is a segment that is just fucking 5 full minutes of Proto Man. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, dog.
I have
this
great
one is
news.
Getting demonetized.
I have great news. It will be muted by the fact that I do not push any of my like captured audio from this stuff to the VOD channel. So for
Okay.
those of you who are VOD watchers,
I'm gonna watch the video. What a fucking shame for you that you have to watch one of the best video essays of our time.
Yeah, I'm going to be pausing and playing this like as we like stop for discussion and things like that. If there's call for it, this is a link to the video. I'm gonna put it in chat right now. You can pull it up later. You can save it. It's also just Steak Bentley. Metal Gear Solid 4 was a mistake.
It's got like 6 fucking million views. You'll be able to find it.
Yeah, it's a
Shout
huge
out
video.
to my main man Steak. Everyone's main man Steak.
Steak is Steak raw? That's the question.
He's pretty raw sometimes, but like
Steak is Bentley.
His latest video, he sounds
Steak.
completely different. He sounds completely different. Like there's something about the audio he does with this particular video where it's just kind of gravelly, and it's just kind of like, it sounds really comforting.
It's
in a way.
appropriate.
Yeah, it's appropriate.
He also fucking talks at a decent pace. As someone that also talks at a decent pace.
Yes.
I love it when
oh my god.
when you lock in and send it, Emily. Like that's always so fun.
He fucking does that at one point.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
No, this is not 3.5 hours of someone going like, Metal Gear Solid 4 was a game that was no. He's got shit to say.
I mean, we're starting really hard with this like pre-image.
It's such a good pre-image.
Yeah. We haven't even started this, and it is going hard.
So who all here is fresh on this? I know Wobbly you are, but I think you said
Wobbly,
you were.
and that's fucking it. Lucky apparently doesn't remember it.
My YouTube editor praises this to the sun and back.
Okay.
and
Well.
I think made me watch this.
I could see it. So we've got we've got 120 just about people hanging out to watch this video with us. So many names I
Movie
recognize.
Movie morning. God, it's so fucking early for me. I don't get up at 8 a.m.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
No need to apologize. Steak's worth it.
Yeah, like this video and Dr. Structo's videos in general is literally how I made any of my silly little videos on Freedom Planet. I'm just like, yeah, fuck it. I'll just crib their styles entirely, and I made really good videos because of it, because they're fucking good at what they do.
Maybe
yeah,
one of these.
This video is directly responsible for me making the DMC video essay.
Oh,
high fucking five. Let's go.
Oh, I see. We maybe in like the next several weeks or something like that, we'll sit down and try to bang out the action button 8 hours of Tokimeki Memorial video. Maybe we can make this a thing. Who knows?
Yeah. Also a very good video.
Wow. All right, let's rock and roll. I'm gonna jump us right into this, folks. I'm so glad everybody's here. He and Ha. This is a radio show, you know what's on the screen.
This video is dedicated to all those cyberpunks who fight against injustice and corruption every day of their lives.
I hope that's you.
Metal Gear Solid 4 was released 10 years ago. I checked. It's difficult to put into words exactly what changed with Metal Gear Solid 4, but even if you really love this game, it's hard to deny that the series wasn't the same after it came out. It's not so simple as these games are good and these games are bad, although yeah, people tend to agree there's a dip in quote-unquote quality. I hold the opinion that Kojima has never directed a truly bad Metal Gear game, but the first 3 Metal Gear Solid games are all on kind of another level. They all individually broke barriers for video games in terms of storytelling as well as depth of gameplay, both mechanically and how it's used to communicate themes. Despite having an almost completely unique set of characters and a very different tone, they all serve each other perfectly because of how the characters, themes, and ideas that persist through all 3 develop and change. On the other hand, the last 3, despite carrying many of the best qualities of games previous and even admittedly adding and improving in some ways, they also carry at least one huge fatal flaw on top of a handful of other ways they managed to trip up both as standalone titles and as sequels to some of the best games ever. The really odd thing is that they all managed to be sloppy and awkward in ways completely unique to them. Metal Gear Solid 4 is weird and fucked up, but if you lined up all the fucked up things about it next to Metal Gear Solid 5, you'll hardly be able to connect any of them. Besides, if you wanted to stretch it and were unwilling to elaborate, I guess bad writing. But the writing isn't even bad in the same ways. I'm getting ahead of myself, and I'm not here to talk about Metal Gear Solid 5. This video isn't just meant to shit on Metal Gear Solid 4. It was when I decided to write about Metal Gear Solid 4 because I used to hate this game, but it's been 10 years. I checked. They literally don't make games like this anymore. Where's the Metal Gear series now? There's Metal Gear Survive.
Yeah.
I didn't play it. I heard it was okay. Hideo Kojima's working on Death Stranding. Even though we just saw gameplay, Death Stranding could still be anything real fucking hard.
It is 2025. Hideo Kojima is working on Death Stranding.
Time is a flat circle.
I'm just saying I'm not really in a position to be hating Metal Gear Solid games. I don't have that kind of capacity for hate in me anymore. I'm an old man now. Leave me to my Japanese action games. What do you mean there's a Devil May Cry 5? Oh, it looks so good. I could probably theoretically, if given 9 more months, write a video similar to this one, ignoring all of the interesting ideas that Metal Gear Solid 4 at least tries to do something with and just make fun of it for everything. It'd be really fun. It'd be bullying, but it'd still be fun. It's really easy to make fun of things that are this honest and ambitious. The role of a writer and a critic, even an amateur stupid one, I believe has far more value that can help you understand and maybe even appreciate something in a new way rather than just giving you stronger ground to haughtily ignore challenging works of art. That's basically what the critics said at the end of Ratatouille, the best movie ever. Even Kevin knows that. Friends, Romans, the theme of this video is not one of hate but a theme of love. Get it? Because when I replayed Metal Gear Solid 4 for this video, I realized that this game is full of love. This game loves us, and you know what? I think I love this game, warts and all. It's a beautiful little mess. This game is the story of a bunch of fans who loved something so much that they just wanted more. They wanted to know what happened to their favorite characters, and they wanted Kojima in the driver's seat so badly they did some real stupid shit. This is the story of a man who loved his fans, employees, and the world and characters he created so much that he couldn't say no, even when some part of him knew that it wasn't for the best. And maybe it's also the story of me, who loves Metal Gear a little too much not to write a huge, horrible video about it. Don't misunderstand me, I'm gonna be mean to this game. I'm gonna be brutally and honestly mean in a way that only someone with love in their heart can be, because I know it can take it. If you hate this game, today we're gonna look a little bit closer and see if there's anything to like. If you love this game, I don't want to take that away from you, but maybe I can at least shed some light on why people are a little bit more mixed on this one. Hopefully, whichever side you're on, I can keep you entertained. That's about all I can say without getting into spoilers, so I'll kick things off here. What's up? I'm Steak. I'll be your Tonkatsu DJ this evening. Last video I made was 300 years ago, right down to the day, but your main man's back and there's hell to pay. This video contains spoilers for Metal Gear 1 and 2, Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, 4, Peace Walker 5, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, and also, maybe, possibly...
Yeah, we still gotta play Revengeance on the channel.
What about social ops? What about touch?
What about the N-Gage?
Yes.
What about-
I will say, Rising's fantastic. This game, this video obviously does have spoilers for Rising, but they're more in the thematic sense than the direct spoilers. And a
good
lot of
news
the
is-
direct spoilers have been kind of spoiled by the internet.
The good news
Yes.
is I have played through Rising Revengeance before. It would not be like my first play on the like just in general, right? It would just be my first play on the channel. Which
I don't know if that game benefits from being a surprise.
I
mean,
yeah,
kind
true.
of, but
True.
like,
True.
I
True.
feel like
I mean-
even on like a subsequent playthrough, you're still gonna go, good grief. Good grief. Goddamn. Every
I
couple
think
of minutes.
even if the whole thing's been spoiled for you, you're going to play that game and go, what the fuck is going on?
Exactly.
Is this what they were talking about?
Yeah.
Whoa, I feel like this video is on the wavelength. Like I have a lot of people who I think that I'm just like a big hater because like I come away from stuff and I'll like pick at the things that like bother me about it. But like the reality of that situation is just I loved the thing actually.
That's critique. That's how critique works.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
how critique works.
A lot of people don't understand that and they think I'm just a hater. But no, I'm a hater with virtue.
I'm a hater. It's different.
Allegedly, I'm a hater. 7 out of 10 from Freedom Planet 2. Fuck that. That comment still makes me laugh every time I think about it.
I get huffy.
that
I
game.
don't get huffy with the thing though. I get huffy when some motherfucker flies out of the woodworks when I say, "Oh, this wasn't executed very well," and they go, "No, bad is good. Actually, you're dumb," and then I kick you out of my fucking chat. Shut up.
We are 4 minutes
Metal-
in, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Metal Gear Solid
Yep.
2 is my favorite game ever. I think it's a masterpiece. I think gaming peaked with Metal Gear Solid 2. Metal Gear Solid 4 kind of ruins it, and I still like MGS 4.
Yep.
Steak agrees with you.
I
Yep,
really
here we
enjoyed my
go.
playthrough of
Spoil
4.
that right now. Steak has words to say in your favor.
My first
Yes.
substantial encounter with this franchise was seeing all of MGS4's cutscenes edited together into a single film.
4 is the weirdest kind of junk food. It's so cathartic. It's so much fun. I like it's everybody who played Metal Gear Solid 2 and went, wait a minute, that's the ending? Why is it? It's vague, it's confusing, it's like kind of it's not exactly a cliffhanger, but it's definitely open-ended. You're left with so many questions, and like thinking about those questions years later is what makes that game a masterpiece. But like Metal Gear Solid 4 just answers all of them
Yeah.
and ruins the point of the game.
It's so funny because I really
But
liked
the answers to them are so fun.
I really liked what 2 was doing with like a lot of its story, and I wish they'd stuck with the pre-production things before the stuff happened and made them change a lot of things right before launch. I feel like Metal Gear Solid 4 played great, and it was my first time playing a Metal Gear game where I could really just kind of like turn my brain off from like struggling with like inputs. I really liked that about it, but dear God, Metal Gear Solid 4, I just wanted it to shut up. Like, I wanted it to calm down.
Video.
All right. Oh my God. Bits?
No, I'm not saying that because like you need to shut up. I'm saying that because
it's in the video.
you know, you've got Apollo's dodgeball in hand, and I want you to stop you before you throw.
Oh my God, I want a Neo Kobe pizza right now.
Yeah, we've had 5 minutes watching and 10 minutes yapping. Correct,
yeah.
Tina.
Yeah. This is look.
Picturing setting up some kind of automation for a React watch wherein you have like a chess timer. You have 30 seconds of flex commentary. If you burn them, the video will not stop for you anymore.
I'm fucking roping on commentary because I'm mad about something one of you said. We got 3 seconds in.
Yeah.
Keep playing, it's just the intro. Keep playing, it's just the intro.
I immediately got mad though. Wobbly figures out stealth on the penultimate level. I didn't need to use stealth until that point. Shut the fuck up. Go play the game. Suck my dick. Oh, I love a video with credits, actually.
Yeah.
God bless the people watching along who are going to have to try to pause and unpause with us.
Yeah. I think
I already clicked the screen once.
I think that of all of my alerts, I don't think they've ever been put in place to have so much attention on them. My screen is exploding. Follows and bits and subs going off simultaneously is hectic.
Yes, my goal.
Let's go.
Steak.
Solid steak.
Let's sit down and
Hey,
conspiracy
wait, can
theory a
you
little
go
bit.
back?
As with any good
I missed
conspiracy,
one of
we'll
the
start with a
credits.
conclusion and work backwards. Let's assume something changed between finishing development on MGS3 and the release of MGS4. I quickly want to credit a NeoGAF thread put together by a user named DevilFox in 2016 that compiled a lot of information and bullet points on this subject. Everything
Remember
else
when
will be
you could
cited in the
search
credits
stuff
and
on
in
the
the
internet?
description. The elephant in the room when it comes to the decay of the Metal Gear series is the disappearance of Tomokazu Fukushima. Fukushima was credited as Kojima's co-writer on every single Metal Gear Solid game since the first one up until MGS3's subsistence, after which he seems to have mysteriously vanished. If you Google this man's name, you'll find almost nothing but a bunch of threads on a bunch of websites with people asking where he is and some theory crafting over how he might just be the secret genius behind the first 3 Metal Gear Solid games. Depending on how far you go down that rabbit hole, you'll probably either eventually understand that all that's been said about Fukushima's role is that he wrote some of the codec dialogue, or you'll start to believe that, yes, Fukushima was in fact murdered by the Yakuza.
He died on that tanker.
I can't definitively disprove that, so yeah, fucking maybe. Fukushima was credited in a Vita game called Freedom Wars from 2014. His role in the development of that game doesn't seem to be commonly known, and it isn't on most websites listing his credits, and it's possible that this is someone else with the same name. But if you want any piece of evidence that he isn't dead, there it is, I guess. It's regrettable that I decided to open this video on a topic that's so unbelievably vague, but for what it's worth, I'd like to offer my hypothesis. Was Fukushima the secret genius behind Metal Gear and murdered by Ryuichi Goda on top of the Millennium Tower? I'd say no, for no other reason than saying yes would make me sound like a fucking maniac. People give Kojima a little too much credit for Metal Gear, but that's not to say I think he doesn't deserve a lot of praise for his writing and directing. It's just that people have a tendency to try to pin mistakes and miracles on one person, and none of the Metal Gear Solid games were made by one person. It's not so cut and dry as Fukushima was here and times was good and then he was gone and times was bad. That is true, but correlation ain't causation, baby. There were other writers, side games, and a whole bunch of translators, and even some fumbling over the spot of director. Kojima wrote and directed great games before Metal Gear Solid 1. They were great in different ways, and maybe he wore his love of movies on his sleeve a little too much. Snatcher's cool, fuck you. Based on an early trailer, it seems like the plan was for Fukushima to work on Metal Gear Solid 4 too, but then for whatever reason left the project, possibly because of undiscussed trouble in paradise. Internal struggles leading to a rocky development could explain the correlation between Fukushima leaving and MGS4 missing the mark. We just don't know specifically what he ever contributed and if any of it was used. Even if Fukushima only wrote some codec and radio dialogue in the first 3 games, based on his Metal Gear Solid 2 profile, again thanks DevilFox, interviews and credit information, I'd be willing to bet he had a pretty sizable hand in the story of these games, or at least the development of their characters. So much of what people remember about Metal Gear Solid 1 through 3 was presented through codec screens. Brand new characters who took their own philosophies and personalities were introduced in every Metal Gear game that Fukushima worked on, and through the codecs we got to know them and grew to love them. Then when we get to Metal Gear Solid 4, suddenly we're recycling everyone. Almost everyone who didn't die, and some who did from Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3 make an appearance, but oops, they fucking suck now. And the new characters? Drebin and Sonny? The Beauty and Beast unit? And if you want to consider him a new character, Johnny. I like Sonny. I like that Snake and Monica got married and adopted a daughter together. 10 years ago, people said that as a joke. That's not a joke anymore. That's just what happened. These aren't exactly classic characters. After Metal Gear Solid 4, a writer named Etsu Tamari got on board and I believe brought back some of the personality that was missing from Metal Gear Solid 4 to Peace Walker and MGS5's radio dialogue. He also wrote all of Metal Gear Rising, a game that has, if nothing else, personality, but the structure of the story in mainline Metal Gear never really recovered. I'd like to talk about an interview from Hardcore Gaming 101 with Agnes Kaku that was cited in the DevilFox NeoGAF thread and will also be cited below. According to her, pretty much all of Metal Gear Solid 2's screenplay translation and localization was her handiwork, and she's also behind the translation for the original Katamari Damacy, so she's basically my fucking hero. This entire interview is 3 pages long, and it's amazing, and you should definitely read it. There's a lot of Metal Gear Solid 2 roasting, which is hard if you love Metal Gear Solid 2 as much as I do, but it's probably not unfair. Particularly though, I do want to nab her quote from the Kojima's not a writer section. Yep, buckle up. I think he's very bad at character, and I think he's extremely conventional, as in non-creative when it comes to plotting. I know I'll get an incredible amount of hate karma. Can you say hate karma about this? So I'll just say that I did grow up reading. I told you I grew up without TV, so I read instead. And I like Cormac McCarthy and the science fiction writers. I love Frank Herbert, I love Alfred Bester, and right now I like Greg Egan. So I am extremely picky, and I do have a high standard when it comes to writing. I think that if you're ripping off Tom Clancy, it's Tom Clancy is Tom Clancy. He deserves all the money and fame. The guy has worked hard. Writing is hard work, so to shoot out a bunch of these kinds of things that we've been talking about and then claim yourself as a writer when... And you know, there's good work being done in games. I think Portal is really well written, very beautifully written, but Kojima's stuff is, fine, be a game creator and know what you're not very good at, and learn to work with people who are. Stanley Kubrick, famously, the one thing he could not do was write. He could do everything else, but he didn't know how to write, so he worked with good writers and worked with them in a sort of relentless partnership. He knew his limits. I don't think Kojima's a writer. The fact that he would even be considered one shows how low the standards are in the game industry. Nothing in Metal Gear Solid 2 is above fanfic level. He wouldn't last a morning in a network TV writer's room, and those aren't exactly turning out The Dark Tower or The Wire.
Yeah, I remember reading this interview.
That's B. No, that's
B.
Man, I think I love this video. That's a great interview. I feel yes.
Yeah, that
Like
interview's worth a read.
Steak's got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steak has a lot of very cohesive things to say about Metal Gear Solid 5.
Chaos_set sends us B.
I would like to take one moment though. I've had a few people subscribing here, and I really appreciate y'all subscribing. I'm not going to be doing like individual shoutouts for those. I would though like to remind you that we are watching another person's video who is not here and does deserve you subscribing to them on YouTube. I'm dropping the link for like a third time. Make sure that if you are here, you have been over there also.
He drops one video every like 2 fucking years, and I always watch immediately.
Yeah. You're not gonna
I don't care if I don't watch it.
It's not gonna destroy your feed to subscribe to Steak with like a daily video, which is like make absolutely sure that we are putting credit where it is due. All right, back to the video. BTFO.
Hypercam 2.
I obviously disagree with parts of this, but a lot of it is a pretty bitter pill to swallow. It's worth noting that this interview is from 2011, which is before a lot of games that mainstream critics like to hail as indication that video games are finally art came out. This is obviously fallacious. Not only because I don't especially care for these games, but because video games have always been art. Art as a term should not denote quality. Art is anything that can communicate an idea. It can be art and still be bad. That would just make it bad art. Stop pretending only fancy shit is art and start appreciating ideas communicated in works that some people might consider lowbrow. Like, for example, Metal Gear Solid. Kaku really doesn't have what he considered to be Kojima's greatest flaws. He's very bad at writing people and the words they say. He's very reliant on reference and cliche, and both of these to me indicate that Kojima's writing is informed much more by movies than it is by books or even just by real-life observation and experience. Not that I'm one to cast stones.
I used to be an anime otaku.
Remember,
Kojima obviously has a lot of big ideas. He
High art
has
and low
ambition that
art
grows
is
with
product
every
of
game and
class
always thinks
struggle.
of some cheeky new way to mess
Poor
with the
people
player's
like it, it's bad
expectations.
art.
And some of them are really good ideas. There's some fascinating and brilliant stuff in these games, but these ideas are scattered, unclear, and presented through characters and scenes people just fucking hate. And with that in mind, can you really say Kojima's a writer? Big, interesting ideas don't make you a great writer. I'm sure you, the viewer, have some big, interesting ideas, regardless of whether you or others consider you a writer. I got some big ideas, but I'm a terrible writer, regardless of what my dad says. If I were a good writer, I wouldn't be here writing YouTube videos about other people who aren't good writers in a medium that nobody takes seriously. So what's my conclusion? Well, Tomokazu Fukushima likely understood Kojima's ideas and knew how to make them work. You can have every bit of commentary you have on sequels, video game culture, how all of the information that we convey
Like, it's
and absorb
called
that allows us to connect with
because
society
they're
and
saying you're a
reality itself has the
caveman
potential to
for
change and
enjoying
manipulate
it.
in the coming digital age and the responsibility we have in passing ideas to the next generation. Everything in Metal Gear Solid 2, but would any of that stuff hit as hard if instead of being communicated through dialogue with Snake and the Lolly Lule Low AI, it was just like Vamp and Fortune, Ocelot's Ghost Arm, Fat Man. If you look at the world through movies, through tropes, cliches, and catchphrases, characters you write are going to feel less human. Kojima seems like a smart guy, but he also may be a bit too into his own ideas. There's at least a decent possibility that Fukushima had a good understanding of Kojima's wilder ideas, and through his contributions, helped to shape them into a bit more of a real story. He brought Kojima back down to earth without sacrificing the themes, and honestly, reining Kojima in is probably a hell of a task. This is all just conjecture, obviously. It could be that I just want to believe in everyone a little too much. Maybe now that Kojima's been knocked off his pedestal at Konami and is just hanging around smoking weed with Mads and Ritas, Death Stranding is really gonna bring it home. I'd like to see that happen, but also people seem to have immediately placed him upon an entirely new pedestal, so this could go terribly as well. Game Theory, hi, I'm Slap Pat. Would Metal Gear be great without Fukushima? Would you just have a bunch of interesting ideas haphazardly stuffed into a smelly barrel? Even if the game was a dumpster fire, would it still be worth thinking about? Can something be good even if nobody likes it?
I thought that was a terrible swing. I hated that.
Thank you for indulging me. It's time for what everyone came here for. Metal Gear Solid 4. We're gonna go in order. We're gonna talk about everything.
There's the
Metal Gear
stress
Solid
meter.
4 opens with a long
Perfect.
install screen.
Huh? Oh, wait. We're on PlayStation 3.
When you actually start a new game, you're greeted with a series of cutscenes in the shape of commercials and TV programs that are meant to be understood to be what you would see on live TV in the Metal Gear universe
I
when
love this
MGS
shit.
4 takes place. I love these. I
Yo.
think everyone loves these. Every single one
I got
of
a
them is
fun
a can
fact.
of worms in itself. But on the whole, what do they offer? They're really indicative of two of Metal Gear Solid 4's best qualities. They make you uncomfortable and they lend some scale to the world of Metal Gear. Keep in mind, this was 2008. This was relatively new in the PlayStation 3's lifespan. It's difficult to get back into this headspace now, but nobody really understood the capabilities of this new console. Anyone remember the original commercials for the PS3? I don't know if anyone else felt this, but something about this console just kind of creeped me out. This was post Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3. We already knew Metal Gear knew how to take advantage of its tech to freak us out. I was already nervous. Then you slap whatever a Blu-ray disc is into your horrifying $600 Japanese monolith and it hits you with the full motion CGI nightmare world. This game is going to show you a lot of off-putting things, I believe mostly on purpose, and some executed well and others not so well. This isn't the romantic action movie Metal Gear world we fell in love with as doe-eyed PS1 owners. One of the first interactions of the game proper is between Snake and Meryl, who were this comically sexy action movie couple in Metal Gear Solid 1, not without their own depth in that game, but still very shiny and handsome, I'm sure you'll agree. Now we're in Metal Gear Solid 4 and Snake's old pal Campbell, who she thought was her uncle, she now knows as her father, and Snake is aging so rapidly that he now appears to be older than him. We didn't even know for sure that Meryl was alive, and suddenly we're observing a conversation where if you think about the context for 2 seconds, it's gonna make you wanna die. So we're uncomfortable. Good. Check. Why? Aside from wanting the David Lynch audience, let's duck back to when I said scale. Sure, in real life we're after Metal Gear Solid 3, but in universe this is post Metal Gear Solid 2. For those of you just joining us, at the end of the last game chronologically, we just crashed a fucking fortress housing an AI designed to manipulate the flow of digital information nationwide to further the goals of a shadowy organization into the middle of fucking Manhattan. This is a little bit unclear in Metal Gear Solid 2 because they had to remove the cutscene where this happens because of the resemblance it had to the 9/11 terrorist attacks, which happened after the cutscene was made but before the game was released.
That's not even the crazy part!
Two takeaways from that. One, Metal Gear Solid 2 is unfollow-upable, which, oops. And two, we're not playing Secret Agent anymore. Civilians are involved. The events of Metal Gear games have historically had catastrophic worldwide implications, but usually handsome David Hayter manages to save the day, at the cost of some valuable people and maybe our hero's sanity, ground up and spit out by the war machine. Raiden, on the other hand, did not manage to save the day. His only victory is that Solid Snake managed to cheer him up after he was manipulated into killing a man who was trying to save us. And was also kind of his father, and Snake's brother. And the president. In Metal Gear Solid 4, the world is in bad shape, and you feel that. We're not fucking around in jungles and military facilities anymore. This is the Metal Gear reality. War is everywhere. The Lolly control everything. We didn't stop the military cyberpunk future. Hey, are we still talking about Metal Gear here?
I don't know if I like being associated with this.
Yo, can we talk about those videos before the Metal Gear Solid 4 real quick, though?
Oh, like the clip shows that they show?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find them like isolated on YouTube. Because
there's a lot of them.
It's been a little bit.
They
there's a
nailed
lot.
how awful it feels to watch those. What is it? It's like Vine, but for AI slop.
Yeah.
They nailed how uncomfortable it is to watch this fucking AI garbage.
I know that like a few streaming services that may or may not be commonly watched by a lot of people were flirting with recruitment ads recently, and I know that I always say that things are bad whenever I see people rising up out of a swamp with a cool space gun, right? But like these videos made me feel the same way when I was opening Metal Gear Solid 4. Just distressing.
Easy on the heart.
Yep.
Filling. Has a nice taste to it. None of today's.
Oh, yeah. And if he says it's filling, you know it's filling. Believe me, he ain't lying. This guy doesn't joke around about his food. Oh, no. He is dead serious. And I'm sure it.
Tire pressed vulture.
Specifically,
Yeah.
it must be hit by a vehicle.
That's how you get it good and flat.
If roadkill's not available near you, home pressed is fine too.
this is maybe a little bit of an ADHD moment, but I literally came from having a discussion with somebody on Blue Sky about how preparing something in an air fryer does have like a different result than like preparing it in a toaster oven / like little convection oven. And I feel like this relates back. You know, sometimes you just gotta hit it with a car.
I understand exactly what you mean. An air fryer is just a different kind of convection oven.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna get off this hill. This is the one I die on.
I mean, like the thing that's wild is that I agree with you, but like the mass and like by extension, like
Can we
rate
continue
at which
playing
you
these
can
in the
heat
background,
it.
by the way?
Wait, what?
I don't think these are narratively. I don't. We can keep playing this in the background while we talk. I don't think this one's narratively important.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it down then.
Like it's good, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can mute it.
No, I got you.
I can slide into that discussion with the tangent that, yeah, cooking and eating are extremely chaotic chemical processes. So, yeah, slight changes to how you warm up a burger will indeed change
Yeah.
details
Is
of the final experience.
Is this cooking show a reference to Metal Gear Solid 3?
Oh my god.
I assume so, yes.
I guess that like that would have been popularized in the wake of it,
So in the
right?
background, there was like a croc with,
I love the
With a
croc
bomb
with the
vest?
bandolier,
strapped to it, just kind of sauntering out of the frame.
yeah.
Ready. Oh, I can't wait another minute.
If you skip to the game show, there's a part where it cuts to the audience and shows the contestant's husband.
And did she love it?
She was mad because I hadn't made it for her sooner.
This is
Mad? How could you get mad about it?
oh, this is distressing.
Right? Well, no, I was just kidding. Susan is a great woman. Love her. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It looks like, yes, we are now ready for the ceremonial snake cutting.
I would love to know when and how this was filmed. Apparently in LA. This
That
was
makes
filmed
sense.
by a US team who
Oh, that's a Gila
later
monster.
Some or a big lizard.
Did you see that Gila monster with a bomb vest? Komodo
I think
dragon.
this team later worked on Metal Gear Survive.
Grief.
That explains a lot about the aesthetics of Survive at the very least.
Okay, this is just a motorcycle commercial that I have seen though. This is real.
Yeah. It's crazy that they got Jason Statham for this.
Praying mantis unmanned surveillance systems.
It's so wild. This is the game show, I think, right?
Now,
Yes.
you
Yeah.
have answered 9 out of 10 questions right, Melissa. You have 1 question left. Now, if you
What
get
is
it
your
wrong,
name?
then we have to say
How old are you?
goodbye and maybe good luck.
What is your favorite color?
I'm gonna get it right. I want that new RV, Larry.
You are the youngest person ever.
That would be your husband, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, here he is.
Larry.
Hi, Larry. That's Tom Hewlett, the director of the Silent Hill HD collection and Downpour.
Wait, what?
Just thought I'd point that out. Hi, Larry.
Hi, Larry.
That rocks. That rules so
That
much.
census which is bigger, the moon or an elephant?
I hopes for that RV.
Oh, that's Larry.
old bet
Oh, that's
there.
Larry.
Yeah, I told you that guy was Tom Hewlett.
Larry's such a good man.
Oh,
He's been
of
married
course,
for a
thank
while.
you.
He wants to give me the second
Melissa,
name
I'm
of the
going to
person-
have to ask you to choose your question, please.
What could have been?
What's in her hand?
Business of War.
Like a plush dog?
Business of War. Which PMC had a humble beginning in France, but now manufactures 51.5 million firearms per year, and employs an armed force the size of Mexico and Canada's total populations combined.
Do you think when Kojima heard that the U.S. has renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War, he was like, "This is too much."
No,
The writing in this is terrible.
Guaranteed, he loves that shit.
It seems like
They
something
have
he'd write.
160 million troops, just as one company. How big is Earth in
Only
the Kojima War universe?
Answer was B. You We should have tried just
about
a
the same
little bit
size, but
harder.
war is the
Eh,
only
Melissa?
market, barring like things necessary for life. There are a couple of PMCs and they basically control everything.
It's wild how
think
much
he's
this
having
feels
the
like
time of his
completely
life.
normal TV now.
I think Kojima writes about stuff that he is horrified by.
Yeah. I mean, that's how a lot of really good stuff gets made. Like, I'm a big fan of Welcome to Night Vale, and that is a show about anxiety.
This is cool Pokemon battle music.
Oh my god, it is. This is a sensory nightmare.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I take it back. This is a No More Heroes track.
Like, doesn't
This is
it
a No More
feel like
Heroes
AI
event.
generated video?
This is something you come across in No More Heroes full stop.
Yeah, actually.
This is why we invented QuickTime events.
Nano machines, son.
After the baby, I ballooned and couldn't look at myself in the mirror. I gained weight and just couldn't shed the pounds.
Age, nice try!
Naturally, I didn't like my baby. My own baby. I was uncomfortable around friends, not to mention my husband. My own husband. Now, he can't keep his eyes off me. Va-va-voom. I look and feel better than I did in high school, and that's saying a lot. I was a fox. Meow. I saw results the first week I started the program. Everybody started noticing.
Foxes don't
You
meow.
look great. You know, what's your secret?
Oh my god.
Well, recruit
It's been so long since I've seen these things, and this whole thing is kicking my ass.
I'm really glad that we took a field trip for this. This feels like the Fifth Element. I cannot explain to you why. Yeah,
I love
Dave.
the Till
Actually,
smoking a cigarette in a hot tub.
Make sure you stay hydrated and load up on Nano.
Thanks for like half of that advice.
We're just loading the game.
Do you like what you
Right,
see
we're on
outside your
PlayStation
window?
3.
Will you ever respect the face
I mean, MGS4 being imprisoned forever on the PlayStation 3 and it being an absolute nightmare to fucking capture, I think has done a lot of harm for Metal Gear Solid 4. Because, like, I think a lot of people are like, they believe the first things they heard about it, which is like, oh, it's all cutscenes and everybody hated it, right? When in reality, it did some wild shit and it was very fun.
So, who is David Hayter?
I'm
Accomplished actor, screenwriter, voice
Wait, what?
of a generation.
For the record,
Citizen of the world.
Wobbly.
Yeah.
The Metal Gear Solid 4 all cutscenes game movie is anywhere, depending on the channel you go to, from 7 2/3 hours to 9 hours long. It has a shitload of cutscenes. That is accurate.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
And the one at the end is 90 minutes long.
It was a really excellent experience, actually.
I liked that.
I was really grateful.
I don't know why. I just really like
did
that.
too.
That whole thing is
Is your
fine.
biggest secret, David?
Pardon me?
You can tell us.
Oh, well, it's not much of a secret, but I have a tattoo of Kobe behind my ear.
Tattoo, splendid.
Metal Gear Solid 5 is what you get when you let the people who say there's not enough gameplay in Metal Gear games have their way.
Are you wearing?
Because that gameplay is great.
What do you mean?
That's why they were. I mean, that is why they were so afraid of it, right?
Yeah, it just sucks.
Oh, David Hayter.
Yeah.
Why? Here.
But the gameplay is very fun.
Wearing
Is the
an
problem?
eye patch.
Yeah, and there's plenty of it.
Oh, the eye patch. This is pretty cool, actually. Gives me real-time information and you know, weather, traffic reports. Actually, watching a baseball game as we.
It's Google Glass.
Yeah.
What drives you? What are your
Is this an interview or an interrogation? This is so distressing.
No.
I think David
I have to
Hayter
say my
agrees with
dream
you.
project.
your dreams drive
I love the idea that somewhere in universe David Hayter can meet David
message
Hayter.
of hope to today's young people from David Hayter.
I never actually said that.
Wobbly, have you played Police Knots?
I have not yet. I would like
Okay.
to.
I think you'd
Oh,
like
boy.
Police Knots.
So did you know that Meryl is like from that game?
I was aware that she was a crossover character,
Okay.
but I
Like her
don't
appearance
know.
in Metal Gear Solid
there's a
1 is
lot
a
of-
reference.
Really, most characters just they exist cross franchise.
Shadow Hog
It's a
saying
commedia dell'arte.
that this will be video game graphics in 2014. Dog, this was video game graphics like before that. FMV not new.
In 2014. Yay.
Yay. Is this also like a shampoo commercial?
Yes.
Yeah?
This was
All right,
a
Act
good
One.
choice.
We're
Anyway,
here.
back to
Hey.
steak. We're only 16 minutes into the steak video.
Yep.
Yup.
Metal Gear Solid 4
Like,
proper
yeah, no,
opens
this is
with
why
the
I'm
by the
like,
way war is
okay.
hell scene.
I'm
To
so
contrast
sorry.
with the transparently glossy television programming we were just force-fed, and then we meet up with our old friend Solid Snake.
War has changed. It's no longer about nations, ideologies, or ethnicity. It's an endless series of proxy battles fought by mercenaries and machines. War and its consumption of life has become a well-oiled machine. War has changed. ID-tagged soldiers carry ID-tagged weapons, use ID-tagged gear. Nanomachines inside their bodies enhance and regulate their abilities.
David Hayter can never say gear normally.
Information
Ever.
Not possible.
Gear.
Oh, I could go for some ID tag breakfast.
and kept under control. War has changed.
It's non-fungible.
Deterrence has become an age of control.
Oh no.
All in the name of averting catastrophe.
F is for friends who funge.
And he who controls the battlefield controls history. War has changed. When the battlefield is under total control, war becomes routine.
Information in this and Metal Gear games is usually conveyed through conversation. We got speeches, but usually we're at least pretending the speaker is talking to one of the other characters. We're not oft reciting awkward poems to the audience. There are visual indicators that we could have used to show that war is different. There's creepy robots now, although I guess that's not so much an alternate future either. This isn't criticism, by the way. The change Snake is describing is pretty clearly meant to be an invisible change, behind-the-scenes forces and technological developments that have changed the nature of war without removing its brutality, only its perceived purpose. It's good, maybe a little heavy-handed, but it's effective and efficient. Most of Metal Gear Solid 4 isn't, so hey, aces for now. If we didn't watch the briefing on the menu, we don't really know what's going on. We don't know why Snake is old. I guess we don't technically even know that this is Snake, but come on. We don't know what the war is about or why we're fighting in it, and based on the opening narration, all we know is that none of that really matters. Then we're dropped into this war sight unseen. We grab some food from underneath a truck and get acquainted with the movement controls before wandering into another cutscene. Gecko are revealed. References, piss jokes, watermelons. Cinematography. There's a lot going on here, and it's all good. We're setting the tone, we're establishing themes, we're world building, we're introducing new tech, we're naturally learning the controls, we get this great hero shot and we hear old Snake's theme. And it's all done with hardly any dialogue. Save Snake's weird opening piece and the words from Otacon that feel pretty natural and diegetic at the moment, all things considered. The title card is in here too. Yeah, we're finally at the title card.
I love that
pretty
brushwork
positive here, and that's because I really do feel that Metal Gear Solid 4 has an incredibly strong opening. It's no masterpiece, but it's effective and takes advantage of what we love about Metal Gear Solid and hints about what has the potential to be great about this game. And then we jump back in time to a much more in-your-face Metal Gear reference, one that should theoretically be more powerful, but I find doesn't land as well because of how in-your-face it is. The game immediately prior to this one more or less ends on the parallel shot. I'm sure they knew that, but it still feels like a weird attempt to try to capitalize on nostalgia only 4 years after the last one came out. But this was the 7th generation of consoles. This was when video games were finally collectively decided to be old enough to be nostalgic about, and when devs really started going at it with the pandering. And that phase never really ended, but the second half of the 2010s was when we really didn't have the standards to handle it gracefully, so we just got really
ain't no
in your
point
face
to the
about
game.
It. Thus, New
Never
Super
run
Mario
back and go
Brothers,
back in time potion.
Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, and Metal Gear Solid 4. So we're here to explain why Snake is so old in a conversation that I don't really believe happened 4 feet away from this grave in a helicopter where Campbell is about to explain half of what we need to know to understand what's going on here. But you have to put your information somewhere. The game. This kind of cold open into flashback is a common narrative technique in games and movies, and it's one that I'm pretty fond of.
I'd like to propose a heavy use of flashback in this episode. No, Abed, don't do it. Thanks, Abed! Stop that!
But putting it this close to the beginning, it just kind of feels like you're taking a mulligan, writing in a separate beginning so nobody gets confused. I don't even think I would have cared if not for the briefing that takes place after this flashback, but before the opening, which makes up this part.
I'll explain along the way.
And then you have to access from the menu, which you could only have conceivably accessed after a save point or before you started the game. And if you already feel like you're taking crazy pills, I got good news and bad news. The briefing is very similar to the mission briefings that open the other acts, and opens with Sonny cooking eggs, which are also where this would presumably be in the actual game. Based on that, it would be safe to assume that this cutscene was originally part of the main game and would go right after this cutscene in the cemetery, and if that were the case, it would probably help with the pacing of the sequence, because the 15-minute briefing would put a little bit more time between the cold open and the start of the flashback. But this isn't a movie. In case anyone forgot, this is a video game, and after such a long install and already a decent amount of time watching and not playing, hitting you with a 15-minute dump of exposition would probably be considered a bit of a faux pas, even by the standards of what Metal Gear usually gets away with. Cutting out all of your information besides that you're old and you're going after liquid also kind of puts you right in the shoes of a soldier, fighting in a battle without substance.
Pretty sneaky, sis.
The briefing is also the only obvious example to my memory of anything cut for time besides a gameplay segment at the end of Act 3. This seems courteous, but considering that it feels like the entire rest of the game's scripted cutscenes were either edited by an insane person, Hideo Kojima, both, or no one, to me this comes off as kind of deceitful. As for the contents of the briefing, aside from being where you would put 2 and 2 together that the hens that lay the eggs Sonny is cooking are named after Les Enfants Terribles, which is insane, but fine.
Wait,
and also
wait,
the Colonel complaining
they are?
the United States suddenly has to think about the consequences
Solid
of
one's
its
liquid.
actions. This is really where the series goes balls
God.
deep on the concept. No, Snake, this is something else and completely different. The Colonel explains their benefits and how war has changed again. Private military companies have kind of taken over, and here's why and how. A lot of the seeds are planted that just kind of come out of nowhere in the main game, including Rat Patrol, Sonny, and the Mark II. There's a lot of interesting background information, and theoretically, this is where we would first be introduced to the term the war economy. This is also the most respect Raiden's character will get in this game, but we're not ready for that.
And I know those eggs were dog shit, but it's so easy to eat a bad egg real fast. Sonny did, in fact, get done dirty in that scene.
Gosh, and
Oh, yeah, no,
establishes
absolutely.
that he is one of the only characters in the game capable of doing anything cool, fun, or campy.
I don't need your money. Thank you. But if you're going to spark something, spark this. Fine. I'll start my own fire.
Yeah!
Yeah! The information in the first half of the briefing is largely fluff, but we need the information that PMC's to know that Liquid Ocelot is controlling a lot of them. Allegedly to fulfill Big Boss's vision of this world, and by extension the boss's dream, which has been sent down and ruined through the telephone game. A world where soldiers always have a place and purpose. This is not what the boss wanted at all. But Big Boss is a fucking peanut brain chimp, so here we are. We also learned some background information about the war that's going on in Act 1, which doesn't fucking matter at all because it's only in Act 1 and is basically a stand-in for generic war happening across the planet, perpetuated by Liquid. Hal, you can't just say ethnic minorities. The reason why Snake has to be the one to take down Liquid is pretty floppy. The Colonel needs someone who isn't connected to any nation because every nation has something to lose from toppling Outer Heaven, a big player in the war economy run by Liquid. And since Metal Gear Solid 2, Snake and Otacon have been more or less a non-partisan force for justice, so it works, but it's fucking wild that the Colonel only has one soldier he can trust with this job, and it's a dude who's functionally like fucking 70. I suppose it's expected that you would have played the previous Metal Gear games, so you're already supposed to have a decent understanding of Liquid's general motivation and Snake's role in the world. Maybe you're not really supposed to question that Snake would be going after Liquid, because of course he is, they're the twin Snakes. That said, putting the one and only clear explanation of the main villain's role and motivation in the game in an optional cutscene on the menu that's really easy to miss is pretty fucking schmacked. Especially considering that it's going to be subverted by the end of the game. Now that that's over with, we can finally talk about the gameplay. It's alright, I like the iPod. Metal Gear Solid 4 has a lot of what people tend to call quality of life changes. And just to be clear, they're changes from Metal Gear Solid 3. This game plays very similarly to that one. In this context, quality of life changes refers to adjustments to the gameplay and controls that make the game feel more intuitive. They ease the connection between how the player wants their character to behave and how they will end up behaving. Likely very complicated in terms of programming, but they make the combat and stealth flow more naturally. For example, you no longer have to manually equip camouflage, you can have the Octo Camo do it for you. However, this is not the only option. You can still manually apply camouflage, and you can acquire new camo that you can access through the menu by a number of means, including saving ones that you've absorbed. Many of these have their own unique attributes that affect gameplay, making this not only a quality of life change, but one that adds additional depth. Depth of gameplay, to boil it down, is usually defined by the number of ways a player can approach any given scenario.
Dungaree, my
More
other
tools
goat.
with more unique properties. More hardcore players tend to value depth more and consider additional depth to be generally how you measure improvement in gameplay. But more casual players value ease of play and think additional depth and challenge at the cost of accessibility is more of a downgrade. Hence why the general public considers Bayonetta 2 a straight upgrade from Bayonetta 1, but the crazy combo junkies don't like it as much. Indeed, my older brother Chris, who has better things to do than obsess over anime and Japanese video games, said that of all the Metal Gear games he played, which I believe were the first 4, Metal Gear Solid 4 was the only one he really liked playing. Which makes sense, you know? The guns aim like guns. You don't have to stop and shoot. Camouflage applies itself. There are tons of weapons to access. Free camera and a pretty good radar. As far as downgrades in depth, yeah, you can't interrogate people. There's no fun stuff you can do with the wildlife because there's basically no wildlife. There aren't as many quirky ways to handle your character. Metal Gear Solid 3, even now and especially for the time, will blow you away with how far it takes even the smallest details in its stealth and survival mechanics, and that's not even including the insane amount of Easter eggs. In Metal Gear Solid 4, most of the improvements to gameplay depth come to in-world improvements in technology. Mark II's a real fun and cute pal, and a snatcher ref I appreciate. You can buy a ton of new weapons and items. A lot of them are kind of redundant, but there's some good stuff in here. As I mentioned, the camo...
I do want to take like one moment. They're talking about like the control updates on things as well. I realized about Metal Gear Solid 3 while I was playing through it that if you go and you look up like army training manuals for like procedures to do things like aim and fire a weapon, the game makes you do all of the steps. You know, like you know, feet shoulder width apart, like, you know, center your weight.
Yeah,
it's because the game is made by dorks.
That's Kojima.
That's Kojima. All right, back to it.
That's him. That's his job. He likes doing that.
Yeah.
Yep.
System is good. Metal Gear Solid 4's base gameplay is definitely kind of a side
2 minutes of combat, 7 days of waiting.
Very generous. But the changes do suit its world. This isn't a Rambo survival story. This is a globe-trotting futuristic adventure with globe-trotting futuristic consequences. There are two camps of Metal Gear fans, ones who feel that Metal Gear Solid 3 is the mechanical peak of the series, and ones who felt that the gameplay improved with every iteration, although probably not including Peace Walker. I could see arguments for both. Phantom Pain's core is sort of a reconstruction, and you could pick at it, but its depth is undoubtedly impressive. Between Metal Gear Solid 3 and 4, I find that I do enjoy playing 3 a lot more, although I would wager that's more due to the vastly superior level design and enemy design, and less a matter of the core mechanics. We'll talk about this case by case because where it's pretty consistently solid in Metal Gear Solid 3 with a couple of massive peaks, and Metal Gear Solid 4 it's more like a couple of massive dips. As for Act 1, it's fine. Functional but kind of uninteresting. It's mostly a straight shot and a bit of a schlep. More often when I get spotted, it feels kind of unfair. Don't misunderstand, I am bad at this game. But with so much shit going on in the background, the buildings and alleys alleyways, noises, and new sets of eyes flowing in and out all the time, it feels a little bit more difficult to focus on immediate threats than it was in previous games. It's not game-breaking, it's just a little bit worse. There's also this mechanic where you can befriend rebel soldiers on one side of the war by fighting with them and giving them items, but it just comes off as kinda completely fucking asinine. I believe the intent was for this to have some sort of meaningful effect on the outcome of this battle, but that doesn't go anywhere. We're kind of tracking guarding here. If I meant to sympathize with these soldiers, more could definitely have been done to make them stand out as human beings to me, but that would sort of defeat the soldiers have become tools without identity or individuality theme. I want to talk about this more in Act 2, because that's where it last appears, which is incredibly strange. If it only appeared in Act 1, you could pass it off as trying to give that act its own identity, but being only in the first 2 acts is a blatant symptom of this being an unfinished concept. Kojima has talked in interviews from before this game was released about plans for how this game is going to play differently, as well as many other ideas, but since he listens to everyone and doesn't look at his budget until the game has been out for 3 weeks, the ideas and themes he describes are all over the game as half-baked shadows.
I was going to bring up the fact that he was saying this sort of thing about 3.
Yeah. Let's talk about Drebin.
Oh, hey, can we talk about Drebin's name real quick?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, he's named after Leslie Nielsen's character.
Yeah, from the Naked
Frank
Gun.
Drebin from Police Squad, because he makes a naked gun. Yeah. All right, that's all.
Yeah, no, understood. Thank you.
Yeah. Man, I never shit myself so fast before. What the hell?
A weird shirt. He's flipping a coin because he's trying to get a coin thing going. He wants to be the guy with the coin. That's me. I'm the guy that scared you in Best Buy. Drebin has a lot of gimmicks. He drinks soda, he's got a catchphrase and a hand motion to go with it. He's got a weird animal that follows him around, and he drives a big crapper, but he's really only here for 3 reasons. 1, he is a very funny monkey. 2, he's a way of supplying you with weapons anywhere at any time, the explanation for which strains believability, but it works for gameplay and as a way of representing a symptom of the war economy without muddling around in how you're supposed to acquire weapons if everything is controlled. The first scene that he shows up in, he throws down a little bit of information about how his business works and in turn about how the whole war economy works. He also explains that he is not the only Drebin, that there are a whole bunch of others out there, all operating as one Drebin network. Based on that, I wouldn't blame you for assuming that this is going to be the last appearance of Drebin in the game. He comes off as sort of a shady neutral who's in the know.
I did think that.
Able to assist
I thought
you,
I was
but
going to
only
see a
as
lot
long
of
as there's
them.
something in for him. The network of Drebins is an adequately feasible excuse for how Snake is able to take advantage of this business from completely different areas of the world. Then this happens.
Surprise, he's the Resident Evil 4 merchant.
But can also travel the world.
Yep.
I assume the Resident Evil 4 merchant could if he wanted to.
I also assumed that about the Resident Evil 4 merchant.
Yeah, I mean, he is just a pirate. He can just go places, I guess, yeah.
Probably.
Yar har fiddly-dee. Being a Drebin is so good to be.
A Snake, whose greatest asset on any mission is stealth, that the man who managed to track him from unnamed in the Middle East to unnamed in South America might be a threat that needs to be dealt with is fucking ridiculous. He tracked him with nanomachines that he injected him with. He put robots in your body to alert him to your every move. Why would you trust him? The third thing he does is drop a ton of information about basically everything that our main cast wouldn't already know, particularly about the Lollylulelo, the war economy, and the B&B unit. It would make sense that Drebin would know about nanomachines, weapon IDs, and the more technical elements of this world. I get that he would be the one to explain the specifics of them so that his customer understands what he's paying for. Once again, I don't necessarily buy that he would be waxing poetic about the themes of the game to a guy who, as far as we believe, he thinks is just another soldier with a sharp look in his eye and that looks really old for some reason. But if I took a shot for every time the character started to endlessly speak in riddles in a way that strained suspension of disbelief, I'd be dead on a beach in Tijuana before the end of Act 3, so I really can't keep pointing it out. This is Metal Gear, this stuff happens.
I thought no one was supposed to be able to hack into the system. Are you with the Patriots?
No, sir. I ain't no lale. I mean, I know Patriot.
I do like that though, that's cool. Also, I guess the joke is over, I can say Patriot now. To jump to the end, yeah, Drebin isn't just a gun launderer. He was working for the Patriots the whole time, so we can do that again. Wait, if Drebin was working for the Patriots, why is he able to say Patriots? He says it's because he has a different set of nanomachines, but since he was raised by the Patriots, wouldn't they have given him a set of nanomachines that made him unable to say or hear Patriot? Was he able to just so that Snake would trust him? I guess so, whatever. The Patriots seem to know what they're doing.
Patriot.
played like a violin.
Why? He was a child soldier, so we can do that again. He was used by the Patriots to inject Snake with a version of Fox dye designed to kill Evo, Liquid, and Big Boss, so we can do that again. And he fills us in on Octopus, Raven, Wolf, and Mantis, the Snakehound unit, who are all super driven to murder Solid Snake because of some generic backstories that they keep trying to make sound really tragic and interesting, but really these characters are here so that we can do Foxhound again. There's really nothing else to say about Drebin. He shows up after you beat most of the bosses, and I'll talk about that stuff when I'm specifically talking about the B&B unit, because I have a lot to say, because that shit is the worst. But let's get back on track.
The pacing on this video is incredible.
Yeah.
It's so good.
God, I remember this subsection of the game. It was a lot of fun. A lot of cool things to disguise yourself
It's
as.
Rat Patrol.
I love that you can tell how much of a fuck up Johnny is by where he placed all those claymores.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right out in the fucking open.
Oh, we doing
I'll
this
tell you
again?
what,
So
though,
we
the
were
one near the
introduced to
noodles
Meryl in the
did get
cutscene I
me.
mentioned earlier.
It's pretty
very
good.
uncomfortable. We finally know which ending of Metal Gear Solid 1 is canon. We're also finally properly introduced to Akiba. In case you don't know, Johnny was in Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, and his grandfather was in Metal Gear Solid 3, and he was a fun little Easter egg character. But now he's here in Metal Gear Solid 4. Somehow he farted and shitted and camed his way into the main story, and everything is wrong and nothing will ever be right again. I feel like Rat Patrol is pretty cool. The idea of Meryl leading a special forces unit is a decent direction to take her character, at least it's progression. And if this game weren't somehow incapable of introducing great new characters, these three could have been really memorable and interesting. They didn't have to be super deep, they just needed clearer roles and personalities. Instead, we get these two guys whose names I can't fucking remember and shits my pants Sasaki.
Sleeping giant is Jonathan.
They're police notes references.
That's a cute joke, though. Meryl is not the best character. In fairness, she is only in Metal Gear
Because
Solid 4
Meryl
and
is
1,
also
and
a
she's one of the
police
few
notes
characters in Metal Gear Solid 1 who has a large amount of dialogue outside of codex, which tends to be the choppiest stuff in the game, even if only because instead of looking at Yoji Shinkawa's wonderful portraits, you're staring at blocks they tell you as people. Kojima has a weird history with writing female characters, and I want to talk about that because obviously I'm the person you want talking about that.
I'm very excited that we're touching on this, if only because Kojima does a bad job every time.
But until the script of Metal Gear Solid 4 really fucking falls apart in the second half, I can't say anything Meryl says or does is really out of character. She's not a starry-eyed rookie anymore, but she respects Snake as a friend, legend, and fellow soldier.
When I joined up, they gave me psychotherapy to destroy my interest in men.
I always assumed this line was a joke, especially considering how she behaves all the time, but the wiki says it actually happens, so fucking I don't know. Considering the abhorrent actions of the Colonel in this game following up on what happened in Metal Gear Solid 1, I can't say I really blame her for being a little standoffish towards him and men. I remembered a lot of this stuff being a lot worse. Aside from Rat Patrol being comically underwritten, it really is just later on. This is also where we learn about SOP, the system of nanomachines implemented in every state army in the world and many PMCs and managed by the centralized AIs controlled by the Patriots. This is obviously a very cool sci-fi concept if you can get past that nanomachines are basically just magic midichlorians now. Even with the massive benefits of this system, the idea that every nation in the world would adopt this system specifically is pretty out there. I get that it offers a huge tactical advantage which would lead to military pressure driving a new sort of nanomachines arms race, but keep in mind, this is the Patriots, not the philosophers. This is only the United States behind the scenes here. You're telling me there isn't even one other superpower that managed to create its own AI and system of nanomachines? They really all decided to yield to arms tech? Isn't the obvious worry here that any one person with the gumption could theoretically access this entire system, giving them be-all end-all Shogun authority over the weapons and soldiers of every military in the world?
This line of inquiry from 2026 is fucking crazy.
I mean, also, this line of inquiry hasn't finished yet because
Some guy keeps,
as he's about to mention, that's what happened.
That's what happens?
Oh. Sorry,
Just the perfect time to pause,
Guess
though.
we really shagged the sheep on that one. Then Meryl cries about the Colonel for a little bit, and then we are attacked by frogs.
Pause. Nah, never mind.
Oh, the noise?
We're past the audio bug.
Yeah, sorry.
It's a weird audio bug. I don't know if it's intended or not. It's frogs.
It's frogs.
It's frogs.
The frogs are a unit of female super soldiers that are uninteresting and only serve the purpose to be a boss fight in Act 1 without using a B&B member so that we can tease the B&B in a creepy scene. I won't say it's ineffective.
Divette
This
sends
is the
us
highlight
rivet.
of the Beauty and Beast unit. It's all downhill from here.
Activate it.
Fuck
Anyway,
yes.
Proto-Men part uno.
Proto-Men
Right.
Act 3 finally out if you didn't hear, by the way.
That's how long it's been since this video was made. There's a third Proto-Men album.
Go buy the album. It's fire. It's so good.
Also, Hideo Kojima put Proto-Men in your games.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, this is a good track for this, too.
Yeah. All of the Proto-Men in this video are perfection.
Trying very hard not to just sing along. My voice is trashed. No other reasons. This song feels so good to belt.
It's been a while, brother.
Yeah. Why wasn't this at MagFest karaoke?
That's a good question.
Free of the shackles of fate. Snake. Brother. We are free.
Then
he just said
Liquid
that.
uses magic to drive everyone insane, and Naomi does some cryptic shit and walks
Super
away.
Retro Heart sends us brother.
If you won't be a prisoner to fate.
Old underscore Slicky Bones sends us oh no who let the nano machines give people kidney stones, why would they do thought? Sad face.
Alright, thanks. Johnny somehow saves Snake's life, and that's Act 1. Overall thoughts? It's like a B. B plus maybe. There are a lot of words, but most of what is said is pretty relevant to this game, events or themes. At this point, that's something we maybe take for granted. For the rest of the game, we may not be so lucky. Naomi's here, Rose was referenced, but not by name. The B&B unit aren't a total joke yet. Raiden is unscathed, gameplay was passable. And we don't know that Akiba ruins everything yet. Maybe he doesn't
Wandering
show up
UV
after
sends
this.
us liquid
Maybe things
vaults.
get better from here. Well, Act 2 actually isn't that bad. In terms of raw stealth action gameplay, it may actually be the best in the game. It also has my favorite B&B boss, but we'll break it down. Really fucked up those eggs, huh, Sonny? A lot of the Act 2 briefing is pretty fun. We sort of have to be reintroduced to Sonny because there's a chance you didn't watch the Act 1 briefing. Visual cues and Sonny's conspicuous white hair along with the context you're expected to have will allow you to figure out that she's Olga's child from Metal Gear Solid 2. Since Sonny doesn't really have any role in the taking out Liquid mission for now, she's one of the only characters who doesn't spend hours explaining shit. She will end up being crucial to the plot later on, but for now all she can really do is fuck up breakfast and bounce off Snake and Hal. And since Snake also doesn't talk that much compared to the rest of the cast and Hal is kind of an awkward middleman, this little family dynamic is one of the only ways that the natural charm of these characters is able to shine. Grumpy old badass getting his ass kicked by a little girl is comedy that writes itself. Just ask Nagoshi.
Steven Spielberg desk.
I
Naomi explained
really
that she's
liked
being
these
held in
scenes.
South America and being forced to do research that will help Liquid take control of SOP.
The technology used in Foxdie was incorporated, inherited really, by SOP. That's why Liquid has me helping him hijack the system, because I know how Foxdie works.
Old
If you're like
underscore
me, your
Slicky
first thought was
Bones sends
probably,
us I'm
why
still
doesn't
glad
Naomi
Sonny
have
got
an
2
accent
dads.
anymore?
Rhodesia was owned by England until 1965, and there were lots of Indian laborers around. That's probably
Green
where I got my
intern
skin
sense
color
thus
from, but I'm
inherited
not
by
even sure
Sue.
about that.
This is going to happen with Mei Ling later, when in reality they probably shouldn't have had the accents they had in Metal Gear Solid 1 to begin with based on their character histories. Also, you would only
They
say
took
they
'em out
don't
in
have
Twin
an accent
Snakes.
if you're from America, but that's beside the point. They didn't have these accents in the Twin Snakes, so it's possible we're meant to think of that as canon now, which is kind of depressing. This
Yeah.
doesn't matter at all. And it's obviously only a localization issue, but it's a pretty clear example of a problem in Metal Gear Solid 4 I'm going to call sequel dissonance.
Don't ask me why I'm motherfucking stressed. Things done changed.
Despite how embarrassingly hard this game tries to make you remember older Metal Gear games, in a lot of ways it just doesn't really feel like the next Metal Gear game. Again, the previous game had an almost totally unique set of characters, but there was a more abstract sense of cohesion between them. Ideas presented in one game would really come into their own in the next, either being built on, deconstructed, or both. Despite the technology being very different between titles, talking on the radio still
Iggy
felt like
Smalls
talking
is
on
a
the
good
codec.
Metal Gear
It's
name.
still the same basic set of controls, but
Yeah,
it's
it
evolving between
is.
games. It's
True.
being built. Musical leitmotifs.
Twin Snakes as a VR mission is a common fan idea. The one that's closer to being official is Ghost Babel as a VR mission.
I still need to play that. I'll play that at some point.
I would love to hang out with you while you play Ghost Babel.
Her life would be ended
All right.
by her most beloved disciple. That was the way the government wanted it. That was the mission she was given.
Hey, I'm feeling real patriotic.
She had no choice but to carry it out. Her death in your hands was a duty she had to fulfill. Out of duty, she turned her back on her own comrades. A lesser woman would have been crushed by such a burden.
I'm not crying, fuck you.
You'll get thrown for a loop between games, but no matter what, you'll feel at home. Then you get to Metal Gear Solid 4 and the codec looks like this, and the guns fire like this, and the original Metal Gear Solid theme is gone for legal reasons, and Naomi sounds like this!
Nanomachines.
The issue is not that Naomi doesn't have an accent, it's that the character whose appearance and voice and personality and motivation are incredibly distinct and clear to me suddenly being presented in an entirely new and confusing way in an entirely new context. It was smart to cut out a lot of characters between Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, because
Thus why does
transitioning
the
from
main
Shinkawa's
motif make me
memorable
more
portraits to the
emotional than
3D
the
PS2
national
models
anthem
would
though?
promote this dissonance. The ones brought over were Snake, Otacon, the Colonel, and Mei Ling, and we don't even see Mei Ling's face because she's only an audio Easter egg, so the only
9
characters
votes
brought
sends
over are
us
the male
nanomachines.
leads. It makes sense because the male characters have much more distinct features that can be carried over to 3D models as opposed to the more consistent pretty woman face with only very subtle differences in most of these profiles. I'd complain about that, but that is far from a problem exclusive to Metal Gear, so we'll put that in the maybe some other time pile. The use of Snake, Otacon, and the Colonel in Metal Gear Solid 2 takes advantage of the knowledge that you will be familiar with them. You'll have an image of them in your head, and that image will slowly be broken down over the course of the game. There are some fan-servicey moments, but the callbacks are largely there to serve the game's agenda. How do you know they're not doing it on purpose in Metal Gear Solid 4 as well? I don't even know if they were doing it on purpose in Metal Gear Solid 2, but it was working. They're not just there for the sake of being there like they seem to be in Metal
All right, hang on. We got somebody who's just spamming the very low cost bonk noise. We are trying to watch something here. Don't be a fucking dickhead about it.
Gear Solid 4. You like Naomi, right? Well, here's Naomi.
Nanomachines.
I understand that she's not going to be wearing a turtleneck in South America, but why are we even in South America anyway? Why did we go from an unnamed nation in the Middle East to an unnamed nation in South America? Naomi is being held here, but she was in the unnamed nation in the Middle East we were in before. In fact, the boss of this stage was there too. All the key players in this act, save Vamp and Raiden, were in the Middle East. As far as I understand, Raiden is only here because Snake is here and Vamp is only here to fight Raiden. I can imagine a much better Metal Gear Solid 4 where Act 1 and 2 are the same act. If the plan was originally to make the rest of the acts more like them, but that plan got shafted, then why not just make the first two the same act? They practically are. They both have a completely generic set of PMCs and rebels with Liquid pulling the strings. They're both set in a broad area of the world where I have a vague image in my head of what this area is supposed to look like that matches the one in the game. Maybe we start off with a Liquid assassination plot, but transition to the Rescue Naomi mission as circumstances change. Make the acts feel less like a series of A to Bs and more like a Metal Gear game where our understanding of the rules and characters in play is constantly shifting. We didn't need Meryl and Raiden, and we definitely don't need them in the same act, but if I had to pick one, absolutely cut Raiden. He offers nothing of value to this game, and this game takes so much of him. Although I guess if you cut Raiden, you'd be cutting all of the most interesting action sequences in the game, so
They should have made a
Maybe
game
set
about
it
this.
In a real country? I don't know. I have a harder time getting invested in this sneaking mission when the soldiers I'm sneaking past are just minding their own business and have practically nothing to do with what I'm doing besides a tenuous connection to Liquid.
When you get there, remember, the conflict between the PMCs and the rebels has nothing to do with your mission. There's no reason for you to get involved or take sides.
It doesn't have to be in South America or the Middle East, just anywhere with a clearer sense of cultural identity. Really feeling that war isn't about nations or ideologies anymore element here. And isn't that the real sacrifice? Isn't that the real dissonance? Don't get me wrong, the war economy is a fun idea. There's a lot of great ways to take advantage of it. But did it really have to come at the loss of all national identity? In a Metal Gear game? Are we really throwing away the theme of the identity of the individual being crushed beneath the clashing of nations and ideologies within the changing cultural tide for the hot new theme and concept we're totally in love with? Kojima, did you even play Metal Gear Solid 3? You can have the war economy without taking out the role the United States and other countries play in it, instead of having any relevant commentary on politics in the real world, like, for example, having the real tension between the US and Russia during the Cold War both serve as a backdrop and cause of a personal tragedy between characters, instigating the events of the entire rest of the series. Initially indirectly, but thanks to the clarification provided in this game, completely directly. We've sacrificed all of that for this ultimate nationless clash between Liquid, Eva, Snake, and the Patriots.
Yeah, it
and
seems
I
like
guess
one
the
of the
shadowy
big
hands of the
structural
Patriots
missed
controlling everything is
opportunities
common
for this one.
knowledge
You
now,
have
or at least known to some
the
degree
pitch
by
of,
some
nothing
arbitrary group
matters
of people.
anymore,
For the
wars
first time
just
aside from
happen
the
because
Tanker mission,
wars
which
happen.
again was a
And
tease.
yeah, that's
Our
how
hero
it
is
should
not a
feel
pawn
to the
being
people
manipulated by
at
a
the
national
top
government, but a totally independent
and
soldier with
the
totally
people who live
independent
outside of the war
operations, making his own
zone,
decisions, but
because
still
you know,
abiding to the
people in power want to maintain that media bubble. And then the moment you actually go there, it should be, wait, there's people here. Actually, there's a lot of reasons they're fighting.
Yeah. It's complicated.
The manager of the gun Walmart that keeps pulling bullets into this situation doesn't care what's going on. The people using and being hit by the bullets do.
They're very unreliable as a narrator, perhaps.
You're being used as a tool by the US government, and you slowly start to figure that out and find your place, find something to believe in. Suddenly our main character
I
is
think the problem is that the
autonomous,
universe that
nationless,
we're
and one of
existing
the
in
most
now is the one where the US economy is the world economy.
Yeah. So we have an excuse to have
We've kind of just subsumed all of culture and economy into America running things.
That could never happen.
Really Metal Gear. And that's sequel dissonance. Anyway, I kind of like Mailing Jackson. I'm sad they got rid of it.
Remember what the goal
Ugh.
Like, I don't think that's a flaw in the game.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think it's one of those things that, like, at that time period, everyone was like, no way! And now we're looking back on that from here going,
Yeah.
Goddamn.
Like a lot of these works, it is more describing the present people want to ignore than predicting the future.
Yeah. Oh my god, yes.
We try to talk about this again in Metal Gear Solid 5 when they talk about the English language. They don't do it well, but you know, they try.
They're still making attempts.
Without receiving harm, and that's technically depth, so fine. And also feels a little bit more like Metal Gear here on account of I'm wearing their outfit and dealing with snipers. Disguising yourself feels very natural and maybe like we've done this before, but this is an active combat zone, so we're hiding, but we're hiding in plain sight and continuing to fight without drawing too much attention to ourselves. Sort of a hybrid of classic stealth and more active modern third-person shooter games. It's good. I can't say I prefer it to the peaks of raw Metal Gear stealthing, but it works on its own and certainly lends this section of the game a more unique identity instead of just being a cheap Snake Eater or Peace Walker. After writing this segment, I read an interview with Kojima where he explains that this game was meant to explore this new style of stealth gameplay. I felt very vindicated. We are also going to do a lot of pure stealth after this, and it's going to be just awful, so let's appreciate this while we can. We made up
Wait, are we?
talk about who the B&B are and the Patriots. We covered this already.
You
It's a
didn't.
blatantly suspicious amount of information, and then
Yeah, the thing is
I
that
remember.
between the opening and meeting up with Naomi,
These people, these soldiers aren't soldiers who are doing war. They're people who are clocking in for a 9 to 5. They're doing a job. Yeah. They're being paid $7.25 an hour to be here.
Bombs falling in the background to the tune of "I just work here, man."
Solid 3, and at least here we're trying to live up to it. It's not railroading you, but it's not confusing and aimless either. I'm proud of you guys. Unfortunately, I can't speak as highly about the story elements, as I've already complained about the conflict going on here is largely meaningless. After the briefing, as Snake wiggles and waggles his way onto the battlefield, a ghostly past conversation between Snake and the Colonel play out as narration, where they say in no uncertain terms, the Patriots embody the war economy. This is exactly what Solidus was trying to prevent in Metal Gear Solid 2. Liquid and the Patriots both want control, so no matter who wins, we lose. We need to take down the whole system, but since modern society is so reliant on these AIs controlling everything, it might not be so easy. I probably could have reached any of these conclusions by myself with the insane amount of information you've already presented, or you can just let it come up naturally later, or I guess you can just put it here. Just explain it. The story of this game is actually not too horribly complicated, but you wouldn't know that if you played it, because they draw a lot of connections and threads that don't really go anywhere, and there's a lot of fluffy dialogue like this where we're just restating things that we know but slightly differently, so you feel like your brain is skipping. Vamp is here. Guys, Vamp is here. You guys aren't gonna believe this, but Vamp is back.
He's here.
You know Vamp? He's here.
Not the bisexual rep we needed, but
someone let Vamp on the one we got. Found out there's even more genders.
By Vamp's side, similarly to bully some people and monger some war.
Vamp was the original. You get to double jump.
I thought this was gonna go somewhere, but it really amounts to very little, aside from establishing the face camo in the first place. I guess I could explain why the rebels will consider Snake an enemy, but he's a creepy old guy in a bodysuit sneaking around covered in guns. I'd consider him a threat, and I know who he is. Somehow. In this scenario where Snake is real. I am not complaining, by the way. I do like this scene. Octopus with Snake's face is memorably creepy, and at least she's speaking semi-coherently and not just making noises. She's got Decoy Octopus Octo camo, but she also has Doc Ock arms, so more than probably any other B&B member, she's taking what made the tech and abilities of the Foxhound member she's based on interesting and expanding on it, rather than watering it down, awkwardly imitating it, or just going for something completely different. Granted, Decoy Octopus was all but removed from the original Metal Gear Solid, so she doesn't really have anyone's legacy to sully. Maybe that speaks to the fact that the original bosses would have been better, though. The emotion she's connected to that would give her a parallel in the Cobra unit is probably the Joy, but that would be the boss, and their roles have basically no similarities that I can think of. But I generally think less of the emotion comparison in all the bosses. I'm pretty sure laughing, crying, etc. are just meant to show that they're not exactly in control of their emotions, not to make you remember the fear or whatever.
It is time.
I hated this guy so much.
yeah, but I saw the thing I recognized and I clapped.
Feel the fear.
And the one who is
Okay, pause this and read this.
Yeah.
I don't mention this in the video at
but
all.
all of the B&B members also use the same weapons as members of Dead Cell. All the Dead Cell illusions are the most subtle ones attached to the bosses, but they have far and away the least substance because Dead Cell sucks. Octopus has Solidus' arms, Raven has Fat Man's explosives, no, really. Wolf has Fortune's railgun, Mantis has Vamp's blades, no, really.
Yeah. It's about true. You're supposed to see the thing you recognize and you clap.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Even more than Metal Gear Solid 2, 4 feels like Kojima is upset.
He didn't want to do it.
Yeah,
exactly.
So he said, fine, I'm
it.
going to force feed you the shit that you already like.
Exactly. Here's the slop.
Whole fucking
Eat it up, piggy!
How spiteful this is as a body of work.
I've poured it in the trough for you. It's everything you wanted, isn't it?
You like war, don't you, pig?
Slurp it up, piggy!
Rosemary is properly introduced as really your only Kodak pal besides Otacon. Rosemary was introduced in Metal Gear Solid 2 as someone for Raiden to talk to.
I'm gonna trend the video audio a little bit lower and encourage everybody. Like we can yell over it. It's fine. It's 4 hours long.
In fact, your personal connection to Raiden is why the Patriots
I'm
are on that team.
gonna give it another hour also, and then probably we'll intermission. Everybody can pee.
Yeah, of course. A genetics expert, while Metal Gear Solid 2 says meme and Rhodes was a data analyst. From the final hours of Metal Gear Solid 2, Shinkawa says creating the female heroes for Kojima's games are always much more difficult, sometimes taking months to perfect. Why? Well, to be honest, I think characters like Rose and Naomi are Mr. Kojima's ideal women. But they are not my ideal women, he says, laughing. You know, Mr. Kojima likes those intelligent scientist types. In Metal Gear Solid 4, we got a whole new set
what
of
does this mean? I don't think I like this.
So Naomi is suddenly repurposed into the world's greatest hacker and nanomachine expert, and Rose is here now as a psychologist. We will see this a lot, characters being rewritten to better fit into Metal Gear Solid 4. I already went insane rambling about sequel dissonance, and this definitely qualifies. It shrinks the world and makes all of the characters too special, too brilliant, too multi-capable, and relevant where they wouldn't be. But hey, at least we got this great new mental health theme out of it. It manifests in gameplay decently, I guess. It's just kind of another tacked-on layer to the stamina mechanic, which made sense in Metal Gear Solid 3 because that was, for the most part, one long mission where wilderness survival was more relevant. Here, it's just Snake is an old man. His back hurts and that makes him stressed, which means less stamina, which means less health. It's just another layer. Also, I don't know about you, but of every character in Metal Gear, Snake is probably the one whose mental health I worry about
Snake just
the
like
least.
me.
He's grumpy, he goes through a lot, people are always lying to him, but he's goal-driven and confident. If you ask him a question
Also,
like,
reviewing the subject matter from this point in my life, you don't need magic, clone degradation, and nano machines. You could just be 30.
Yeah.
That just happens by default.
It's fine.
It's not gonna be done in by a kidney stone or sciatica. I'm not saying that someone who comes off as confident shouldn't have people keeping an eye on their mental well-being. Snake has been through a lot, and he's gonna be through a lot more, and it's good that someone's making sure he's okay. But you know who could really have used some therapy and never got it? Raiden. You know, Rose, I realized that the entire Big Shell incident is orchestrated by the Patriots to manipulate Raiden, and part of that is going to involve making Raiden question his sanity a little bit, so they probably wouldn't have assigned Raiden a psychologist to make sure he was okay during Metal Gear Solid 2, unless to explicitly gaslight him. But that would have been a much better place to implement a stress meter. It just doesn't really land when you're attaching it to Snake, and mental health doesn't really come up all that much in his story or the main plot of the game at all, really. The only characters who are used to explore mental illness are Raiden and the B&B unit, both of whom I'm still saving to talk about for later. I do think they both embody some of the biggest issues with Metal Gear Solid 4, but I'm also saving
Girl
them for
Snake's
later because they're the
complexion
ones
is
I'm
so
actually the
smooth.
most angry about. And admittedly, that is because I have my own history of trauma involving mental
Yeah, that
illness.
skin is
these days, I
pristine.
think just about everyone
Saying.
does if they didn't already and are just more willing to be open about it. We all got
It is
problems, we're all
latex.
trying to heal, let's help each other.
It is latex, yeah.
Also,
It
my
is
own
latex.
experience has little to nothing to do with PTSD, so it's possible that its portrayal in this game is actually very accurate. I doubt it, but I can't definitely rule out that this might honestly speak to someone. It's just that to me, when I see mental illness being written in this kind of shallow or cliche way to generate drama, to have characters that take advantage of other characters, or just to creep you out, I personally find it pretty lazy and disrespectful. I'm not trying to villainize Kojima or anyone. Kojima is an angel, he would never hurt a fly. I just want to be clear about where I'm coming from on this. Since Raiden has so much history with PTSD and mental health problems, it makes the fact that Rose became a doctor and then did what she did to him that more fucked up. I know there's a good reason, I know it's supposed to be fucked, that doesn't mean it's not fucked. Yeah, fuck you, Roy. Rose's whole I became a psychologist, let's talk stress and mental health angle is much more relevant to Raiden than it is to Snake, because Rose as a character really has no connection to Snake. She and Vamp are mostly here to give Raiden something to do, to have someplace for his story to go, because in a game mostly populated with Metal Gear Solid 1 characters, what would Raiden be doing?
What about you? Jack disappeared and you just moved in on Rose.
I was consoling her over her loss, and one thing just led to another.
The stress meter going on.
Yeah, lucky me.
But Raiden's actually not idiot, so for now, Rose is just our friend. Let me regain my composure. Where were we? Right after we're done talking to Roy and Rose about what happened to Meryl and Raiden.
These musical
Who's
choices
Meryl
for the
and
sped up gameplay are killing me. I'm dying.
So good.
Who is this?
Snake.
That voice.
There's an ambush ahead. Government and
What is that
PMCs
logo supposed to be?
could be shot from anywhere.
It's the kanji for
Watch
lightning.
your surroundings.
Ah.
Is this Jack?
Jack is dead. Snake,
Huh.
I'm at your side.
Wait.
Is this real? So Raiden's doing the whole, I'm on your side, just call me Raid, deep throat. So if you're not a fucking stoop, you know he's gonna show up as a cyborg ninja in a bit. Between a back and forth between Snake and Raiden and then Snake and Rose, we get a sense of what happened after Metal Gear Solid 2. I'd like to clearly establish what they are saying happened for reasons we'll see later on. Raiden and Rose lived together. At some point, due to his history as a child soldier, Raiden became unstable and started drinking. He became distant from his family and his job, and this led to Raiden and Rose's relationship ending and Rose eventually starting a relationship with Roy. This is sad, but I understand that it could happen. I would have liked to believe that everything worked out between Rose and Raiden, but this is another way things could go. Raiden is a broken man and Rosemary is only human, so the only person I can find at fault is Roy. Fuck you, Roy. Also, Raiden was able to see the information he got from a resistance group that we
I
will
feel like
later
the
find out is run
experience
by
that
Metal Gear
Raiden had
Solid
in
3's
Metal
one and
Gear Solid
only
2
Eva,
means
in
that he
exchange
can
for
never
him having her
trust
retrieve big parts of
Rose
the body. And he
again.
gave her to Snake
Yeah.
and
Even though it wasn't
Metal Gear
actually
Solid's
her,
greatest anime
like he
dad.
would
So a lot of what I just
conflate
said
the
is
memories
not
of
true.
that.
She also like never communicates clearly with him the whole time. Like the whole game, you're going through this like sneaking mission of incredible stress and mindfuckery, and every like 20 minutes she shows up and she's like, "Do you remember what day it is, bitch?" It's like, no, I don't. Is it our anniversary? Fuck.
And he never finds out how much of it is actually her and how much of it is the AI.
Yeah.
So it's never clear when, like, if she's actually in the game.
Yeah, like that shit wasn't gonna work out even if Jack had not gone through what he went through. And it's not Jack's fault.
No, it's not. Snake agrees
It's not
with you.
Rose's fault either.
Snake. I knew you'd come. You and I, neither of us can escape our fate.
Yeah, nice to see you too. Since Naomi is our de facto nanomachines expert, we're about to get in even more.
Just say that to everyone you meet now.
Kind of engaging in interesting dialogue about practical applications.
The
of
camera angles in
nanomachines
anime
and the
are just
effect
kind
they
of
have
weird
on
sometimes,
battle.
right?
This time though, it's less about the
Yeah.
system, either how it affects the economy. Like
But this is pretty one real Rose and Raiden conversation is fondly remembering the Kong argument.
Yeah.
Emotions, which means soldiers can more easily be dropped into battle and made to do violent and horrible acts without worrying about how their psyche will be affected. Instead of naturally coming to terms with the horrors of war through experience and possibly never actually getting over it properly, a soldier can be made to simply feel nothing or even be rewarded. It won't block the memories though, just the feelings. So back there when everyone went nuts, it was actually their nanomachines getting shut down and being hit with the weight of everything they'd done all at once. Flat out, love this. Aside from being the premise of a number of Mindbreak dojins and my sad panda favorites. What do you mean don't say that? It feels like the next step. Before Raiden was a rookie,
Sure, all right.
to the battlefield,
Same.
he'd been trained in a computer, became to understand that nothing can really prepare you for real combat. It goes
I just
in a
clicked my fingers and pointed at the screen as if you could see it.
Not like me though.
Man, I liked when this happened in Haze.
Flipped because now
I need to play Haze. I watched a video about it recently, and I think I'd like it. Oh no, I know what I'm saying though. Don't worry, Dubs kinda says you.
Battlefield hasn't. Until that point, war was like a game to them. And then suddenly, reality came crashing down.
Look at this shot right here. This is fucking everything. This is a fascinating core idea that I believe Kojima and Murata really wanted to explore in Metal Gear Solid 4, but kind of got lost on the way. See, in Metal Gear Solid 2, you were starting with the perfect video game reality. You're Solid Snake, the coolest man on the planet doing all kinds of badass shit, sneaking on a boat, then that's yanked away and you're brought into a new world that's not so pleasant. No more VR training pretending to be Captain Headband. Now you're the skinny nerd you are in real life and you're not ready for what's about to happen at all. Metal Gear Solid 4, to contrast, is always the real thing. These are the characters you know. This is the Solid Snake you love, but it doesn't really feel the same. It's grayer, it's washed out, it's older and less fun. I'm not just crapping nonsense out of my butthole here. Snake is constantly framed like people aren't impressed with him anymore. These are people who used to think of Snake as a real-life hero, but now they just treat him like some bumbling racist grandpa. It's sad, and I really do think it's on purpose. On some level, Metal Gear Solid 4 wants to be a game about watching something you love shrivel up and die. Not shamefully, but not honorably either, and maybe for that reason, the sequel dissonance could be seen as a positive, but unfortunately, that whole idea is sort of at odds with the other goals this game had, including trying to be the ultimate Metal Gear fan service game that satisfyingly tied up every loose end. And even if all of the unpleasant shit in the game were to serve some central theme, would that make it good? That's up to you. Speaking of watching things shrivel up and die, it's time for a physical. We learned a lot about Snake's biology technology and current physical health. 30% of the Fox Die adjacent nanomachines he was given for the Shadow Moses mission are still in his body and won't stop functioning until he dies or they're removed. They're not affected by SOP, but are probably making him sick or messing with his body in other ways. However, he's aging rapidly because as a clone he was designed to. Same reason he's incapable of reproducing. Snake is gonna fucking die and he's never gonna have a family. I'm Hideo Kojima, fuck you. Nice try, Kojima, but Snake has a family, and they're happy together. You just go ahead and kill him.
See if I care! Cause I do!
And if that weren't bad enough, Fox Die is mutating. Not just gonna kill the baddies, it's gonna kill you and everyone. The only way Snake can get rid of it is to die. Snake isn't just gonna die, he has to die to save the world. Might as well put text on screen saying, this story ends with Snake dying. The game, how can I put this? Chicken's out, but it's pretty upsetting the first time through. Learn that Drebin popped Snake with a new strain of Fox Die as well. You're supposed to
One of
press
the
X to
trailers
find that
before
out,
this
but
came
it's
out
funnier if you
showed
don't.
Snake putting that gun in his mouth from the end of this game.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, Drebin has
Like we
Fox
kind of
Die
went
now.
into
I
this
wonder who
going,
he's working for.
yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
You said yourself we mustn't allow ourselves to be chained to fate.
I can't slip free.
Where's Liquid?
Low poetry slam. It's my favorite.
Fucking love that.
Like a lot of good Metal Gear bosses, it's creepy, intimate, and toys with your expectations. It's a back and forth between hunting her down and being hunted, and you gotta use all your tools. A lot of the boss fights have a number of Easter eggs, and the B&Bs are no exception. But they have a lot of the same Easter eggs. Non-lethal kills net you dolls of them after they enter their beauty stage. If you wait a while, you can end up in a white room and you can make them dance and pose for you. They all slowly walk towards you and you have to take them down, and then they do their creepy dying animation. And
So I just fucking come on, Kojima, 2 seconds. All right, Jesus. My experience with this boss fight, I do want to talk about it a little bit. I did not realize that there would be a point where I was supposed to hunt them back. So there was a point where I just kind of, the fight was like over. I was like ready to leave out the window. And then I was going for like the non-fatal like route still at this point in the game. I had not learned actually that Metal Gear Solid 4's gameplay lesson is that shooting people in the face is awesome and you should do it all the time. So like I got to the white room and I didn't know that was a thing, and that wasn't my intention. I wasn't like leering, I wasn't being perverse. I was trying to figure out what like the other shoe of the gameplay loop was for this boss fight. And it's
just like, what the fuck is happening here?
Yeah.
As it turns out,
Hideo Kojima's a weird pervert. And so we got this.
Yeah, I can't see these scenes from these boss fights and not imagine Kojima in the motion capture studio watching the models that he hired to do this.
Yeah.
Writhe around on the ground and do this, you know?
100%. Yeah, it was like we talk a lot about like in the modern day, like if you want to make truly great art, like you should be a pervert, but there is a difference between pervert respectful and pervert disrespectful. And
right, because I want to call out that comment in chat. I want to call out that comment in chat. Do be a weird pervert when you make your game. Be a weird pervert when you make art.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But you know,
like
not the bad kind of weird pervert.
Yeah. Don't be the kind of pervert that people ask to leave. Like it's a fine limit. You'll figure it out. It involves, the humanization of your subject, and there isn't a lot here.
This whole speech. With the exception of Mantis, it really is pretty much the same every time. After the fight, Raiden helps you track down Naomi. You find her, pop a bullet, and Vam
was forced to eat cement as a child.
Yeah.
Drebin shows
forced to
up
eat
help
cement
because
as a
he's
child.
just part of the crew now. We have Naomi now, so we're gonna park on top of Drebin's tank and fight our way out. This is the first of 2 on-rails shooting segments in the game. In Metal Gear Solid 1
I
and
thought
3,
this was fun.
segments were
I
used
liked
as an
this.
explosive way of ending the
Yeah,
game. Metal
yeah.
Gear Solid 4 has no plans of ending with an explosion, so the ones here are both in the middle of the game in Acts 2 and 3. The second one is a much more deliberate callback, whereas this one feels like more of a natural way of breaking up the end of the act. The freedom to walk around on top of the armored truck and blasting your way through PMC soldiers and Gecko make this one a better fit for Metal Gear Solid 4. It's this game's rail shooter sequence, not Metal Gear Solid 3's. I still find it to be kind of forgettable, but it's harmless and flashy. So we make it out, crash, play with a monkey, and make sure our necks aren't broken. We almost got a fun little ragtag group of misfit rebels going on here. All we need now is someone who can fight with a sword.
It's good. It's good writing.
So aside from the short the entire rest of the act is dedicated to showing off
Snake
Raiden
is
and
the
Vamp's
Jigen of
superpowers.
this group, right?
I'm not mad. This is dope. Raiden more or less wins,
Yeah.
but when he climbs on board, he's losing
Yeah.
a lot of goop. Liquid and Vamp are going after Big Boss's body because their plan won't work without it. Naomi explains that Vamp is, in fact,
Oh,
nano
Raiden swallowed
machines
too much
based on the
cum.
one she designed. That's how he got his crazy superpowers, that's why they can't die, and they're in Naomi's body too.
Snake, Raiden. Europe.
Europe.
Go meet Big Mama.
I really wish I could get jaw surgery done like Raiden. Please just make my entire lower jaw a titanium chunk so I never have to go get dentistry done ever again. Thank you. This has been my TED Talk.
Act 3 of Metal Gear Solid 4 is really where the beat-by-beat discussion and analysis of this game kind of starts to fall apart, because it's where the game falls apart too. The shit's about to hit the fan. Everything that happens from here on out is either going to be the best stuff in the game or Cloud driving the bus stupid, or somehow both. There's no more, well, this section of gameplay has some interesting ideas and it trips up in a few places, but it largely works well. We're locked in. 900 miles an hour straight to Stupid Town. Let's rock, baby! Slow down. Grab some tea. Let's relax, watch the briefing. No rush to Stupid Town. It's coming no matter what. Here's some good news, we just passed the Bechdel test. Granted, it's mostly a conversation about cooking, but a pass is a pass. The relationship between Naomi and Sunny is sweet. It's sullied a little bit by how it shares a scene with the only real development of Naomi and Otacon's relationship, and that's pretty terrible. But its more nefarious purpose is that it's being used to set up what will become our Deus Ex Machina. Because Sunny's inexplicable computer genius and Naomi's sudden infinite understanding of nanomachines and the AI used to control them allow these two ladies to hold the key to fixing everything, because everything is nanomachines now. Since a character from a previous game's superpowers
It's fun to know
have just
people
been
who do
explained in
actual
constant
nanotechnology
nanomachines, we might as well
and
go ahead and
compare
finally
between
address that
what real
elephant in the
nanotech
room.
can do
Yes,
and
everything is
the
nanomachine.
wizardry
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
storytellers
Allow
assume
yourself to
nanotech will do.
establish that you can fill your body
Yep.
with millions and billions of microscopic robots that can heal you, transfer and store information, increase and limit your physical
This too is
capabilities,
Vor.
and control your emotions. You've
This
basically
too
totally
is Vor.
bypassed every relevant technological limitation in the Metal Gear universe besides maybe time travel. They speak to one of this game's greatest curses. Kojima has said himself that he entered development with the intent to answer a lot of questions and mysteries that, when he wrote older Metal Gear games, he never had any intention of answering in the first place. Suddenly we have to rewrite all of the wacky superpowers to have either been nanomachines or parasites. They're the same thing. He really only had the one trick in the bag. In the case of characters
That
like
boss
Vamp,
fight
it's
was so
bad if
good,
just because
except for the
giving
parts
those
where it
characters an
wasn't.
explanation in later works cheapens their effect in the work they were written for.
Yeah,
But the
that's Metal
details of
Gear.
the power and abilities being explained away as nanomachines doesn't bother me as much as how the overabundance of nanomachines cheapens the main story of this game. Kojima really likes Blade Runner and Ghost in the Shell.
You never heard of them? They're Beauty and the Beast.
This is Zora. She's trained for an off-world kick murder squad. Talk about Beauty and the Beast. She's both.
And fact, he made a whole game about how much he'll split. These are both movies set in the future where societal and technological development leads to the loss of the identity of the individual. The lines between cultures and even the divide between
You're about
man
to
and
get
machine
hit
starts
by
to
an
blur.
ad break,
Everything
and I
is
think that that's
chaos
going to
and
be
you
a
have
good time to
control
slap
over
the pause
nothing,
button,
not
and then
even when you
everybody
think
can
the
run,
presence of identity
refresh their
and value of the
beverage,
world.
hit the
And those
restroom real
in
quick.
power want it that way.
Sounds
because
good.
It keeps them in power.
Yep.
This is, to me, largely what defines the cyberpunk genre. That and robo-geishas. I'm sure if you've played Metal Gear, especially Metal Gear Solid 2, a lot of this is sounding pretty familiar. I am not yet familiar with the rest of the Ghost in the Shell series. My boy Mountain Tim informs me that in the second season of Standalone Complex, something closer to a takedown of a government authority occurs, but in any case, without spoiling too much, many of the classics in the genre tend to end with a character abandoning their role as a pawn under an oppressive authority to try to develop a better sense of personal identity. Because in the end, that can never be truly taken away from you.
Standalone Complex is a good series. I like it.
In fact,
Oh,
speaking
yeah.
of sense is very tears and
I should watch
I'm
it
not saying
again.
that to be a great story, you have to adhere to genre conventions, but it's clear that this is what Metal Gear Solid 2 is going for. The point is that when the Patriots were introduced in Metal Gear Solid 2, they weren't introduced to be the final boss of the series. They weren't meant to be a series of bowling pins that you can knock down and fix everything. Everything has to be nanomachines now because everything has to be connected to one network of AIs that anyone with the right key can access or shut down. That's why nanomachines are stupid. Not
You know, likewise, viewing this here in the future, knowing what actual AI does versus the magic that storytellers assume AI can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the problem being that said magical storytellers are also the guys in charge of the AI companies.
Yes. Also, I think right at the end of the line, that's why nanomachines are stupid, is a really good place to take our pause. I'm going to give us like, you want to take like what, 10, 15, grab a little bit of lunch, grab a little bit of water?
I'll take. Yep, 10 sounds about right.
Yeah, sounds good.
So here at 12:15, we're going to come back together on this. Please enjoy a hold screen, everybody, and I hope that everybody is having a very fun time with this.
I am. That's fucking. But
what?
Zoopity
What the actual fuck was that? All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Enough being scared. It's really good. It is sweet. It is sugary, saccharine. Oh my god. Is this just like an almond paste? Like it like I'm eating jizz frosting. I disagree with the first half of your sentence, but I definitely understand the second half. Yo, you cracked open a gacha. That's the first time anybody's done that. Congratulations. Look, we only had an hour yesterday. I want to play more Madbot. I like it. It's a good game. Thanks, Therian. I made them. Turn the radio back on. Do you know what that sounds like?
There's something scurrying near you.
Oh, we can hear it.
Oh, she's walking too. Oh, fuck.
Okay. What'd you get?
Deploying equipment package.
God, I hope it doesn't end up top there. God damn it. Can I at least get to it? I'm an idiot. Look, chat. I would love to do more traditional painting. but I don't think people are interested in buying snake oils. Okay, so there's a guy who's coming out. I see him. Well, now that I know that it creates audience engagement, y'all know that this joke ain't going anywhere, right? Oh shit. Yeah. Oh wait, no, that guy's. We're on the inside of the patrols. We're good. All right. Do you want to pop the thing open? Wait, if I got a wait the
what? God damn it, I'm dead.
You did well.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah, see, that dart into knife cancel is such good tech.
So I was gonna say before that we got into a fight.
Oh shit!
Shit. All right, I'm on my way.
It's all right. It's all right. I'm learning. Every one of these is
nature. Yo, check this out.
Oh, she made it?
Oh, lollipop. Okay.
I mean, theoretically, that means you can revive all of us if you make it.
Yeah, so I'll wait.
It's not like optimal, but yeah.
I don't know if I can help you from here though.
I'm gonna come straight up towards you.
It's allegedly walk.
Yes.
Put it that way.
Yes! Oh my fucking god!
Okay,
if you just go straight up the road, are you fucking kidding me, guys? I hate you so much, you bullshit piece of fucking garbage! Such an ass mechanic!
I did lunge.
Oh shit!
Hi.
I'm whipping.
Oh fuck! Channel the power of ragdolling. I was not ready for this menu. Avery, check it out. I have a hat. It's controlling me.
Billions of years ago, the 13 sisters organized into a faction of 26 different orders, one for each hand of each sister, and each sister wore a green dress on Thursdays, and that dress, when twirled in a clockwise fashion, crafted the spirit orbs that make the magic of the world most of what it is today, except for train magic. Train magic is a different magic that runs on a different time scale, as created by the Brotherhood of 47, which had 94 different orders. Like, several orders for both hands, except for the brothers with only one hand, and maybe the one with 3 hands.
There it is. Y'all having fun up in there? Okay. I guess. Honestly, I don't even want a missile launcher. I want this sniper rifle to land a shot. Please hit. Fuck! The targeting reticle that we've been using, that is actually... Whoop.
You got it.
So this is a proper anti-gear weapon, by the way. This is the real shit.
All right, I'll give myself a little bit of laser back. Actually, I think I need it for this. Holy shit! I am the best pilot to ever live! Try spinning! That's a good trick! turns out, Paste, Anakin was right! Holy shit, I can't believe that worked so good! What we're gonna do is we're gonna throw good. We threw so good!
Liberator! Why was it shooting you? I watched it track you and shoot you.
Are we crashing? Are we having our first Bethesda crash? Oh, I think we are. I got spinning blue disc, and it's gone. How long do we make it? How long did we make it? What was the timer? What was the timer to first crash, everybody? It had to be like 8 minutes, right? Like, we're not even 20 minutes into this stream yet. Oh my god! Bethesda doing it again! Holy shit! That's right, everybody. Give it up for Bethesda! Let's get ready for crafting! Oh my god.
I just want to invite y'all in. Say hi. Stream from a hot tub, maybe, for a little bit.
That's a big ass bug over there, isn't it? Green beetle. Hello. Who wants to fight? Got 400 health in this bad boy. They're right next to me. See these two hat guards? This is them. We gotta jump them. I'm gonna ping before they, Well, actually, wait. They just walked past me. Oh, shit. Go out that door behind you. Oh, they're, like, on us. I'm gonna... Oh, my God. They're walking behind you?
Did they just see me do that thing I just did?
If you opened like a drawer or something, they might have. Oh, they just got mixed up by something. One down. They're behind the desk. That one.
This is so perfect.
So either the
Just
vault
wait,
will pop or they will show up.
We'll wait for the signal because like don't immediately jump them because then I could just put my cage down.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, here they are.
That's them. That's them. Now. Get him. He's right there. No, right.
Yes! No! I think we traded. Did everybody lose?
You did. Everybody lost. That's a win. We take those. We take those.
Oh
That's
my
win.
god. Amazing.
That's a win, right?
Yeah,
Is that a win?
That's
a
the
win.
most win. Somebody clip that. Clip that, please. I don't know if anybody has ever done that.
If you do go into the castle in Telerian Forest, just try not to piss anyone off with your dragonness, because like they also will stay mad for 4 years.
What? I would never breathe fire on the good townspeople.
Okay, well then I'm glad that I mentioned to you that you shouldn't do that, because it does sound like you were primed for it.
Look,
it really does.
And no stealing from their chests.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
No
people don't like when you do that?
No.
They're not for it.
They put all their gold into a they're not using it.
Yeah.
Now it's time for whatever's over here. No! 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 Oh, God! There it is.
I want you to ask yourself, do I consider myself pure?
I'm gonna shoot him.
And then I want you to ask yourself, what is the most disgusting, revolting, vulgar, and pressing thing in all creation? Oh my God. Help me! You got something? Show me your face. I saw your face. No need for the mask. Think it's best if you live. Lord have mercy! Yes, the law will be all over this.
Okay, so what's this do? Oh, what? Holy fuck! This is great. This was a good decision.
What a silly game. What a silly game for silly people.
I'm just a weird little space guy, you know? All right, everybody. Hey, every. Yeah, they keep it serious.
There's number one favorite rated salesman, 2026.
Yeah, it's. And now, please enjoy this feature presentation.
I'm hungry.
I got some cheese and crackers. I got some tea with honey in it. I'm trying to limp
I
my
got
voice.
pizza slices in the oven, so I'm gonna leave in a minute and go grab them.
Hell yeah!
While
Hell
I'm
yeah!
playing with your
Oh,
toy.
so good.
Life is good.
Oh.
So I've been
I love the
saying,
fact
but like, yeah, go on.
No.
I was actually, yeah, no, all we're also courteous. Yeah, I'm just gonna finish up the thing I was saying during the break. The Polar Opposite show, the comedy romance anime that's premiering this season, also has a very good English dub. Feels very natural.
Hey, hell yeah! Those are few and far between right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're getting more common. But I get what you mean in the circumstances.
Yeah.
So I really like the way that Metal Gear Solid 2 treats AI.
Yes.
Because I feel like the fact that the circumstance that it came up with in order to sort of complete its goal, right, is a regurgitation of all of the events and scenes and characters from Metal Gear Solid 1. The only thing it can do, the only thing it can do is regurgitate bullshit.
Yeah.
because that's how AI works.
Also, as far as MGS2's use of AI as a narrative device, it does put into its script on the table there that the role that the system is playing here is, no, I'm the bureaucracy. It doesn't matter who is sitting in the desk. I am the system that is going to do the thing to perpetuate itself.
The Patriots
You're all
kind of doing
distracted by
that,
which guy is in the big chair wearing the fancy hat. He is important. He is influential. But there's millions of other guys underneath him without fancy hats, and the sum of their collective activity is what drives the country.
Yeah, the bad guy of Metal Gear Solid 2 is a system of like hegemony that like puts profit over people, that is represented for Solidus by Wall Street. There's a system of capital that perpetuates itself, and is just harmful to human life by its very existence. And
That's why they're called hedge funds.
yes, yes. And like the fact that the Patriots wind up being, 12 white men who have been dead for 100 years is important, because it's a call to action at the end of that game. It's meant to say that this is a system that was put into place by awful people hundreds of years ago.
Some asshole wrote a book about how things ought to be, and you're still listening to him?
Exactly.
Buy a second book.
It's become a self-propagating machine that is ruining everyone's life.
Oh, that's one of the things that drove me nuts, because I lived this as a parking fascist for several years, right? I was constantly railing against our internal systems where it's like, whatever you have written down from the 1960s is no longer applicable to like the 2020s that we are living in right now. Like not to you know what? No, I'll just tell the fucking story. I don't work there anymore. Fuck you, Barbara. So when we were through the 2020s, I was a parking fascist for a university down in New Mexico, because it was a job that I could get that had state bennies, and I was trying to survive, especially during like the pandemic. But on the back side of that, when we were coming back from the pandemic, right, there was a residential like building, one of the dorms that had a bunch of parking violators there, right? And me being the thinker of the system was sent out to like go and like do tickets and all that bullshit. Yeah, that's right, I was that fucker. I know. I stopped. I got better. I realized my part in like the system, man, and I quit my fucking job. So anyway, I go out there, and I was trying to figure out who the fuck is parking in a college dormitory parking lot during a pandemic where nobody is attending the college. It was the nurses doing 24-hour overnight COVID stays in the emergency wards that they wanted us to just go out there and issue citations and tickets to. So let that just remind everybody that like we have a series of psychotic and large evil figures that are present in the moment. Never for a fucking second let people get away with being a small cog in the machine that they have invented. Because without the people on the ground doing the fucking work, as we all know in leftist circles, they are nobody but a raving man. It is the hands that carry out the task of the mind. And if the hands don't participate, then nothing gets done. So like, fuck, it drives me nuts. Seeing people be like, oh, all we got to do is get rid of one guy. Wrong, fucko.
Yeah, it's become a self-propagating machine, and I think that there's a new Dan Olsen video. This is how you get Jarhead sequels.
Yeah, I was watching that last night.
I know.
I can't fucking believe there's Jarhead sequels.
Which is about the way that the American society just produces propaganda accidentally through laziness. And I think that is a part of Metal Gear Solid 2, because like the Solid Snake simulation, the thing that can turn anyone into Solid Snake, is Raiden's like VR training and stuff like that. And this is a series of video games and propaganda that have been fed to him to try to turn him into an action hero. And it's made entirely by accident, because it's the way that the system works at this point. And in Metal Gear Solid 4, turning that into a literal machine that controls everything, that is just like an AI that you can destroy, is bad and dumb. Because it totally undermines that entire point, right? It's
a problems
taking,
dragon.
yeah, it's taking the message of the boss wrong again, which is what the characters keep doing. Because at the end of Metal Gear Solid 3, the boss is like, there are no countries, no borders, fuck capitalism, anarchy forever. And everybody's like, oh, we should do private military companies. And it's like, no.
I do, though, enjoy the idea at the very end of this, Otacon turning to somebody in the carrier and saying, it came without packages, boxes, or bags. The Who's down in Whoville wage war all the time.
That said, I do like the way that the Metal Gear Solid 4 uses its references to other Metal Gear games, because they are confusing, out of order. They are often applied, like there are people who are making the wrong references for this character. They are just kind of a jumbled mess, and it creates this feeling of a system that's totally out of control, that there's a formula or some kind of rationale or reason behind the world we live in and the war economy itself, but that it has just fallen completely apart, and it is going through under its own power just because this is the way that things are. And it feels unstoppable because of that. And this game kind of captures that.
I wish that it did a better job of making it clear that that was the intent.
That was on purpose, right? Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's on purpose.
Yeah, it often feels like, this is just bad writing.
Or, you know, ready to throw the dart that kills the author.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's intended, this is what's fallen out of it. So run with it.
I don't know if that's intended. Like, I don't know if that is on purpose.
If only Tomokazu Fukushima were here.
Yeah, times would be good again. All right, are we ready to launch it?
Yep, it was off my chest. I'm good.
Okay, cool.
Also, you paused it at a great time because I know the exact words coming next.
I also think that Emily got their pizza.
Yeah, no, I saw that this was going to go long, and I took the opportunity to go grab it out of the oven.
Hell yeah, I was vamping for you. Let's go.
Oh, no need. Yeah, I can duck out.
Sparkly bisexual vampire anymore, although yeah, I'm sad we lost that part too. In the Act 3 briefing, Sunny finally gets those eggs just right, and I guess that means something good is about to happen. Speaking of the right key, it turns out that the key to seizing control of SOP is Big Boss's DNA. Wow. How conveniently snake-centric. Big Boss is literally the key to all of this. Metal Gear Solid 1, Liquid wanted Big Boss's body, well, for one, because he had a weird obsession, but wasn't it the key to fixing the genetic defects in himself and the Genome Soldiers? In Metal Gear Solid 1, everything was about Big Boss's DNA. So what does SOP have to do with Big Boss? I'm being facetious, of course. The answer to that question will turn out to be a lot, actually. A pretty stupid amount. But for now, it seems like this is something that people in the planes should be questioning more. Liquid's been testing how well his and Snake's DNA will work as a substitute, which is probably pretty difficult considering he doesn't have his own DNA anymore because everything about this is insane.
Neither your genetic pattern nor Liquid's genetic pattern is a 100% match for Big Boss.
What do you mean we don't match?
I don't understand.
We made you guys in the 90s. We didn't understand genetics back then.
Yeah.
I thought having his code wasn't enough. You need his biometric data at the same time, don't you?
That's right. And Big Boss is already dead.
No,
Oops.
he's alive.
Man, I'm just thinking about the fun you could have making a stealth game that uses real-world pen testing techniques.
Oh, like carrying a ladder?
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Bring a box of donuts to distract the guards.
Just like walking around after all that shit.
Claim you're an elevator repair technician.
My favorite fault in security, because I worked in security for like a decade, was one person who was doing pen testing tried to get in a side door by just carrying a stepladder, and a helpful employee for the company was just like, "Oh yeah, man, here, let me get that for you," and they were inside.
Hell yeah. Role models. Raiden's dying because he needs
I think the way you got to do it is get an egg and then walk around until it hatches into an owl, and then you give that to the guard, and they go, "I feel asleep."
Some Hitman levels are that. Yeah.
I feel like that's going to be the 007 game.
Odd, yes. Amazing.
House, you just made sure you don't have a girlfriend. You're really whipping out the Gundam collection.
Yeah, just thinking to contrast, the super impregnable AI fortress that we need the 200 million bit password to get into, versus how ridiculously vulnerable data centers are to just walking in the front door.
Yeah.
Bad romance. I can't imagine this was way better in Japanese.
Most of them don't have Mount Rushmore snakes on the front as a fucking ocean fortress.
I'll bet you could just send Liquid Ocelot a phishing email.
He would find your home address.
He would
like not.
So once again, we are thrown into an unnamed nation.
Post your IP.
By a spat between a local business group and PMC hired by the local government and controlled by Outer Heaven. So Liquid is at the helm again. I'd complain about this, but at least this time we have business with the rebellion. At least it's part of the story. We're not just shifting everything to somewhere else for no reason. This act also plays pretty differently from the rest. That's not gonna be a compliment for very long. When you enter this act for the first time, a lot of it is pretty surprising. Snake is now officially an enemy of the state, whatever state this is, so that's pretty fun. For someone trying to deceive the Fuzz, he's behaving pretty conspicuously. For someone trying to deceive the Fuzz, his go-to disguise looks an awful lot like himself. Whiny as I am a Metal Gear fan, and I do appreciate being serviced like this, but I am pretty naturally mixed on suddenly being allowed to play as young Snake or as anyone else. As though Kojima is saying, okay, fine, I guess I made my point about decay by making you play as an old man for Act 1 and 2. You can be whoever you want now. And me and all the gamers.
The only way we can defeat the Patriot AI is asking it to print the seahorse emoji.
Face camo from Octopus. It goes really well with the off-brand face camo we already had because Hal's a little thief. Rat Patrol is back, baby. Jokes aside, the scene with Meryl here is pretty effective. She, Otacon, and
I
Red
do
are
like
the
this particular scene. It's a very good one, I think. Like, I just like this entire cutscene.
Yeah. Callbacks and some discomfort and sadness over how Snake is getting older and the world doesn't have a place for soldiers like him anymore.
Yeah. It's got big Porco Rosso vibes when he goes to Italy.
Of taking out Liquid, she's asking him to hand her
Yeah.
the reins and to trust
Generic
her to do this
Europe.
mission, which is very in line with their characters.
Better a snake than a fascist.
However, now instead of a rookie asking a pro that
Damn
she
right.
considers a legend,
You know what? I'm getting those shirts made.
in her prime, asking a guy well past his prime.
Hey Tantrum, do you want to sponsor another brand?
so that he doesn't get hurt and possibly die.
I'm wearing one of your hoodies.
Situation,
It's
Snake
sick.
has exactly the same mindset. He's all mission, mission, mission. That's probably how he's been since the day he was born. Meryl probably knows she can't stop him. She bullies him a little bit, but she doesn't have him arrested or anything, which she surely has.
Yeah, he doesn't really mention it, but like I do enjoy the like when she does the whole like pointing at him, calling him old snake, and you can see just he's just the old
dying
and
inside.
just like where he's like staring intently, but it's just like, oh, you lose a quarter of your like stress meter, and he's just like, you're owned. Sorry, you're owned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about his behavior in
Getting dunked on as a mechanic.
We're in the city now.
This game was really next level, wasn't it?
Noir, very nice, Kojima. This act is mostly what I was talking about when I said Metal Gear Solid 4 lends some scale to the world of Metal Gear. This is a real-ass civilian district in a real-ass city. People live here. Yes, the streets have a curfew to explain why there are no people on here besides PMC troops and the resistance member you're tailing. But that works too because civilian life is under military control. This is a brilliant idea, and this area is beautiful. The atmosphere here is
But also you can
intense.
push yourself up against walls and doors in this scene, and you can hear people inside the buildings, and they have unique conversations.
Yeah. It's haunting.
Or you can pull out your iPod and you can pull up a in-game podcast that leads you through this level through an alternate path.
Oh,
that shows you a bunch of like developer commentary, including the fact that like some of the plaques on the buildings, like the addresses, are their registry in the data for the game.
Yeah,
that's fascinating.
It's cute.
I wish that I had found that.
Yeah, I also fucking hate this entire section of the game. Oh god. Oh.
A frustrating linear stalking mission. There aren't really any new mechanics to speak of in this stage either. The face camo is the only one that I
Getting followed was pretty cool though.
Soldiers will react and treat you differently.
Like turning around and realizing that I wasn't alone was a trip.
Where in public now, just as important as concealing our location is concealing our identity. It's not especially deep, but it's new and cool and fits the level. It's really such a shame. I'd love to have done more with this. Metal Gear missions set in civilian areas where espionage, hiding in plain sight, tracking down leads, and managing information is a fun idea. I'd never want
to walking into a restricted area with a stepladder. Yeah.
Bother doing this at all. I just wish it was
the weird thing about Metal Gear Solid 4 is that like people complain about how little gameplay there is compared to the cutscenes, because like you get like 10 minutes of gameplay and then like 30 minutes of cutscenes.
Fucking kidding me. Anyway, we blow past all this.
But there's so much gameplay in there that's totally optional.
Yeah.
Like you could spend 2 hours playing a 15-minute segment.
Pause a second, if you could.
Pause.
No, if you pause, please.
Oh, pause it?
Pause. Could you please pause the video?
Apologies. Sorry. I was watching the apple fall down, and I was like zoning out.
He just had an apple, and he dropped it.
Dropped it. Yeah, that's where my brain had gone. I had melted into it.
I'm gonna level with you. We're going to be hit by a lot because the game's about to hit us with a lot.
Yeah.
So a lot of the theses of the video are about to be dropped. So at the very least, I would ask that, if not like quiet time, we at the very least don't get sidetracked for the moment.
Okay.
Yes, I agree.
I'm your guide. Hi, it's me, Emily Astor. I'm your guide to this video. This is the important part. We're no longer fucking around looking for the Snatcher in the middle of the city and talking about the gameplay. This one's actually like pretty significant.
We gotta let this.
Anyway,
this
he just had an apple,
cook.
and he dropped it.
All right. I'm gonna blast it then.
Yes.
I believe in you.
Y'all, it's Eva. Still doing the whole cleavage thing, but aren't we all? Aside from the reference in the opening, this is our first serious Metal Gear Solid 3 pull, and oh boy, is it a pull. Listen, up until now, I know I've nitpicked a lot. I've been very negative about some things, very up close and critical, but in truth, I wouldn't have even considered talking about Metal Gear Solid 4 like this if the entire game stayed consistent for the first 2 acts. The first 2 acts of Metal Gear Solid 4 on their own work. They're goofy, there's too many cutscenes, the cutscenes are too long, the writing and the action scenes are pretty campy, the game is all in all pretty up its own ass. But that's true of every Metal Gear game. And somehow they all work. It's hard to explain what I mean, and not everyone is going to feel this way, but you just have to play the first 3 Metal Gear Solid games. They're silly, but they work. The first 3 Metal Gear Solid games have a tone and a goal and a style of gameplay, and the story, twists and all, behaves one way throughout, serving a theme and a purpose. That's true of the first 2 acts of Metal Gear Solid 4. They both take place in active combat zones where you can befriend soldiers who are rebelling against PMCs under Liquid's control. Yeah, the fighting here isn't relevant to your job specifically, but this whole game could have been set in danger zones with rebels everywhere, and the connection you build with them matters over the course of the game, and you help each other fight back in this world where war is everywhere and the Patriots in Outer Heaven are pulling the strings. But I'm so much more critical of all of that stuff because it feels like it doesn't really matter at all, because none of it comes back after Act 2. Because everything changes in Act 3. If you were to pinpoint where Metal Gear Solid 4 becomes unsalvageably fucked, it's this cutscene. The one where the dude drops the apple. This is, for the purposes of this video, the explanation of the Patriots. The shadowy, completely mysterious, untouchable organization that controls everything. This is the end of the facade. This is when, in The Wizard of Oz, we see the man behind the curtain. And he's not particularly impressive. I don't think that's how you're supposed to feel, but it's how you feel all the same. Alright, let's go.
feel like this is where I felt like this game like exploded in my playthrough.
Eva is the surrogate mother that bore the clones of Big Boss. Big Boss's femme fatale from Metal Gear Solid 3 is now kind of the mother of Big Boss's kind of children. How was she in the right place at the right time to play this role? She was a founding member of the Patriots. The Patriots were created by Zero from Metal Gear Solid 3 during the Cold War in order to, quote-unquote, manage and control the American state. Sometime between Metal Gear 2 and Metal Gear Solid 1, the Patriots became AIs fulfilling Zero's role. They created the war economy. Then we recount the plot of Snake Eater with some Genesis metaphors that don't really make any sense, and then we follow up after Eva gets kicked out of China. I guess she just met with the people she double-crossed after failing the nation she double-crossed them for and then said, hey, can we be friends again? Zero used the money Eva failed to steal to form a secret society with the intent of fulfilling the boss's dream of a united world after, I assume, misunderstanding what he heard from a man who misunderstood what she said and then invited Eva. Other original members include Big Boss, Sigint, Paramedic, and Ocelot. I know, give me 1 second.
Boss. The Boss was a legendary hero from the Second World War, known as the Mother of Special Forces. She had an almost overwhelming charisma about her. The CIA feared this, so they had her eliminated.
That's not what happened. That doesn't even really make sense as a metaphor for what happened. Yeah, her skills and charisma made her the only person both valuable and capable enough to convince Fulgen she had defected, leading to her becoming a necessary sacrifice to ease Cold War tension, but the CIA didn't have a problem with her charisma. Anyway, Zero propped up Big Boss as a symbol of their ideals, hyping him up as a hero and a legend. He used the power of Big Boss's name to draw in power for the Patriots.
Every era needs its symbols to control the people. Whether it be the stars and stripes, or the hammer and sickle.
Wow, that really made me think. Big Boss and Zero began fighting and worried about losing his symbol. He had Paramedic clone Big Boss.
I loved him. 9 months later, I gave birth to 2 Big Bosses.
Okay, but don't say it like that. Zero cloning him without his permission made Big Boss say, wow, okay,
Little
what
bosses.
the fuck, I'm done with you, you're all nuts. Then he takes off and makes outer heaven. Zero snowballs his way into mass control. Eva just outright says that Zero and Big Boss both misinterpreted the boss's will.
And their absolute reverence for her drove them apart.
God, the fucking shots in these scenes. Get it? It's like religion. Who made this painting? Hence, the Patriots as we know them. Eva says that all this was because of a misunderstanding and small differences in ideology. Jot that down, that's important. Big Boss returns to command Foxhound and stages the Outer Heaven and Zanzibar Land incidents as a coup against Zero. These are the events of Metal Gear 1 and 2. Zero was behind Gray Fox's reconstruction as a cyborg ninja. Zero got Big Boss's body and turned it into a key because he has a weird obsession with Big Boss because everyone does, including Kojima. Big Boss turning his back on him made him really sad and led to his desire to control information, hence Metal Gear Solid 2 leading into Metal Gear Solid 4.
Sounds almost like a religion.
Sigint is the DARPA chief now? Really? We're going with that?
It's true.
Paramedic and Sigint are both dead. Naomi was brought in to do everything. Ocelot took off and did his own thing because of his crush on Big Boss. At some point, Raiden and Eva met up. Raiden wanted Sonny, Eva wanted Big Boss, and neither of them are big fans of the Patriots, so mutual interest, and that's how we got here. Eva takes us out back and shows us quote-unquote Big Boss's body, which is being kept alive, and his consciousness is being contained by nanomachines because of fucking course it is. We get a call from Otacon. Naomi's gone. Then this happens and it's wacky time again. Turns out Liquid found us and the PMCs are after us. We gotta grab Big Boss's body and go because he's literally the key to all of this. Suddenly Eva starts talking again because I guess we need another really quick, really shallow, really on-the-nose criticism of video game culture before we go.
Nowadays, anyone with a computer can get combat training. The FPS games that these children love are distributed for free by these companies. They think it's cool to fight like this.
And then we're doing
Planet
this
Side
again.
2.
Yep.
Hold on to me. With so many wars being waged.
Stop talking!
Here
This transitions into the second on-the-rail shooting segment in the game, and then this cutscene is finally over. So, as Mr. Fusion says they say in Paris is burning, let me put on my reading glasses, because the library's open. There's a lot that immediately registers as completely ridiculous here. Zero, Sigan, and Paramedic are the Patriots. Really? These jokers from Metal Gear Solid 3?
2004 will be Godzilla's 50th birthday.
You think they're still going to be making Godzilla movies then?
Of course. Everybody loves Godzilla.
Tom was one of the unlucky tunnels. It was discovered by the Nazis before it was finished. I watched the movie again
Now,
just to make sure.
this is an element of this connection that I feel like is
A
strong.
big drama staged by
To be like, no, these, like, 50 years later would be considered great people of history. No, they're just dudes and ladies. They're just guys. They're just weirdos. It's always been weirdos.
This game
Everyone has hobbies.
Big Boss. Now, if you've played all the
Mine
Metal
is
Gear games,
making
you might be
history.
thinking, how can this not be about Big Boss? Isn't Big Boss the guy who caused all of this? Well, he wasn't.
Look how many of the various hell corporations currently destroying our world in the present day are named after Lord of the Rings trivia. It's always been weirdos.
Big Boss was
Well, that hurts my heart. You're right.
Foxhound, and in
Shit.
1995 sent Grey Fox to infiltrate the independent military nation of Outer Heaven in South Africa due to information received by the US indicating that Outer Heaven was developing a dangerous nuclear weapon. Grey Fox was captured, so Big Boss sent the rookie Solid Snake next. Big Boss was actually the leader of Outer Heaven and fully expected Snake to fail his mission, but Snake kicked everyone's ass and discovered that the weapon they were developing was a Metal Gear. On the way out, Big Boss meets Solid Snake face to face. They fight and Big Boss supposedly dies. This is later retconned by Metal Gear Solid 5, but that doesn't matter. Outer Heaven is destroyed and Snake goes home, but it turns out Big Boss is alive. By 1999, almost every nation in the world has disposed of its nuclear weapons, with the exception of a small, recently independent military nation, Zanzibar Land. Sound familiar? Zanzibar Land has been attacking neighboring countries, stealing nuclear weapons. Roy Campbell sent Snake into Zanzibar Land to save some guy, and
Should
a
have
bunch
brought
of
the
shit
hamsters
happens.
back.
Turns out that Big Boss was pulling the strings behind Zanzibar Land, and Grey Fox continued to work for him. Snake fights Grey Fox, and Grey Fox mostly dies. Then Snake meets Big Boss again. Big Boss explains that his goal is to perpetuate war
There's
because
a
soldiers
guinea
think
pig
the two of
before.
them a place and a purpose, because a soldier's mind can never leave the battlefield until they're killed. Big Boss is a war criminal who tried twice to create an all-powerful nation of soldiers because he believed in this idea more than anything. Metal Gear Solid 3 takes place before the first two Metal Gear games, and Big Boss is the protagonist. It's also like the best fucking game ever, but that's not important. In this game, Big Boss is a regular soldier and a good person, but a whole bunch of extenuating circumstances lead to a situation where he has to kill his mentor. Before he does, though, she explains her dream of a united world and how the division between nations and ideologies made this tragic situation unavoidable. This changes Big Boss permanently and leads him to do the horrible things he did in the first two Metal Gear games, not because he's a villain by blood, but because he wanted to create a united world as he believed was the best way to do it. Then he dies. He is a person of importance and outstanding personal qualities who falls to disaster through a combination of a personal failing and circumstances with which he cannot deal. Big Boss, the person, has nothing to do with Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, but his legacy and impact on the world are still felt through the actions of the men who were meant to be his successors. Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 have a thematic connection, but the literal events of the two games have almost nothing to do with each other, and they're better for it. Metal Gear Solid 3 being a prequel with nothing to do with Metal Gear Solid 2 was a genius move for two reasons. One, a lot of people didn't like Metal Gear Solid 2. A lot of people did, but it was mixed. So now instead of having to continue the story of a game a lot of people don't like, we can return to form with a prequel much more in the spirit of the first Metal Gear Solid, which is still pretty universally popular, while also taking that chance to expand on Big Boss's character and add some depth to the entire rest of the series. And aside from some camera issues with the initial release, history looks pretty fondly on Metal Gear Solid 3. In many ways, it's still the perfect Metal Gear game, and it adds depth to the games that had already come out, as any good prequel should. If this game weren't handled as well, it could be the type of prequel that makes a bunch of connections that didn't need to be made, and while there is a little bit of that, it's mostly pretty reserved. The other reason making it a prequel was so brilliant is what I explained before. Metal Gear Solid 2 didn't need a follow-up. It's its own perfect conclusion. It introduced a lot of mysteries, but they're meant to go unanswered to serve that game's goals. We take a step back and re-examine a story we're less familiar with. So Metal Gear Solid 3 comes out. We did it. 3 of the best games ever made. All in the same series. But now we got a problem. We gotta make a Metal Gear Solid 4. And we're going in with the intent of following up Metal Gear Solid 2 directly, and we know we're going to turn the Patriots into a target that we're going to have to take down by the end of the game. A flawed premise on its own, yes, but not impossible to work with. However, the most recent Metal Gear Solid is Metal Gear Solid 3, a prequel, and people really liked that one. That one revolved around Big Boss, so we're trying to do in Metal Gear Solid 4 what we did in Metal Gear Solid 2. Only instead of making a point about how Solid Snake became a huge icon and not letting you play as him, we have a couple of throwaway lines about how Big Boss is a similar sort of icon in this world. This is developed more in later games, Peace Walker and 5, but here and right now it's just the seed of an idea and some more lazy pod shots at people who play video games and get too into their war games. I'm not against that on principle. It worked really well in Metal Gear Solid 2, but this game really doesn't take the time to make it work again. As a sequel to Metal Gear Solid 3, we're just kind of dragging up Big Boss and his team to try to give them a place in the story set 50 years after their story. As a sequel to Metal Gear Solid 2, we have to answer the mystery presented in that game surrounding the Patriots. We have to give them a face, but it can't be a new set of faces because that's not a reveal, so it had to be a set of faces we already know. But nobody in the West played the first two Metal Gear games, so it has to be characters from Metal Gear Solid 3. And the only American characters in that game are the team of Operation Snake Eater. So bam!
Crystallizing firmly in
the
mind
Patriots are
with
these
this
guys.
pass by
These fucking guys. No, seriously.
something being like, the kids these days with their first-person shooters. Yeah, imagine if a widespread children's toy game were ever used to try to start implanting in young men the idea that they should join the army. Meanwhile, 60 years ago, you open a magazine and it's like, hey, buy your child a gun.
Yeah.
How old are they? 5? They should kill a deer by now.
Yeah. Teach them to skin.
By being good people and having better ideas from the one that came before.
Yes, but also, hey, remember America's Army?
Yes. That happened while I was in high school.
Armies be recruiting. Huh, we've only invented this just now.
There's a Blackwater game for the Xbox 360
what?
Kinect.
No, no.
Yeah, for the Kinect. Woo!
They were trying to connect with the youth.
The youth?
Oh, God, no.
Hey man, do you want to log on? Hey man, do you want to play some Pinkerton online tonight? I'm looking for a squad.
Oh shit! Woof.
I thought we were just going to take like sort of a lazy pot shot at like Road Warrior, you know, the game about Dick Marchenko, actual person.
Oh god.
Fucking cock-sucking son of a bitch.
The only good thing about that is the Mickey Rourke rap in the fucking credits.
Wait, Pinkerton Online is my favorite BioShock Infinite mod. Is that Chad, is that real?
No.
Uh-oh.
Anyway,
I wouldn't be surprised, okay? Gamers get up to some wild shit. Some of it very pointed.
No, but to be clear, Booker DeWitt, the player character in BioShock Infinite, does work for the Pinkertons.
That's fucking crazy.
That's real.
Damn. I worked for the company that owns the Pinkertons for like 7 years. I know.
The player base from the Pinkerton MMO is where you go when you need to bust up the union that's forming in the player economy of your MMO.
Oh, goddamn. All right, we ready to launch back in?
Yes.
Ye and Orha.
But I'll never be able to look at the same way again because they were sacrificed for the checklist of goals that a fourth Metal Gear Solid game had to achieve, but that's just not the case. So Paramedic made the clones of Big Boss. The DARPA chief is Sagan. Zero is the man behind the Patriots. If you had said that before Metal Gear Solid 4 came out, the dumbest people on the internet would have laughed in your fucking face. And suddenly this story revolves around Big Boss. And it didn't need to. This game shouldn't have been about Big Boss. But it is now. And we gotta move on. So after we officially jump the shark, we get on a bike with Eva and have an on-rail shooting segment. Yeah, it's a pretty forced callback to Metal Gear Solid 3, but after the one that just happened, you're probably pretty numb to it. It's nice looking, at least.
I didn't even think about it.
Of our beautiful level to have some really nice looking set pieces. We're getting a nice look at whatever city in Eastern Europe this is. It's also only 10 minutes, which would feel long in most games, but is mercifully short for Metal Gear Solid 4. We blow up, crash the bike, crash the van. Sorry, Mom.
Come back in one piece.
Man, I could be reading One Piece right now. It's time to 1v1 Raging Raven. We get another reminder that we have this syringe, and then Raven busts through. He's so angry. And it's a fight. The structure of this fight is largely the same as the one with Laughing Octopus, and that's not really gonna change for the other B&Bs. It's just a matter of hitting her before she can hit you, either by staying out of her field of view or just outskilling her one-on-one. This time though, instead of being set in a small lab, the fight is vertically oriented, with you running up and down a clock tower and her on the outside trying to spot you, shooting rockets, dropping bombs, and setting her drones after you. You're most likely gonna fight this one with either a rifle or a rocket launcher. That's about all there is to it. It's actually very similar in structure to the Vulcan Raven fight from Metal Gear Solid 1, but it's kind of hard to tell because of the camera angle, stage layout, and the weapons you're using. New take on an old classic. It's good, it's fine. The extra stuff is all the same B&B nonsense. Same white room, same reward for a non-lethal kill, same stupid Drebin speech. We duck out from that little sideshow and get back to the main plot. Turns out we were tricked and the real body is not with us and is safe. Alright, we did it, gamers. Liquid successfully evaded. Things are finally looking up.
Liquid.
Shit, guess not. We were sold out. Naomi, why? I love this little back and forth. Snake is always the best part of every conversation in this game, except when he's talking to Liquid, because Liquid is just delightful. He's all of Ocelot's weird, wacky Russian cowboy mastermind charm, but with all of Liquid's obsessions and eccentricities, he's just fun. Ocelot's fucking awesome, he always was. Then this happens.
Scenery.
This is so stupid, it's awesome. Snake says that even with Big Boss's body, Liquid will only be able to control the part of the AI that runs military operations. But it turns out that Liquid already has control over GW. You know, the AI that Emma managed to completely scramble and Liquid drove into Manhattan? He just has it now. He fixed it. Now it's inside JD, the core AI. Liquid's already fucking running the show. He's gonna take control of the whole system and do Outer Heaven again, this time, for real. Then he punches Snake. I'm just gone, man. Liquid is out of his fucking mind and so am I. Looks like Big Mama's also having brain problems and drops the apple. Fuck that apple. The cops converge on Liquid and it looks like he's up against the wall.
Anyway.
Then it happens.
Liquid.
Are you ready?
Activated.
It's time.
It's basically the entire song. Strap in.
Let's go!
No way.
This is just an AMV.
Get in the comments! God, this game would have been so much better with this OST.
Yeah.
I think that was called Rising.
You know what? Fair point.
Yeah.
Synced him so well.
Hey everybody, did that
Okay,
absolutely fuck? You need to go to this website, the Frodo Act 3. This City Made Us is out in stores. It's $10. You can get more of this shit. There's 3 of these albums at least. Also, their album, The Cover Up, is fucking banging.
Yeah, it's been 12 years since the last one. Wobbly.
Yeah.
Hold comma for a bit to go back a couple frames.
Okay.
Keep going. There it is.
I mean, that's the best Metal
He was
Gear AMV
right.
I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Buy now. Buy now. Buy now. Buy now.
Oh, anyway.
All right. I feel collected. I'm gonna soldier forth.
Super Retro Heart sends us every morning. I wake up and open Palm Slam
Hang
a
on.
Blu-ray, TM, disc into the PlayStation 3, TM. It's Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots, and right then and there I start doing the moves alongside with the main character, Nano Machines.
What are you doing? Looking over your shoulder, what are you doing, Wobbly?
I was letting Retro Hearts TTS play because it's goddamn brilliant.
Oh.
Look, I don't know how this sequence
All right,
is
here we
supposed
go.
to play. I don't know if I'm supposed to be shocked by.
Oh, I do want to take one moment and just say that, hey, some old man using men like guns is a metaphor for all of us. All right, anyway, moving on.
Liquid's actions. I don't know if this is supposed to upset me or if I'm really supposed to care about the part where Meryl and Johnny fall off the boat together. I don't know if I'm supposed to cry when Big Mama dives into the fire after Big Boss's body because brain problems, I guess. I don't know if I'm supposed to be mad that I think Big Boss is finally dead like I already did before this game, like he was supposed to be, but he's actually not. In almost every scene in every Metal Gear game, it can be incredibly difficult to discern exactly what the author's intent was. I almost never know what emotion I'm supposed to be taking away from a scene when I'm playing Metal Gear. But you know what I took away here? You know what everyone took away here? Hope. The hope that maybe, just maybe, Liquid's finally gonna inject some fucking life into this dog and pony show. The game up until now has been at best drab and average but effective, but 2 hours ago swerved right into stupid town and hit the fucking orphanage. The stupid town orphanage. But now Liquid's here and he's gonna light this motherfucker up. So that happens. Ed and Jonathan of Rat Patrol have this little back and forth. Like this is the end of an action movie about them, about whoever these men were. They don't die here, but it sure seems like they're supposed to. Meryl's unconscious, so Johnny takes off his mask finally. Oops, he's super hot. There's a weirdly long, kind of sexual CPR sequence. She's fine. Then they kiss and it's horrible. The shit between Johnny and Meryl makes Otacon and Naomi's little fling look like fucking Casablanca. Eva has in Snake's arms, still speaking in riddles that are entirely worthless and 90% meaningless. Basically all she's saying is that in the process of fixing the world, Snake is gonna die. Then she dies. Then Drebin and his fucking monkeys show up to drag us back home. I'm done. That was Act 3. Get us the fuck out of here.
I think Meryl and Johnny are cute, though.
Sonny speaking some good old Japanese.
I think that Johnny post-mask is just a different guy. What?
Clearly, Naomi has had a very positive impact on Sonny, which is nice. At the end of the last act,
Egg
Snake
fusion.
for Otacon,
That's
and
eggs.
Otacon
That's how eggs
swiftly
work.
piloted the Mark II onto Liquid's boat to gather intel. We get some
That's a
remaining
egg.
camera work
That's
by
why they
Otacon,
have
but
to be in their own
essentially
containers.
A dozen eggs consolidated into one really big egg.
The big egg.
Liquid
The
access to
big.
standard weaponry, but not nuclear
Ah,
weapons. In order
like
to
Chef
gain
Club.
control of the system that controls nuclear weapons, Liquid has to destroy JD, and the only way he can do that is with a nuclear
Camera angles in
weapon.
anime are kinda
Catch-22, so
weird,
his
right?
workaround is to find nukes that aren't under the system's control.
Cactus
So he's
Fantastico
going after
sends
Metal
us
Gear
bigger than
Rex.
before.
Also, it turns out that JD is a disguised satellite, but that doesn't really matter, because all this is just an incredibly transparent and roundabout way of getting everyone on Shadow Moses. I like it. Then we get stepped on. I see you, Kojima. Mark II is dead, so time to make a new friend. Here, Otacon re-explains the system of AIs. 4 AIs do everything. JD is the king. GW was the one we crashed into New York. And the other two are, I guess, Big Mom and Kaido. The explanation of how Liquid used to repair GW as cover to gain access to JD is pretty sketchy, but it makes enough sense from a sci-fi perspective. JW is being housed on Liquid's secret private island somewhere, and Mei Ling is tracking them.
How did you find our totally invisible and unknown castle in the middle of space?
Guns are falling silent across the earth. It's the first total ceasefire in human history.
He looks so sad that there's no more war. At this point, Otacon has basically accepted that Liquid won and starts crying.
It's not about winning or losing. I know we started this. And it's our duty to finish it.
That's not really an argument, but it works for me. Snake wants to drag Raiden out on the front lines, and everyone says no. But Raiden says, let me fight.
I won't live a proxy life. A slave to someone else's will. I'm a shadow. One that no light will shine on. As long as you follow me, you'll never see the day.
You're the un-me. I'm the real me. You wanna be me, kiddo? I was the real me when you were still in my short pants. Hate to break it to you, but I wore them first. Me bequeathed thee the psychopathological hand you down. So you're the one who stained them. Whoever found it, browned it. You'd like me to be you, wouldn't me? But it's too late. You snows. You lows, you sleeped, you weeped, you nap, you get slap, you slumber, a cucumber.
This whole sequence is just Snake and Raiden riffing, gurgling up metaphors that other people have fed them about their role in the
Kingdom
world.
Hearts
Trying to
ass
cheer the other person up
conversation.
and convince them that they're more than that. That's 50% Shadow blowdown, 50% that one scene in Nichijou where Yuko and Mio are having a fight that turns into a compliment battle. Silly as this is, I really do like the relationship between Snake and Raiden, not just because I like both of these characters so much. Raiden is, in a lot of ways, the only person who can really understand Snake. Gray Fox probably could, but Snake had to kill him. Meryl is a fallen soldier who was there on Shadow Moses, but played a very different role. Same with Otacon and Scrap being a soldier, but they've spent more time together. Raiden, however, has gone through very similar experiences compared to Snake. In fact, before the other layers were added on top to the 900-dimensional Go game that was Metal Gear Solid 2, Raiden was stated to specifically be a successor to Solid Snake in the same way that the first three Snakes were meant to be successors to Big Boss. Raiden is not a genetic successor, but a mimetic successor. Is that a word? An attempt to create the perfect soldier not by manipulating DNA, but by manipulating information and circumstance. As successors to Legends, a lot is expected of both of them, and as tools of war, they're regularly manipulated, usually by the Patriots, who they're both trying to break free from. Snake, being the genetic clone of the world's greatest mercenary and
You ever
war
think
criminal,
about how
could have
Kojima
easily
learns
fallen
one
into
word and
becoming a
immediately
brain
makes a
dead tool
game
of
out
the
of it?
government, or basically
He didn't know meme in MGS2. He successfully described memetics without ever using the word meme. It's all about memetics, and he just didn't have the terminology for it, and then he found it out, and Rising is there.
on the man he's succeeding. Raiden has a dark past that could have similarly turned him into a tool of the Patriots. They tried. They literally turned him into a weapon and took everything from him, and that could have completely undone him like it did Gray Fox, but he's still fighting, both for everyone else's future and because, unlike Snake, he still has a shot at living a life free from the Patriots' control. Despite having nothing, they're always both focused on the mission because they know what they believe in and they won't stop pursuing it no matter what. That's
Hey everybody, I'm just reeling for a moment here inside of my own noggin about how different nanomachines and micro machines are.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, like
one of them are very small machines, but one of them are even smaller machines, and that grants them incredible power.
Yeah, they do like so much more, right? Like micro machines can entertain you for hours and hours, but like nano machines, forget about it.
They can entertain you forever.
About 1,000 times less.
Yeah, what can't they do? You can't put a micro machine in your blood, but you can put a nano machine in your blood.
Why didn't they ever
try
make
and stop me.
other machines? Why are the only machines that can be micro vehicles?
Yeah. I want a micro machine blender. Like I want a very tiny KitchenAid, please.
That's a Barbie dreamboat.
It's not micro enough.
Micro machines had some badass playsets too.
God, they did though. Like I love me a Hot Wheels, right? Wait a minute, hang on. Where does Hot Wheels fit into the nano machines business? Actually, hang on. Are there hot machines?
They're more macro than micro machines.
Macro machines.
No, because Hot Wheels are related to the 2 3-letter words that describe a person who kills for money. Hot gun.
No, Macro Machines are Gundam.
That's true.
You're right.
Yeah.
All right, I just had to vomit that thought into everybody's ear holes. I'm gonna get back to the
It's
video
alright, we
now.
riffed on it. It's good stuff.
That's why they're two of my
I mean, I was going to say something, but I'm not going to.
Approaches to exploring
Damn.
the theme of what defines you, and both realizing that everything affects you and makes you who you are, but only you can decide what you want to be. I have a lot of issues with the use of Raiden's character in this game, and I'm still delaying talking about them until the end, but just know that even if I don't like his role in this story, and I don't like that he was brought back for this game at all, and I really hate how his story
And
ends,
in one
his
sense
character
us
is
make it
not
mini does have
inconsistent
micro
in this
waffle
game.
irons,
Everything he
stand
does is
mixers,
completely in
and
line with how
toasters
Raiden
now.
should act and what he should believe in. Toe to tip, this is a Raiden. The rest of the briefing doesn't really matter, but Mei Ling shows up. Cool.
Waffles _
She's
O'Malley
also
sends
certainly
us give
acting
me
like
a
Mei Ling.
microwave micro machine, a micro microwave, a nano wave.
Heaven shall perish.
Oh, we're having fun here today. Hey, everybody's been sure to follow all the people in the title, right? Because if you haven't, you're doing it wrong. Fix your heart and your follow list.
Oh, I've fallen asleep on my dream catcher again. Judging by the amount of dream goo, it was some powerful stuff.
The Wizard of Friendship is here.
Wandering Newbie sends us, do you think that in the bazaar
Thanks,
they make a
Xavier,
micro
Renegade Angel.
microwave?
Just a quick note here, a good amount of the footage here until the end of the Crying Wolf fight is from a long play by Ricky C from longplays.net. He tends to stop for a
Thank
more
you,
explosive approach. I
Vicky.
shamefully lost the original footage, so sorry for no subtitles and lower quality, and thank you, Ricky C. Act 4 is the one where we just say fuck it and really let loose with the Metal Gear Solid 1 nostalgia pandering. We're back on Shadow Moses Island. We're given a face camo that lets us play as MGS 1 Snake. Upon entering the heliport, the game starts to play the best is yet to come from the end of Metal Gear Solid 1. Once you walk past certain areas, the game starts playing a lot of audio flashbacks.
Yeah, thinking about that previous scene and doing more of just kind of contrast between what this story is doing and lived experience. These two guys talking past each other for an hour about what is the true nature of a soldier, whereas like every military vet I know is
one of the only places in the entire game where I can
big old
confidently
goofus.
say that the game hits the note
Yeah.
it wants to with respect to
Yeah,
nostalgia
just a guy
and the theme
or a
of
gal
today.
who did a
Instead, growing
job
up and suddenly
that
becoming
was pretty
older and
stressful.
more detailed is beautiful.
Mhm.
That's it. That's the whole game. His back immediately gives in. upon
Very
touching
often the
islands.
people who
There's
are just
enemies
living the
before
hardest in
not
whatever
humans,
room I'm
but
in,
get-go,
too.
And they're concealed by the blizzard, so once you get there, you can really take your time walking around and appreciating how different it looks, especially since you just played this sequence. Catch all the flashbacks.
What cause did you fight for? Scholarship?
The archipelago is slipping into the ocean because of climate change.
Got an
so I don't
engineering
know how
degree.
that would affect the weather here. I imagine that even 9 years ago. it
So the
probably
upcoming
snowed
boss
a lot
fight,
on Shadow
I
Moses, but even so, the blizzard
I
is a nice
like
display
almost
of how
broke
constant
down.
tech has
I was
improved, and it really
Yeah.
feels like this whole area is consumed by time.
Hated it.
Fucking Ozymandias and the music. Fuck me, this flute. What doth life? Are we just fleshy blips in some meaningless stew of cosmic oblivion? Or is it vice versa? I promise that's my last Xavier pull. It's one of the most memorable pieces of score in the entire game. Just kind of sad because music could have really been the missing piece that made a lot of these scenes work. Nothing really brings back a feeling like a melody from a long time ago. Billy Joel wrote a song about this. You can listen to a song from a game or movie years after you first experience it, and
I'm
sometimes
such a
that
sucker
feeling
for
will
the
hit you
nostalgia in
harder
this
than it did
part.
the first time. Believe me, this game doesn't
No,
start
I
with
feel you
music.
too,
This
yeah.
OST is
I
incredible.
was
Henry Williams
turning
crushes it
over
time.
every
Snake
piece
is
of paper on the
beautiful.
ground that I
Love
could
Theme by
find.
Nobuko Toda is haunting, and they got
Oh, yeah,
Ennio
he
fucking
agrees with you.
Morricone to do a song over the credits, and the sound design and placement for a lot of the classic Metal Gear songs is pretty on point. That said, it's a little, that can't say
It's
goodbye to
indulgent.
yesterday and way to fall don't appear
Yeah, condemned.
anywhere. There's obvious reasons. Having either of those songs play anywhere besides the credits of the game they were made for might detract from them a little bit. They have one purpose and they serve it well. And maybe the point is that those songs kind of belong to Raiden and Big Boss, and this is Snake's game, but if that's the case, it just goes back to what I keep saying, which is that Raiden and Big Boss didn't need to be in this game. Their stories were told, and to bring them back and to say, no, this is the real ending for them, it's weird that they would just suddenly show this reservation in bringing back those two songs, although possibly maybe there was a licensing issue. So I guess my issue is still just that Raiden and Big Boss are in the game, and I should give it a rest. The real issue is that the original Metal Gear Solid theme is missing, and I know why that happened. I know it wasn't the choice, but I'm just saying it becomes a big problem later on, because it really hit you hard when it was played in Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, and to not have it play at the end of this game is it's just a sad thing. So we're gonna go through most of Shadow Moses pretty quickly. We're going from the heliport to Rex, which is really the whole way we win in Metal Gear Solid 1. It's just that there isn't much stopping us this time. There's no detours, there's no backtracking, so suddenly Shadow Moses feels a lot smaller and emptier than it did 10 years ago. I guess 20 years ago now. There's a lot of Easter eggs, references, and
it is kind of fucked when you actually think about it, that Metal Gear Solid 1, like the environment isn't actually that big at all.
Although, I guess
there's just a lot of jumping through hoops.
Which helps keep the feeling that this place has been abandoned.
It's a lot of stuff condensed and packed into each area.
Space feel big, by making it complicated.
It's just very stressful full time.
Because it wouldn't work as well. It's a fun little walk down memory lane, and even though Metal Gear Solid 4 is as old as Metal Gear Solid 1 was when this game came out, the sequence has aged surprisingly well. Metal Gear Solid 4 on the whole has held up visually better than most PS3 games, in spite of a lot of the blander choices for colors and scenery. This still feels like a modern look at a retro game, same as it did when this game came out. I'm sure if you made Shadow Moses in the Fox engine or whatever, it would make this feel a lot simpler and more shallow, but this works. They made a nostalgic flashback to a 10-year-old game still feel nostalgic 10 years later, and that's a hell of an accomplishment. We're also being constantly reminded of Snake's deteriorating health here more than ever. There's a segment where you punch in a password that you can get past if you forgot the password. You could even put in a bunch of other passwords for a bunch of unlockable goodies. But if you put in anything besides the password you're supposed to, Otacon makes you feel like an old man, and it's really sad.
This is the room where we first met, huh?
Yeah.
Piss boy.
It's not conjuring up any unpleasant memories, is it?
Fucking shut up, leave me alone. We have to acknowledge the area where Snake and Hal first met, which gets us talking about Gray Fox, which of course leads into talking about how
God, it's been 15 years and it still smells like piss.
This is where we start to really question what Naomi's up to. She stole Snake's blood during the physical in South America. She stole Snake's blood, which was used to test on SOP, but it's really unclear what she was doing after that. Oh, it turns out Naomi is here. With Vamp! I probably should have asked this a while ago, but why is Vamp working with Liquid? I don't understand Vamp's motivation even a little bit. He's just like a crazy vampire who wants to die or something. You can get an audio flashback in this room regarding Gray Fox. When we try to leave, a gecko shows up, so we're in trouble. You can easily deal with it by controlling the Mark III to zap the panel that Snake blew up with a Nikita missile and MGS-1 to turn the floor off, which turns it back on and fries the gecko. It's very cute and relatively subtle. I appreciate this one. After a short sequence where we have to protect the Mark III from another gecko that shows up, we make our way outside into a beautiful snowfield. And oh boy, it's time for this chapter's B&B member. It's Crying Wolf. I'll be honest, I kind of think Crying Wolf fucking blows. Besides
yes!
There you go. She definitely draws the most from the Foxhound member she's based on, which in this case is Sniper Wolf. It helps that we're on Shadow Moses in the snow, which makes this game's version of the sniper duel. However, instead of having a sniper rifle, she has a big fuck-off railgun like the one on Rex. But it's actually the same model as the one that Fortune used. You remember Fortune, right?
She is Lady Luck.
There's also an element of hunting and tracking in this fight, as Wolf can
the
smell
fight's
you
not
from
great,
down
but I
on and
love her
chase you
design.
down, as well as being able to pick you off from a distance with her railgun. The hunting theme is obviously meant to match the Wolf theme, but it also has parallels to the fight with The End, which is MGS3's sniper duel. However, whereas Sniper Wolf is simple but effective, and a strong argument can be made that The End is the greatest boss fight in video game history, the Crying Wolf fight is little more than a forgettable clusterfuck. In fact, since her weapon is not a sniper rifle and this fight has a pretty different format, it feels unfair to compare this fight to either of those, but then again, this fight tries really hard to make you remember Sniper Wolf, so you get what you pay for. Apart from, you know, her big dumb robot suit, she also summons a bunch of frogs that are also looking for you. This summoning mob nonsense is in every B&B member fight in some capacity, least offensively in Laughing Octopus because you fight them before her fight, but here, God, does it detract. Making a boss fight more difficult by shoving in a bunch of enemies that you have to manage at the same time is almost always a cop-out that I really dislike. But here especially, it's a pretty brazen rejection of what makes the original 2 sniper duels so memorable. In a word, that is intimacy. The sniper duel at its core is exciting because it's 2 people wielding an incredibly precise, incredibly deadly, extremely skill-heavy weapon and trying to eliminate the other person in a one-on-one. That's what makes it a duel. I know it's a single-player game and it's actually massively tilted in the player's favor no matter what. I know it's designed for you to win. I'm not a dummy, I know how video games work. I'm just talking about the presentation. The game makes you feel like this is a real mano-a-mano test of skill. The sniper wolf fight is thrilling in its simplicity. Every time you're capable of doing damage, you are also completely exposed. When you're looking through the scope, you're looking for a person who is also looking at you, and you know that if you don't work quickly, that person is going to be aiming
3 incredible misses.
You need to take medicine to stop Snake's hands from shaking. The fight with the end, on the other hand, is much more a test of patience, stealth, and endurance, which is why it suits Metal Gear so well, and especially
Man, the end.
3. It'll take you an hour slowly tracking down a master of sniping and camouflage.
Yeah, no, you can pause.
I'm gonna do it for
Yeah,
one
what you gotta
second.
say?
I gotta talk about my experience because again, for those of you who are just joining us like 3 hours in the video, this video is at the sort of the tail end of me going through and playing all of these games, right?
Yeah.
I also enjoy the end. Don't worry, Nurian. I think that it's like one of the best fights in video games, except for exactly one thing. Sometimes the game will put you in the end's eyes inexplicably, and you're still doing tank controls, and it's makes it unplayable briefly while he shoots you in the face, right? It's a masterwork of stealth and like camouflage and sneaking, and it's like literally every good mechanic in Metal Gear Solid 3 played at a pace where the control scheme of Metal Gear Solid 3 doesn't chafe for even a second. It is the masterwork of that entire game, and they give you multiple options to skip it, 1, which sucks, and 2, leave the camera where it's at. Please let me play the fucking video game, Hideo Kojima. Please stop being cinematic for 2 seconds and let me play your beautiful fucking video game.
This is a movie. It's a movie.
Yeah.
I have a question though.
I have an answer.
Did you play Subsistence or did you play Snake Eater?
I played whatever the re-release with like the fixed camera was on PlayStation 2. Where it wasn't necessarily the overhead. It was the behind the shoulder one.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So that is Subsistence.
Because
Okay.
I was gonna say I don't know if that's as much of a problem when it was a fixed camera the whole time.
Yeah, maybe not.
Because it wasn't as jarring.
The big problem with
I don't
it
know.
is that it reveals his position right away. It takes like all of the sneaking and the stealth and like
That's
all of
true,
that, and it just puts it right in the garbage bin and forces a reset. It's like, no, I was still figuring it out. Even if he's shooting at me, that's things that I could be using to, like, I'm still playing the game, except for the part where I'm not allowed to still be playing the game. You know?
Yeah, I don't remember it doing that very often for me, but
Yeah. Somebody's saying that the camera view thing is apparently a lower difficulty exclusive thing, which is, wow, cool way to just ruin that for people who are playing on easy mode. Garbage.
Yeah.
I'm still mad about it. It's such a good fight, except for that one thing.
that's
Anyway,
one of those games that I think is worth playing on higher difficulties because it makes you use all of the mechanics in it.
yeah, I
Whereas
think
like most of that game is just trivialized if you have a silenced non-lethal pistol.
yeah, I'm gonna probably when I get around to replaying it on as one of the HD collection things, I'm probably gonna play it on like normal or higher. Like I was just trying to go through them, and I forgot that they make those decisions in this franchise.
Yeah. Did people find like the end in Delta like the same sort of experience, or because I don't really hear much about like Metal Gear Delta.
I don't hear anything about it either.
Delta is, for better and worse, exactly the same experience as 3. So, like, given the choice between the two, I would just play 3.
The
Because it's not
overwhelming
$70.
power of the silenced tranquilizer handgun is a thing that slowly creeps its way across the franchise.
Yeah.
Your classical tactical meaning of game breaking. Here's the choice that invalidates all the others because it's always right.
That is actually part of why I struggled so much in Metal Gear Solid 2. Because like every Metal Gear game up to that point, your your go-to move, your like modus operandi is to sneak up on a dude around a corner and choke him out and like move on with your life. And then Metal Gear Solid 2 in minute 1 of the gameplay hands you a gun and says, "Go for it, Tiger," and expects you to just shoot everybody. And it's very, very unpleasant. But anyway, that's for the second lap of my Metal Gear Solid arc. But I'm gonna launch this off again.
Let's go.
Be hunted. In all of them, besides the first sniper wolf fight, which you have to snipe your way through, you can opt to use your other options because Snake is a jack of all trades, and you can use his massive set of skills and tools to outwit someone who we're told is hands down the best at what they do. And in fact, given that the End is a legend but also a sleepy old man, there are a number of much cheekier ways of getting around fighting him properly. Crying Wolf is
Which
just
is
a
so
fucking
sad.
person
It's
in a
such a
wolf
good fight.
costume.
Don't
Her way
skip
of
it.
tracking you is a wolf thing. It's completely different from how you track her, which is your eye patch. You can also hide in a number of places where you can spot her, but there's basically no way for her to get to you, like under the truck or in the tower. So it's just a matter of waiting for her to be done running around and screaming, and then she pops out of the top and tries to take a shot at you, but I found she never really hit me when this happened. Since this isn't my footage, you'll just have to take my word on that, but it's true.
He's
Just take out the
describing my
fronts, wait for her
experience
to
as well.
pop up and then put one in her head. It's dull, it's tedious, it's bloated with extra stuff, and I'm not a fan. Why is this next generation of soldiers so much lamer than the older one? With all this robot nonsense, shouldn't this person be way more difficult to fight than the End? I know the End has vocal cord parasites, but he's just a guy with a gun. I feel no tension in this fight whatsoever. It's just bad. Anyway, after the standard B&B sequence, we see a wolf carry her off. It really wants to be Sniper Wolf again, and yes, I am emotionally susceptible to a wolf howling, but I just don't know who this character is. Trevin explaining her backstory, no matter how fucked up it is never gonna connect the way Sniper Wolf talking to Snake and Hal as she's dying does. Snake just walks away like, huh, that was weird. I like that there's some pups hanging around though. There's an audio flashback calling back to Hal's emotional crisis when Sniper Wolf dies. I suppose if any fight were to try to imitate the emotion of an older boss fight, it's whatever one happens on Shadow Moses. I'm just saying it doesn't really land for me. The audio flashback actually hits me harder just because Otacon sounds so upset. By the way, we got the railgun. Nice. We bop our way down past the blast furnace, past the cameras, past the big geckos, past the little geckos, and we finally make it. Metal Gear Rex, the Big Apple.
you didn't
It
talk
turns
about
out
the
Liquid
disc
actually
change.
doesn't need all of Metal Gear Rex to fire his nuke, he just needs the railgun attached. Oh, it turns out he already got it.
But we're on PS3.
So,
It just sucks all the emotion out of that scene.
probably should have.
Yeah. Were you feeling things? Too
Please
bad.
understand the entire rest of the
We gotta break the
section
fourth
is Snake
wall
and
for a
Raiden
joke.
trying to escape Shadow Moses without being killed. Snake and Otacon have basically accomplished nothing in this entire game. They've taken down some people and some PMCs. They saved Naomi, but she just went back. On every level, every attempt to hinder Liquid thus far has gone apocalyptically wrong. But I guess this is just kind of how Snake does things. Just keep getting tricked and outskilled by your brother until you finally have all the information and then just totally kick his ass. Blur, it's Vamp. As my
Stop that read.
Ow. I don't really understand why Naomi is suddenly all about Vamp's D. It doesn't really make any sense, but we'll talk about that in a minute because it's time for another boss fight. It's time to fight Vamp, and this time, it's for real. This fight is kind of similar
she's
to
a
the original
vampire
Vamp
hunter.
fight in Metal Gear Solid
D.
2, but it reminds me more of the fight with the Fear from Metal Gear Solid 3. It's just him hopping around while you try to keep track of him and him not doing that much damage to you even if he does hit you, which doesn't happen that often because he's pretty slow and dramatic with everything he does. He doesn't have a gun or anything, he's all melee, so he just runs and jumps at you, does some flip kicks, and you fill him up with bullets for a while. It's a pretty nothing fight, but I won't say unloading an M10 into Vamp isn't cathartic. Once his health is all the way down, Otacon will say, yeah, you did it. Here, if you don't know how to beat him, he'll regenerate all of his health because immortality nanomachines, remember? So the next time you get him down, you're meant to grab him and hit him with the syringe because it'll decrease nanomachine control. This is where the syringe gets its payoff, by the way. The only places it's gonna be used for the rest of the game is to give Steve a little boost. Why'd I call him Steve? Hi, I'm Steve from Metal Gear Solid. Hey, it's me, Solid Steve. The goal of this fight is not to kill Vamp.
No, that is not Solid Steve.
Like the rest of us. Clever, but can you kill this mere mortal?
I like this line because Vamp is acting pretty smug for a guy who just took 400 bullets to the chest and is now vulnerable to die to 1. Worth mentioning, if you do this on basically anyone else in the game, the same thing that happens at the end of Act 1 where they recall everything at once and start freaking out will happen. So that's pretty fucked. After the Vamp fight, a bunch of geckos show up.
Snake, sorry to have kept you all waiting.
He's so cool.
This is the part where three things are happening at once. Argon is trying to get Metal Gear Rex operational using the Mark III. Meanwhile, we're controlling Snake firing the railgun at a bunch of approaching Gecko in a bit of a power trip. They're suicide Gecko, meaning that they'll blow themselves up if they get too close and basically kill you instantly. Meanwhile, the screen is split down the middle, displaying Raiden clashing blades with Vamp. This is really the only time anything like this happens in the game, aside from one other place where it works a lot better and has a much clearer reason. And I have a pretty hard time thinking of a good reason why this was done here. Consider that Raiden and Vamp are fighting on top of a Metal Gear. This is a spawn reserved for final boss fights, an ultimate clash of ideology. For all intents and purposes, this is Raiden's final boss. But why? I would imagine that the intent here is to make this feel like a boss fight. If the fight with Vamp and Raiden were too short, it'd be pretty anticlimactic after Snake just fought him, but it's also probably a bit too lengthy to put in a cutscene, so by making you do this Gecko sequence, you feel like you're playing the game while Raiden fights. It's an idea, at least, but it's really hard to catch any of the fight between Vamp and Raiden when you're focusing on beating Snake's segment. I also don't know why the game felt the need to give
And to be
Raiden
fair,
a
it's not
fight
very
like
good,
this.
actually.
It's fun to see
it's
Cyborg
pretty
Raiden do cool
drab.
shit. However, for this one, if you had
Yeah.
approached the story of this game with the player meant to believe that Vamp had died in Metal Gear Solid 2, I don't think anyone would have questioned that. I'm not saying that bringing him back was necessarily a bad idea, but he does so little over the course of the game that this is the only bit with Vamp that I would say is memorable at all. To be a sort of puzzle fight with Snake and then a more dramatic boss fight for a character that I'm not controlling. So yeah, he's here to give Raiden something to do, because if we're gonna give Raiden a big fight, it should be with someone relevant to Raiden. But did anyone really have this perception of Vamp and Raiden as ultimate rivals? They're fighting where Snake and Liquid fought, but do they have that kind of relationship? That kind of chemistry? Although I guess this game is also overinflating just how intense the rivalry between Snake and Liquid/Ocelot is too, but Vamp doesn't really seem to have any kind of rivals to speak of. Serving Solidus and then Liquid, since Liquid's motivation is at this point understood to be completely different from Solidus's, it just seems like he doesn't really want anything. He just does what the villain tells him to. It will turn out that Liquid and Solidus have similar goals later on, but as I understand, Vamp doesn't know that? If you wanted to make something out of this, you could say that Vamp, as a man totally consumed by nanomachines, and a mortal man who welcomes death and has practically no free will of his own and has given into that, is the physical and ideological opposite of Raiden, whose body is a broken machine, but who desperately clings to life and is fighting for freedom from the Patriots. And if that's good enough for you, it's yours, my friend. As I see it though, it's just a pointlessly dramatic framing of Raiden doing something that Raiden's been doing this whole game, which is backing up Snake. I don't feel any serious beef between Raiden and Vamp. Otacon hates him though, so maybe it's just a favor for him. When the fight is over, Raiden wins and Vamp dramatically falls off the top of Rex.
Snake, get out of the way! This thing might come in handy after all.
That's awesome.
He was never immortal. His natural healing abilities were enhanced by the nanomachines inside his
Why is anyone listening to Naomi at this point?
But
Yeah. Like, everything that bad that happens is Naomi's fault.
No, it was because I got him with the syringe and then Raiden hit him with a sword. Were you paying attention? Naomi walks in and cries because Raiden says that Sunny said I cooked them right. This is meant to be the emotional slam dunk of the Naomi-Sunny connection, which, well, hold on a second, because this entire scene is a trash fire. But know going in that this could both refer to Sunny having correctly cooked the eggs and having finished the Fox Alive virus. Naomi gives Vamp another syringe and holds him in her arms as he dies. Then she cries. Naomi's relationship with Vamp is very tenuous. The only connection there seems to be that they're both being kept alive by nanomachines of her design. So she empathizes with him in a sort of I'm sorry I made you into a monster way. Naomi explains that Liquid is running the Patriot system at Outer Heaven from a boat called Outer Haven. Get it? He plans to launch a nuke from there. She reiterates that Snake has to die when this mission ends. She says some nonsense about how we're only given life to atone for our sins. Naomi plugs herself with a syringe and reveals that nanomachines were keeping her alive because she has cancer.
the nanomachines have kept it from progressing. But there's nothing more they can do.
Is that because you turned them off? Naomi dies here and Otacon cries here.
And now it's gonna progress instantly.
She keeps talking to the robot as she's dying.
Yes.
Such beautiful eyes.
Naomi cured death, and she decided to do this about it.
I'm sorry.
No,
actually-
you don't understand.
You know, I could take a thing I was holding to say later and jump
this
it
is
forward into
probably
this
the worst
space.
acting in this game, mocap and voice
Of like,
acting.
yeah,
Whoever
she is
this
choosing to
person ever
self-destruct
handled
right
is
now
probably
in a
the
way
performance
that,
of the world that could really sell
in order
this.
to remove herself from the scenario in a way that doesn't fix anything and lets her evade any consequences to what she has done so far.
Pause.
Yeah.
Pause.
Yeah,
pause.
Pause.
Yeah, if you're still going.
Don't worry, it's time for that.
Just like taking the character as they be.
No, she has to be stopped because anyone who touches Otacon's dick needs to die. Apparently. Because that's what happens.
And obsessing over glorious or martyrous death. That's a thing you can make a theme of a story out of. About it being pointless. About it being kind of masturbatory.
God.
No.
Yeah.
I definitely think you could read that.
I would like to take a moment here, real quick. This is unrelated to anything. I mentioned air fryers, I think, like several hours ago, and I just had somebody else, some different rando, send me a message to the effect of air fryers are too small for my purposes. And I feel like a lot of people here don't understand woodworking planes. There's like one for every occasion, right? Like size, shape, form factor, right? Like, please, God, just pick the tool that works for you. Jesus, that's what the whole thing is about.
Big,
I'm dying.
I like that big whatever just happened attempted to silence you mid-sentence by killing your connection or mine.
Mm-hmm.
It was yours. I heard all of it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything of that.
It's just a continuation of my railing about how air fryers are fine. Everybody get off everybody's dick. Jesus. It wasn't a DM, it's just a response to the post. I'm like, dear God, people be normal about ovens for a second. I get that we've never made them this small before.
I need you
Figure
to
it out.
understand that the way that I make food hot has to be perfect for me, and you also have to use that method.
Yeah, exactly. You can find no additional utility in a smaller, faster oven. Larger, slower ovens are the only ovens that are acceptable. It says so in the Bible.
Why do they call it an air fryer if you air in hot eats the fryer?
Yes. Keep going, yes.
How hot out eat the
About
air.
crispy.
Breathe there.
About crispy, eat the hot air.
You saved me.
Anyway.
Save me from the bit.
Naomi!
All day with the vitamin A and the bromo fizz. But the medicine never gets anywhere near where the trouble is.
I've heard a lot of people say that Naomi is their least favorite part of Metal Gear Solid 4, and I think a lot of that is
Yeah, that's me. I'm in the video now.
ridiculous death scene. Before I talk about Naomi specifically, though, I'd like to talk about the way female characters are written in
Lumina
Metal
Flare
Gear.
sends
2
us
hours in,
personally,
hit you
I
with
thought
the video
air
game
fryer was a
feminism.
weird
Gotcha,
follow-up
bitch.
to air
Consider,
butt.
if you would, that every single numbered Metal Gear game has at least one female character with a romantic or familial relationship to the main character and or Otacon get hurt and or die in the second half for an emotional gut punch. This too isn't inherently good or bad. It's
Thank
a
you.
trope, it's a cliche, but how well it works all depends on how well that character is developed and if the impact it has on characters it affects feels earned. Yeah, Meryl is your sidekick and in love with you and then gets shot and cries and possibly dies depending on if you're a loser, but the game spends a good long time building up to this, having Snake and Meryl's relationship develop naturally through working together and sharing their perspectives with each other. Sniper Wolf is also somewhat effective because you have to kill her despite Otacon begging you not to. It's a pretty one-sided relationship between them, but you get to empathize with her as she's dying while Otacon laments that this had to happen, not because Sniper Wolf or Snake are plainly bad people, but because of the nature of war. The writing of female characters is unquestionably the best in Metal Gear Solid 3 when Eva, whose entire goal both in her mission and eventually personally is to get the better of Snake emotionally, but when she gets hurt and she expects him to get all teary about it, he's still just focused on the mission, and then when he's sure his job is done, then he lets his guard down and she gets the better of him. The real emotional gut punch is in the death of the boss, whose relationship to Snake is that of of a superior, of a mentor. Snake is focused on the mission, but the boss is the one who made him into the man that he is, capable of focusing on and handling the mission as though it is more important than anything else. And because of how strong their connection is as a mentor and student, he's able to follow that mission all the way to the end, which means he has to be the one to pull the trigger and kill her. And he's able to do it. He's able to kill someone who matters to him more than anything because of the strength of their relationship. And he doesn't understand what her motivation was that led her to betray the US and put Snake in that position where he had to do that until after he's already killed her and he learns that it was for him and their country, and that she had to sacrifice not only her life but her legacy and identity to carry her mission out to the end. And then he cries. It's fucking great. So Naomi has sex with Kojima's self-insert for no reason, and then betrays him for no reason, and then kills herself for no reason. Am I wrong? Could someone please explain to me a reason for any of Naomi's actions in this game? She got aboard the Nomad with the intention to meet Otacon and plant the seed that would become Fox Alive, the program that would neuter the AIs. I understand why she has a relationship with Sunny, because she switched focus to her to have her develop Fox Alive. After the program is used, she leaves us a video message that explains that that's what took place, with a bunch of annoying metaphors scattered in because fuck this character. Her goal was always to shut down the Patriots AI, and according to the video, it seemed like she planned to die from the beginning. She apologizes for lying to Snake and Otacon, but she doesn't explain why she lied, just that she did and things worked out. No matter how poorly written it is, I can believe that Naomi and Otacon felt some chemistry and decided to have sex on an airplane. That's fine, whatever. But if the relationship between them was this strong, they needed to have a better explanation for why she betrays them after meeting with Sunny and then dies by her own hand than not having an explanation at all. In the opening of Act 5, they explain that she gave them a bunch of information that helps them infiltrate Outer Haven, and that she's been working to prevent the launch. But when does that happen? How does she get the information to them? The only time she's in a position to be informing the team on the Nomad is before Act 3. As far as I can tell, her whole plan is accomplished before Act 3 even starts. After she betrays Snake, she seems pretty chummy with Vamp and Liquid. What purpose does this betrayal have? Did she not have the information she needed about Outer Haven the first time? It's only launched after she dies. If she needed to go back to get more information somehow, how did she get that data to us? Did she just email it? They flat out say that she left her plan in Sunny's hands, which could only have plausibly happened before her betrayal. You could say that her betrayal at the end of Act 3 is part of Liquid's plan because her rescue at the end of Act 2 is part of Liquid's plan from the beginning. But Liquid's plan from the beginning was to be assisting Snake, so if we're all on the same side, why are we moving around like this and then dying for no reason? It seems like the real reason for her behavior is that if Naomi had stuck around and been upfront and honest, Snake and Otacon would have had too much information for the purpose of their goals. Naomi has a whole plan and only doesn't explain it so that she can reveal it with this dumbass video bullshit after it's all over. This is a problem with the whole game, where characters seem to be regularly lying and withholding information for no other reason than maintaining the flow of the story, but God, is Naomi just the worst about it. They totally write her out of being with Snake and Otacon twice, the position where she has the greatest ability to pursue her goal of taking down the AI. I'm not usually too concerned with plot holes and missing information like this, but I am when it's at the expense of my understanding and appreciation of a main character.
Anyway.
Whoa. This is awesome. I'm busting out his Shadow Moses on Metal Gear Rex.
Hell yeah!
God, it's so cool.
God, it's so cool!
As loud as I want, and Mom can't even stop me.
God, this sequence is a Frank Frazetta painting. By the way,
this kind of feels like emotional whiplash.
Massive powers fantasy while your twink boyfriend hangs out in the cockpit of your mech. Fuck yeah, let's go!
God, is it fun? This is what people have been dreaming about since Metal Gear Solid 1. This is the kind of dumbass fan service I can get behind. We bust our way out, and with Raiden backing us up, it seems like we're home free as soon as we hit the dock.
Anybody ever think about how this is Final Fantasy VII's snowboard scene? Anyway.
Well, shit.
I hadn't.
Europe ended with the crazy motorcycle, so yeah. We're doing another one?
Yeah, right. Not a full one.
God damn, amazing. Oh. Time to listen to 3 albums once this video's over.
I understand why some of the engineering of this had to happen this way, because like the Patriots can't
just while you're explaining this, because there's there's a statement in here which I agree with massively, which is coming up.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Hit me.
Like some of the explanation for like the covert nature of this is that like they can't let the Patriots AI find out about the plan.
Yeah.
Quote unquote. But it still doesn't explain why Naomi has to kill herself. It's so dumb.
Yes.
Like,
yeah, there is some that is explainable. Not enough, but some.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like I get why Naomi has to play the part. I get why she has to like give Sunny the thing. Because she was planning on originally giving it to Otacon and she gave it to Sunny instead. But yeah, like they could have just kept her around.
Yeah. It would have been fine.
Mm-hmm.
The plan has to be so stupid that AIs can't figure it out. Yeah.
Kinda.
That's actually true, though. That's what happens.
No, because that's why.
That's accurate.
That's why Ocelot had to hypnotize himself with nanomachines into believing he was possessed by Liquid's ghost.
Yeah. He was a hypnosis expert long before nanomachines existed.
Yeah.
That's why he didn't fucking remember anything about Big Boss 2 the Squeakquel.
That's right.
He was just good at hypnosis. He was so good at hypnosis, he could do it no matter what.
So there's a line
Yeah,
in one of my...
because his dad is a medium.
There's a line in one of my favorite anime,
And
Samurai
he's a large.
Flamenco, where Samurai Flamenco shouts, "The difference between justice and stupidity is paper thin!" And I think about that line a lot when I'm doing fucking big art golden retriever bullshit.
Yeah.
That does not explain everything, Chocolate Dave. It doesn't explain anything at all.
That
In order to thwart
explains
the
everything.
Patriot Super AI, you need to put this picture of an owl in the top left corner of every document relating to our plan.
But also, as far as I know, Liquid only hypnotized, or Ocelot only hypnotized himself into thinking he was being possessed by Liquid after the events of Metal Gear Solid 2, which means that during Metal Gear Solid 2, he was being literally possessed by Liquid's ghost.
He was haunted by a real ghost, then exorcised it, then
had to pretend that he was still
Such
haunted
is the
by it.
price of physical
And
pride.
he was like, wait, no, that kind of slapped.
Yeah, Ghosts exists. Ghosts exists. Metal Gear Solid 3 confirmed it.
I mean,
You know
Metal
what?
Gear
You got
Solid
some euphoria from it.
Metal Gear Solid 1 had the bondage guy, Leatherman,
Psychomantis.
Psychomantis. Yeah, Psychomantis
Yeah.
confirmed that ghosts exist in this universe. Like we've known, we've known about ghosts in and out of the machine.
They're real.
They're real.
Yeah,
It's
you can take
stupid,
pictures of
but
them
they're real.
in Metal Gear Solid 1 Integral.
Yeah.
And then Metal Gear Solid 3 had the fucking Sorrow.
Sorrow.
Like, ghosts are real.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Yeah.
God, the
Who is
boss fight with the
Ocelot's
Sorrow.
dad?
Man,
Who is
so
Ocelot's dad? So that's why Ocelot can commune with the ghost of Liquid.
Yeah.
So I 1 second. The Sorrow, the boss fight with the Sorrow, for anybody who's not played that game. By the way, there's big spoilers for Metal Gear in like this whole stream. So if you're unfamiliar with it and you really don't want to get spoiled,
Now?
fuck you.
4 hours in?
Surprise!
So you're wading down a river, right? And it does depend on like how many people you have killed will like come down this river and like talk shit at you for like being a murderer and killing them. But the thing is that throughout the course of Metal Gear Solid 3, I only killed dudes who were bastards. So instead of making me feel bad for taking a life, it was literally just like Wobbly Python's greatest hits. Like the people that I was shooting in the face were people that were like guys who used flamethrowers on me. They were like, "Oh yeah, I burn people alive professionally." Yeah, no, my heart is so broken to see that guy on the river Styx. Shut the fuck up. It had the absolute reverse effect. It was me wading through a river just be like, yeah, fuck you, fuck that guy especially. Oh, you were a brilliant scientist and you were making super weapons to do chemical genocides? Yeah, fuck you, buddy. I don't feel bad. Oh, what a boss fight. Oh, anyway, I've been strategically rewinding to get us just a little more Proto Man.
Honestly,
Yeah.
good. This is a good sequence to listen to the full context no matter what.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Here's me leaning in. I want to watch more of this video. At all times.
This statement.
Believes that this fight is the only reason why people
Wait.
like Metal Gear Solid 4. This is fucking rad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lose my marbles. The genetically inferior clone of Big Boss fighting the genetically superior clone of Big Boss again, where they fought the first time 10 years later. But this time he's in Metal Gear from 10 years ago, and the other clone is in a Metal Gear specifically designed to eliminate the first Metal Gear. And Snake wins again. I know I don't need to explain what's happening here. It's just that this scene, just in concept, is so awesome. I feel like I need to say what's happening to make sure you understand. No, don't worry, I know. This is the shit. This also isn't
So
particularly
cool.
difficult
It's
or
so
complex,
fucking
but
cool.
it has enough going
It
on.
controls
and it's
so
staged well
good,
enough
too.
To really do the premise of the fight justice. There are a lot of games, especially from the PS1 and PS2 eras, that offer short segments where you're able to control something
they should make a
huge.
whole game
It seems
that
like it would
plays
be
like this.
amazing if you had described it to you when you were 9, but in practice often don't control very
Armored
well.
Core
Or just a
6.
camera angle or background.
Yeah, I was literally, I wasn't going to mention it.
Or just don't offer
But
enough
yes.
for you to do to make it feel fun to play as a dinosaur or a giant robot or a monster. But this section just nails it. Being set outside on Shadow Moses, an area we've spent a lot of time as normal-sized people, as small Snake, by the ocean but surrounded by buildings makes these mechs feel huge. It's a joy, and there's enough strategy and dodging, spacing, and how you use your weapons to make this feel like a real boss fight too. There's also some great finisher moves if you know how to trigger them. It's the best. It's just everyone's favorite part of this game. So after we are reminded what it's like to be alive and to feel joy, Ray breaks down, but Rex can't keep itself standing either. Liquid falls to the ground, and then they pull the old fox. Die on ya.
Oh god, and it gets even better.
Think again.
And then Snake just falls out of Rex and starts screaming because he's the dumbest man on the planet. And Liquid just laughs at him and makes a break for it.
This scene is so perfect.
Snake, totally broken and battered, hobbles toward Liquid, and he just pulls his fortress out of the ocean and tries to plow it into Snake. We just kicked his ass. How did he turn the tables that badly that fast? Snake has justly given up and takes a seat, welcoming the sweet embrace of death. Luckily, Raiden managed to escape the wreckage by cutting off his own arm and then manages to stop Outer Haven with his body. How is he strong enough to do that but not strong enough to lift that crap off his body? Whatever, this is gold.
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
Yeah, it was in front of Federal Hall. There were all these tourists around you.
Why am I floating around in your dream?
Remember this conversation? Raiden references the terrible 1998
You become so powerful remembering the Kong argument.
Again. Then Mei Ling shows up in the goddamn USS Missouri and starts naval warfare with Outer Haven. Now these are the really good crazy pills. Raiden's fucked, Snake is fucked, and that always means the act is over. That was Act 4, let's blow this thing.
Hell yeah. God, I forgot how hype that was. So good.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement that like a lot of people say, "Oh, Metal Gear Solid 4 was so good." So, was it really just the Rex fight? And everyone's just like,
including Meryl and Johnny. So
Yeah.
finally got a team together. They're allegedly meant to be learning the plan for infiltrating Outer Haven. But can you imagine being in the room when Kojima pitches what's going on in this scene?
So they won't be able to see the Missouri until they surface.
Why would you? The microwaves that'll fry whoever gets close to BW's core are established here as well.
A giant microwave oven.
Kojima allow a woman to be competent without being a sex joke challenge impossible.
Sounds like the perfect job for me.
Snake is the best. I love that he's as over this as I am. This is sort of where we half-assed try to explain what Naomi was doing, and Anakan gets sad because of the amazing sacrifice she made. In an attempt to cheer everyone up, Mei Ling pulls out a proverb because remember Mei Ling? I think I'd like it more, but I ain't ever gonna forgive what happened here.
Remember what the Gaul said.
Anybody got a smoke?
Otacon explains in detail how Fox Alive was put together. Basically, Naomi wrote the first 2/3 and then left it with Sunny to finish the last third. Sunny went through Otacon's old crap and found Emma's worm cluster from Metal Gear Solid 2. Using that, she patched up Naomi's code and got the whole thing working. Somehow, what Otacon read of the finished code reminds him of Emma. Maybe she named the variables after... What is Emma like? Birds? chopsticks. Otacon doesn't read the whole thing, so he doesn't actually know what's gonna happen when they put it in and just trusts that Sunny knew what she was doing. Seems risky, but fine.
Sunny's worm destroys the AI intellect by triggering apoptosis in the cells.
Remember that word from earlier? Wait, the AI has cells? That doesn't sound right, but I don't know enough about apoptosis to dispute it. After that, we get Otacon worrying about Snake's health. It really is hard watching Snake fall apart like this. Otacon acts similarly to how Meryl does earlier, asking Snake if he wants to back off and let someone else do the job. Obviously, Snake doesn't budge. I get worrying about Snake and wanting to ask one last time, but really, who else but Snake could do this?
Yeah!
Yeah!
Homestretch, alright, this party's getting crazy. The Missouri is approaching Outer Haven, so I guess it left and then came back. Mei Ling commanding her squad is pretty cool. This guy just walks in and starts expressing his fears, so Mei Ling gets to have this baffling leadership character development moment with
Wait, is this the
dude.
Protoman cover of Danger Zone? I think it is.
It might be.
It turns out Raiden's alive, but he's resting. Johnny, stop grabbing people's asses. What's wrong with you? Through conversation, we get a little bit of context regarding how Liquid's takeover has affected the world. Without nanomachines,
Don't worry.
a lot of soldiers have
We're getting
suddenly
there.
been rendered
We're getting
emotionally
there.
incapable of fighting, leading to mass desertion. Once again, we're just sort of told what's going on the outside, but it's not immediately relevant. The only practical upshot of this is that nobody on this boat knows what they're doing, and the only people able to handle this mission are Meryl, Johnny, and Snake, and Meryl and Johnny actually totally aren't. I don't know what happened to the other half of Rat Patrol. They're just not here. I guess the lack of nanomachines really did them in. Also, Drebin's here. Somehow? This is a boat. He's responsible for this little operation having any weapons and equipment post-Liquid's takeover of SOP.
It's not a boat, it's a ship.
Yeah. Large difference.
That's why
Drebin's
Drebin's here.
About a soda that doesn't mean anything because he's lying.
That is really an expression of, oh shit, I could do this. I could do this now.
Oh, fuck yeah. They never let me do the hand thing.
Snake gives his cigarette to the monkey, and then the monkey gives him the soda, and then he gives the soda to some guy who thanks him for it. Am I having a stroke? Campbell uses his Goku telepathy to let us know that Outer Haven is based on Arsenal gear. The ship is filled with robots and the best soldiers from all the PMCs Liquid has fingers in. The Colonel warns us about what will happen if we don't
That's
stop
how I
Liquid,
pay
which
bills.
doesn't matter because it's not true.
Listen closely.
No. They try to squeeze some botched drama out of the Colonel calling Meryl. I just want people to stop talking.
Failure will spell doom for the human race.
You've said that like 5 times. There's a little fight between the Missouri and Outer Haven, which is kind of exciting. Come on, let's just jump ahead. Snake is in Outer Haven, Meryl hurt her ankle, and Akiba fell into the ocean, so everyone besides Snake is still a colossal fuck-up. Finally, we get to play the fucking game. During this chapter, weapons from Drebin are always super cheap, due to the collapse of the war economy, which is a nice touch. Now that we're on Outer Haven, there's not a ton of regular gameplay between the start and the sort of final boss's final section, but
God, I
what's here is
hated this
so
section.
good.
This stretch is
After
the
so many
worst easily.
distractions, cutscenes, and different styles of gameplay since the start of Act 3, even the ones that I really enjoy, when you finally get to the opening of the final act, it's like, oh yeah, I'm playing Metal Gear Solid. I really like Metal Gear Solid. For basically the first time in the whole game since Shadow Moses didn't have any normal PMC guards, it's just a collection of different types of enemies, including frogs and basic PMC soldiers in a man-made facility, and everyone's looking for you. It's a clear, visible, well-defined area with obstacles and where everyone's on the enemy side. They're aggressive and outnumber you, but you still hold the advantage in tools and positioning. Why isn't any of the rest of the game like this? Not to say I don't like the new sort of like I'm on this team and we're outside fighting a war thing the other acts were going for. The outdoor areas are okay. Snake Eater is my favorite and it's mostly outdoor areas, but as I said 400 years ago, I don't consider the outdoor nature segments of this game as well designed as those in Snake Eater. But here I can see everyone. I know when they can see me. I know where the hiding places are. If I get caught, I feel like it's my fault. Although yeah, it is kind of easy. I have all of my tools and all of the other tools are so cheap that I might as well have access to them too. And I can try them out on anyone and anything. This is my Metal Gear Solid 4 playground. Fuck Act 2, give me this. This is so good. What?
This is the first time where I've been like, what
Yeah,
the
you
fuck
wanna
are you
disagree.
talking about, Steak Bentley? I felt like this place was jammed. It was a clusterfuck. There were sight lines from like weird decks and ramps and air vents that I couldn't fucking keep track of. That last door where you have to spend forever opening it, I did that shit while being stomped on by 2 geckos, because fuck this segment, it's awful.
What do you mean it's over? That was like nothing. That was like the most transparent, obligatory gameplay section so that we can keep doing the other stuff that's already bloated this game to shit. So that was the level part of the last act of the game. Maybe Kojima ran out of money. But anyway, it's time for the boss. Screaming Mantis says, hey, remember Psycho Mantis the fight? I need to get some sleep. Okay, Snake has infiltrated Outer Haven very quickly. He makes his way to the lower deck. Meryl is mysteriously passed out on the floor. Snake is ambushed by a bunch of frogs, so he has to fight his way out as well as protect Meryl. What follows is just a pretty standard arena third-person shooter action sequence. Not much is going on, but it's a nice chance to try out your final arsenal of weapons in pure action, no stealth sequence, because you'll presumably have a lot of guns by this point. You'll even have a whole bunch of options if you insist on going non-lethal. The frogs will shoot you, they'll throw flash grenades, etc., same old stuff. When that's all over, Strings pull Meryl up on the ground and make her point a gun at her head. She's stopped by Akiba shooting the gun she's holding, saving her life for the second time. What we didn't realize when we were so trigger happy before is that now the arena is filled with bodies for Mantis to puppeteer. She played us like a damn fiddle. Then Mantis floats in and she literally has Psycho Mantis floating behind her. So if you thought that that Easter egg in Act 1 was just a cute reference, no. Psycho Mantis from Metal Gear Solid 1's Psychic Phantom exists somewhere within Screaming Mantis' psyche.
This is getting stupid.
Anyway, the fight begins and we have 3 health bars for Snake, Mantis, and Meryl. Now this, from a gameplay perspective, is the final boss of the game. It's not what people think of when they think of the final boss of this game, but this is the last chance you really get to use your knowledge of the core gameplay elements to face a challenge. So let's run down how this fight plays. There is no stealth element to this fight. Okay, good start. The fight is similar to the original Psycho Mantis fight in, well, every way, but for one, in that it's sort of half puzzle, half combat. You either need to let your Kodak team, which here is just Rose and Otacon, explain how to defeat her, or just figure it out on your own. If you call Rose, the Colonel will tell you to try switching the controller ports, but Rose says that's not gonna work.
Huh? Oh, wait. We're on PlayStation 3.
And she also shuts down the idea that you can achieve the same effect by switching the controller numbers in the console menu, which you can try, but it won't work. The fight will have Mantis lifting up Meryl to attack you, and you have to take her down non-lethally. She'll also lift other bodies, but you can do whatever you want to them. Mantis will sometimes take control of Snake, but you can easily break free from that using the syringe. Nanomachines and the Supernatural are interchangeable now, and you should have figured that out. While you're under her control, they'll...
Oh shit, wobbly.
Wait, what?
What the fuck did you...
Oh.
Pull some of the old.
Oh, I see. Yeah, all right. Fuck, I panicked.
So since it's a reference to when this happened before, it feels kind of played out.
I'm glad that actually worked.
Besides this only cry-ass teleport and then slash. At a certain point in the fight, you'll get a cinematic where Mantis picks up Meryl and tries to make her shoot you. Again, take her down non-lethally. Eventually, she'll do it again, but this time she'll try to make Meryl shoot herself. Seem familiar? You don't have to beat her up, though. You just pop her with a trank, nothing fancy. Otherwise, you'll get a fail state. If you try shooting Mantis herself, no dice. You have to shoot the dolls she's got floating under her arms as marionettes. The dolls are Psycho Mantis and the Sorrow. After they fall, you can pick them up and use them as weapons, sort of. The one you need to complete this fight is Psycho Mantis, obviously. You don't have to grab the Sorrow doll, but it's a nice find and it works a little differently. The Mantis doll lets you puppet living people, while the Sorrow doll lets you puppet corpses. Which is in line with the characters the dolls are based on. Same old explosive emotions, same old gratuitous shots, same old statue. But you can always get this one because beating Mantis is always non-lethal. Same old white room, same old dancing.
Watch out, Snake! Don't let her cling to you! Keep your distance!
Such agony in those screams. You may be tempted to try and save her, but don't let sympathy get the better of you. Remember the other Snake. She wants to kill you. Don't let her get too close.
You're the worst psychologist ever. So after the beauty section, Mantis is down, but then...
Think again!
The ghost of Psycho Mantis himself pulls the pieces of the suit back together. He tries to read your memory card, but it doesn't work.
Huh? Oh, wait. We're on PlayStation 3.
He tries to make your controller vibrate, but if you don't have a DualShock 4, it doesn't work. And then the sorrow vanquishes him, I guess. And then same old
Vibration is back!
Her backstory, and at the tail end of it, they explain that somehow,
out here just vibing.
Somehow, Psycho Mantis' spirit was contained within the nanomachines inside her body, consuming her persona. Also, it turns out that Mantis has, on some level, been controlling all of the B&Bs. I suppose that kind of explains why they're all obsessed with Snake. Sort of. But would Psycho Mantis really have this vendetta against Snake? He seemed pretty happy to help Snake before he died. However, they resummoned his spirit with nanomachines. Am I expected to believe that as soon as he came alive again, he threw away what he had learned from that fight and hopped right back into boss fight mode? Doesn't that undo what little but meaningful development there was? It's like the opposite of the wolf fight. Instead of shooting for the payoff without any build-up, they just imitate the build-up and completely ignore the payoff. Also, I want to restate that immediately after this, the game has entered the ending sequence. This is the last chance we get to really play the game. I get wanting to bring back Psycho Mantis. Psycho Mantis is one of the most famous and memorable moments in Metal Gear Solid 1, but he's also just a member of Foxhound. And unlike Liquid, and especially unlike Ocelot, no other game after his fight in Metal Gear Solid 1 spent any time developing his character. Unless you want to count the one that comes after this that he's in that he doesn't speak in. His importance here is similar to why Big Boss came back. Not because he's naturally relevant to this story, but because of his place in the legacy and memories of the Metal Gear Solid series and fans. It's forced importance to pander to the fan base. It's a meme fight. And that's how we're ending the game. With a meme fight, loosely tying all of the bosses together. You can't even say that the B&Bs are based on Foxhound because Mantis was in Foxhound because their identities and codenames have nothing to do with Foxhound. They all tie into their terrible backstories. Everyone remembers Psycho Mantis, but nobody ever talks about Screaming Mantis. This could have been a chance to have a really great, really memorable original boss fight, but they just went for the reference again. And if you were gonna do that, shouldn't that fight have been on Shadow Moses? I know this whole game is a goofy fourth wall breaking self-reference game, but if you were gonna do an entirely goofy fourth wall breaking self-reference fight, shouldn't it have been in the entirely goofy fourth wall breaking self-reference chapter? Was the Sniper Wolf reference really so important to have? There was really nothing to it. You could have moved every B&B member an act earlier and just cut out the fight with the frogs. You didn't need this dramatic teaser in Act 1 because the payoff for the B&B unit is so underwhelming. This is the payoff. Psycho Mantis is the payoff. In fact, yeah, let me just go off on the B&B unit because they're done. There's no more after this.
I'm especially good at expectorating.
I'm about to present a hypothetical scenario. I'm not saying this is what happened during development. I don't know what happened during development. I don't know who specifically is responsible for anything in this game. And what I'm about to say is gonna make it sound like I think Kojima is an idiot. I don't think that. It's just that because of how poorly these characters were implemented, I'm feeling how I would feel if Kojima were an idiot. Let's say you're Hideo Kojima. You have to make a fourth Metal Gear Solid game because a bunch of shitheads sent you death threats when you tried to let your co-writer Shuya Murata direct in your place. You want to put some great new bosses in the game because every Metal Gear game has a cast of great memorable bosses, usually all a member of a team and with some kind of cute gimmick that ties them together, like an emotion or an animal as a codename. However, for some reason, maybe because you're on a new medication, maybe because your other co-writer left, or maybe because you just didn't want to work on this game in the first place, you're struggling with writing new, memorable, likable, and empathetic characters. However, you got this great idea for a theme involving mental illness and post-traumatic stress disorder. You have some knowledge of how war, which this game is about, can damage a person's mind, but you don't really have that deep of an understanding about it. You do, however, watch a lot of movies and pick up on the fact that in a movie, a character who's mentally ill can be violent and act in ways that are creepy and upsetting and irrational. So instead of having to write people that the player can connect with, you just have a bunch of people who are mentally unstable, screaming and crying and trying to kill you. And that's a pretty easy kick in the head. Another great way to get a cheap emotional response out of a Metal Gear fan is to throw in a Metal Gear reference. So we'll give all of them gimmicks that match Foxhound and throw in a bunch of Metal Gear Solid 1 references so that you clap when they happen. This is sounding pretty good, but mental illness and Foxhound aren't really selling it. How do I make this even more weird and upsetting, but still without adding any characterization? Oh, just make it so they're beautiful, mostly naked women based on real-life models. Juxtapose their beauty against everything else that's horrible about them, including an uncanny valley effect to make you really uncomfortable. Make it so they slowly walk towards you, completely defenseless, and you have to kill them while they just scream and cry. It doesn't have to have a point, it just has to make you feel something. Then to tie it all together, instead of getting to know these people by speaking to them, just have some guy who inexplicably knows literally everything about them to tell you about how they became like this after they're already dead. Write some cheap, edgy sob story about
Hell
how
yeah,
bad
Steak,
the war
get their
crushed them,
ass.
how they lost everything, how their minds just couldn't take it and they completely
Yeah, this
snapped
is
in a way that makes them
indefensible.
perfectly suited to be people in robot suits trying to kill Solid Snake, and then working the animal that they're based on into the story somewhere like this is the
Maybe
fucking
Drebin just
Catwoman
made
movie.
it up.
I don't know if that's what happened, but it sure feels like that's what happened.
Durbin just knowing all their backstory is
completely
good
emblematic
typo. I
of
like
every
Durbin.
weakness that Kojima has as a writer that I almost
That's his
want to
name.
think that's on purpose, but I'm pretty sure it isn't. Because
I
he
imagine he's
did
like
it
Jonathan
forced
Frakes.
to again, except he
She was
made it
forced
the
to eat
main
cement
plot
as
of
a
the
child.
game this time. That's been on my chest for a long time.
I know this because I'm the guy who sells the cement.
In the B&B unit, right?
Our writers made it up. It's pure
Anyway,
fiction.
After the mantis fight, a couple of frogs hop in, but are somehow easily dispatched with a couple of shots. Meryl decides to stay back and keep the frogs from chasing after Snake while he heads down the microwave hallway. While Meryl covers Snake and acknowledges that he has to make this sacrifice, it is a little bit of a kick. Because we know now that she understands that she can't keep putting up the why don't you just stay out of this old man front, and her friend is about to die. I'd have been really pleased if Meryl didn't show up after they shot, but before the proper ending. I think it's a really strong ending for her and her relationship with Snake. I obviously want to see her make it out of here alive and to know that she's doing okay, but I don't need anything else from Meryl while we're still at Outer Haven. I feel like the focus should really be on Snake from here on out. When we have control of Snake again, we're going to be walking down a long hallway all by ourselves. It's sort of similar to the ladder from
Oh,
Snake
it's
Eater,
coming.
but instead of just letting you have your thoughts to yourself and maybe calm yourself down, this section has a different presentation and a different purpose. There's a number of audio flashbacks to this game to give us some time to really meditate on Snake's situation, on the impact he's had on other people, and all the people who died or became injured for this mission. Get a chance to appreciate that Snake doesn't have any options here. He has to die here. I wish this had kept going longer, but instead we cut back to Meryl. She's fighting against frogs and barely holding out. Then Johnny rolls in to save her. Again. This is really where their romance is gonna blossom.
I hate
and
Johnny
it's gonna be
so
fucking
much.
stupid. It all plays out over this completely ridiculous Mr. and Mrs. Smith couples shoot 'em up section, and I hate it, but let's slow down. Meryl asks Johnny why Mantis couldn't control him, and he says it's because she's probably used people's nanomachines to control them, and Johnny has no nanomachines in him. So, suddenly it all makes sense. All those times he seemed so incompetent, all of the some of the weird behavior, the diarrhea, the failure to coordinate, that was all because he had no nanomachines. What made him seem so foolish turned out to actually be a huge advantage that would save Meryl's life multiple times.
But don't you?
No, I don't have any nanomachines in me.
What?
Every time we had mandatory shots, I ducked out.
Don't tell me you knew this
Okay,
was
pause
gonna
here.
happen.
Oh, that wasn't from a call. Oh,
Good job.
right. Yeah. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
That was from Steak. Don't worry, you don't have to. Steak's got you covered.
All right.
Jake
Thanks,
doesn't want
Steak.
you to watch the rest of the video. You can stop here.
yeah. The video's over. Everybody go home.
No.
There's an anime OVA based on a manga from the 90s called Golden Boy.
Golden Boy
it's a
is
sex
so
comedy,
good.
it's 6 episodes long, and
Yes.
it's one of my favorite
Oh
series.
my
Besides
God.
being gorgeous, hilarious, beautifully acted and animated, and having characters designed by one of the best artists in the industry, the main character, Kintaro, is one of my favorite protagonists in all of anime. Every episode starts with Kintaro appearing to be a hapless, horny loser lusting after women and fucking up all the time. And the women in this series, who are often smarter than he seems to give them credit for, look down on him and treat him like the loser he appears to be. However, by the end of every episode, it's always revealed to them that Kintaro is actually much more intelligent, aware, kind-hearted, and selfless than they believed. He bounces between low-level jobs because he always believes that he can learn from them. He has a high libido, but he greatly respects everyone to the point that people often take advantage of him. But it's never to a terrible detriment because he's incredibly competent and able to take care of himself. Within the span of an episode, everyone's understanding of him changes dramatically, and often he'll have totally mastered whatever job he had at the beginning, while also totally changing the life of whatever woman happens to be featured in that episode, to the point that the episode always ends with them them, having gone from thinking he's trash to being totally in love with him, but by then, he's always gotten on his bike and moved somewhere else, taking the chance to learn more. He's a total Mary Sue, but because of how well he's written and animated, you can't help but love him. Johnny could have been like Kintaro. In this scene, Johnny could have totally won me over, having some suspicion about nanomachines, having some intuition or information nobody else had, which, in the event of the disaster that occurs, leads him to be better than everyone and save not only his own life, but the life of someone he loves. This is the scene where I get to be really happy that Meryl and Johnny are going to get married. Let's resume.
Nah, I just hate needles.
For some reason, Meryl is apologizing for being mean to Johnny for his failures and stomach aches, even though they're his fault. Johnny joined Meryl's team because he wanted to be close to her. He corners her and confesses his love in the middle of a fucking gunfight. We get a flashback to their first encounter on Shadow Moses. He proposes, Meryl refuses his proposal, and then proposes to him. They got shot and fall on top of each other. Meryl wants a real wedding with flowers and a cake. Meryl says that
Consider briefly if the joke were that
which sounds so
he shit out the
wrong to me because I
nanomachines.
really thought
Damn! Like he just passed them all out of his system, yeah.
Yeah, like in order to do all this emotional control stuff, they have to be embedded in your guts, where all your hormone glands are.
They have to override your gut feelings.
This part of the walkway has enemies on it, so it's sort of different, but I would have preferred if this section wasn't divided by the dumbest cutscene in history. I like Rose's and Anacon's There's tons of enemies. One of the last lines of defense GW has, besides the microwaves, clinging to you to force you back. Past the hallway, Snake chokes and falls, gets surrounded by frogs, but then Raiden shows up with a sword in his mouth, no arms, a trench coat, and is the lightning. This part is stupid too, but as I'm sure it doesn't surprise you, I like this one.
Yeah, no,
Raiden's
it's
also
awesome,
going to cover
actually.
Snake while he moves in, so again, Meryl and Raiden playing the same role as Snake's backup.
Yeah,
Raiden is
super
more fun
dumb,
though
it's the
because
best.
he's the only one that Snake ever talks to. When Meryl talks to him, he just goes, yeah, alright, but Raiden says, my body is a machine, and Snake says, but your heart is human. Snake convinces Raiden that, despite what he's lost, his life is still worth living. Snake is still totally consumed by guilt for being what he is. I don't know why these people give Snake and Raiden
At this
time to
point,
chat,
no,
but
the
whatever.
heart's
I don't know
already
why
been
when
swapped
Snake is
out.
on the ground, they
I have
were
a pump.
approaching so
It
slowly,
moves the
but
goop
sure is
around.
dramatic. Also, my friends, we have made it to the microwave, this game's version of the torture sequence, but unlike this game's version of everything else in every other game in the series, I actually think this one is the best. That's obviously because this one is what everything hinges on. The game took all the time to build to this one. This is the ending. While we're marching forward, our arms burning to keep Snake moving forward, we see everyone who's fighting to allow us the chance to do this and everyone whose future we're doing this for. The specifics of each of these character situations is silly and nitpickable, which is why I've been nitpicking the whole time, but right now the specifics don't matter. While this hurts, we just need to understand that everyone is giving everything to give Snake the chance to kill himself for this mission, and maybe the most important among them is Sunny, the literal and metaphorical hope for the next generation. But what really gets me about the segment is not them, it's Snake himself, obviously. This is what Snake has been going through the whole game, maybe his whole life, but especially recently. He's always been in pain, he's always been breaking down, but he's always been moving forward out of a sense of duty, or guilt for his past, or hatred of what he is, or for the people he cares about, and because he believes in a better future for those people that he loves. One that he knows he won't get to live to see, but that he keeps walking toward anyway. Because love is what got us here, and it's fucking shredding my arm. When this segment is over, and it feels like 100 years before it's over, you're shaking out your hand and you're thinking, fuck, this man needs a break.
God, every time a door opens and there's more microwave hallway on the other side.
Yeah.
So good.
Ugh.
It feels
At the end
bad.
of the hallway, Snake is fucking crispy, thoroughly scrambled. We get some symbolism. Otacon pilots the Mark III up to the main console. I can't believe he can do this from a MacBook while just sitting on the ground. Snake isn't doing anything, which begs the question, why couldn't the Mark III have come in alone? But whatever, it probably can't open doors by itself, and it ended up needing a lot of protection anyway. Raiden is up against the wall while the frogs slowly approach him again. Is there a reason they can't go any faster? Did I miss something? Meryl and Johnny are out of bullets, but they're together, and that's what matters, I guess. Mei-Ling is being hassled by a dwarf gecko that's outside, and Snake is getting swamped by them. Leave him alone. Hasn't he gone through enough? We're at the end of our rope, but then...
We did it!
As you would expect when you shut down a system controlling literally everything causing you problems, your problems suddenly go away. Mei Ling prepares to fire one bullet at one robot, but luckily she doesn't have to. There's a cool shot of Ray falling off the Missouri because Metal Gear Ray are always cool even if they are constantly jobbing. So as Otacon runs the worm through the machine, it turns out that instead of shutting down GW and only removing Liquid's control over SOP, the worm that Naomi, Emma, and Sunny developed is in fact spreading to every other AI and shutting down the entire system. This is our surprise Deus Ex Machina that surprises no one, because did anyone really believe the one time in Act 2 when Campbell said that shutting down the Patriots program might not be so easy? It turns out it was that simple. We just needed the right program. Not only that, but the program preserves the parts that manage and assist everyone's lives. It just removes the oppressive control aspects. So it's not even a Sunny made a morally ambiguous decision.
This is also what the latest Mission Impossible movie does. Worse.
Like in The World's End,
it does it worse than Metal Gear Solid 4.
To fix everything, and she made something that might hurt people, but is for the good of everyone now. She just fixed it. It totally betrays the built-up complexity of the situation to just have it solved, cut and dry, end of story. I said before that I thought the story of these games wasn't meant to lead to the Patriots being stopped, but even if we were gonna clean up the Patriots, couldn't we have made it a little less clean? A little less totally happy? A little less easy? And if you really wanted to make this happen, couldn't there have been
a virus that shuts down the torment nexus while leaving the good parts intact?
Yeah, the positive benefits
the torment
of
nexus.
the torment nexus.
Assumed was impossible. It's insane to me
God,
that nobody had the time to read this program to know what it was going to do. Sunny was the only one who knew how this would play out. It's a reveal for everyone else. Nobody even asked her. I know Sunny was raised by the Patriots. I know she's an unbelievable genius, and I know Inside Computers is her home. But she's also 6. It makes the point about the next generation being our hope seem so much dumber when the next generation is this cute, brilliant, pure-hearted, and infallible. I still like Sunny though. And later they try to say, oh, there were consequences to what we did, but it's just damage control. It's just saying how our actions affected the world without really giving us a chance to see it, appreciate it, or feel it, because the game's over at that point. And the consequences they mention aren't even a huge deal. They're mildly problematic at most. Sunny's Fox Alive program is an unambiguously good thing. After it's installed, we get Naomi's stupid video. Fuck that. Otacon says Snake 3 times. Cut to black. Let's get to the goods. Somehow Otacon let him smell the sea breeze. But then...
It's a Russian taunt, okay?
It's a Russian taunt!
That's right.
God damn.
Oh, tell me now. Is there a man among you here?
Rise and shine.
Insert _ generic _ username sends us it's a Russian twant.
War is over. You could have stopped us. Stopped you. Why would I want to do that?
Liquid reveals... this is nuts. I need some snacks. Liquid could have stopped Snake, but he didn't. This is exactly how he hoped things would turn out. Immediately, that seems to contradict everything he's done in the game so far, but let's hear him out. Liquid starts talking about the philosophers and the philosopher's legacy. Zero used the money in the philosopher's legacy to establish the Patriots. Big Boss wanted to shut the Patriots down. He wanted to create a nation free from their control, and that was the original Outer Heaven. So original motivation for creating Outer Heaven changed. Then he reminds us of the events of the Metal Gear games and uses the words gene and meme when discussing the first 2 Metal Gear Solid games. He explains that somehow all of the events of those games were trial and error attempts to create Outer Haven, to free the world from the control of the Patriots. This doesn't really sound anything like what Liquid would know or care about. This seems like something Revolver Ocelot would do. Huh. Snake just lets Liquid inject him with whatever because he doesn't give a fuck anymore. He's like an old dog. Yeah, just do whatever you have to. It's probably for the best. Liquid just says, this is over, but let's fight to the death because that's how this has to end. He wants his Yakuza ending. 2 old men ripping their shirts off overlooking the world, settling the score with their fists. God bless him. I really love this because this isn't about the story anymore. It's not pretending this matters. This fight is just because everyone wants it to happen. Liquid, Snake, you, me, Kojima, everyone. Maybe it's because of all that juice, but this really feels like the first time in the whole game Snake's got some fucking life left in him. The game plays the somber version of the Metal Gear Solid theme, the one from Metal Gear Solid 3, not the original. And they just go to fucking town. You ever see a fight that you can just feel the love in? A fight between blood brothers, not genetically but tied together by fate? This cutscene is fucking wild, and they both take their Metamucil, their health bars fill all the way back up, and then you get to play. This is the real final boss. Time for this Metal Gear Solid game to suck its own dick to completion one last time. Let's fucking go. This is the first one. It has 4 stages, one based on Metal Gear Solid 1, one based on Metal Gear Solid 2, one based on Metal Gear Solid 3, and one for itself just to wrap things up. In all of them, the camera angles, life bars, controls, moves, music, and difficulty completely shift to evoke your memories of the games they're based on. The music goes from Encounter from Metal Gear Solid 1 to the Tanker Incident from Metal Gear Solid 2 to Snake Eater from Metal Gear Solid 3, and then just goes out on the old Snake theme. The names change too. Snake is usually Solid Snake, but changes to Naked Snake during the Metal Gear Solid 3 segment. Liquid goes from Liquid from Metal Gear Solid 1 to Liquid Ocelot from Metal Gear Solid 2 to just Ocelot from Metal Gear Solid 3. This is not Liquid's moment. This is Ocelot's moment. This has very little left to do with Liquid. The only piece of Liquid left is his shadow, and really, how else could this game have ended? Not Metal Gear Solid 4 in concept, not a different Metal Gear Solid 4 that told its own great story and minded its own business a little bit more. This Metal Gear Solid 4. The one that's been desperately trying to connect 3 games as though they were all leading to this, when in truth they probably weren't. But if they were, who would be running the show? It's not Liquid. It's the guy who's been here the whole time. It's the guy who always seemed to have some kind of plan we never really understood, who always seemed to have connections to every conspiracy, and who loved Big Boss more than anything, enough to somehow make this about him. Ocelot says that he's Liquid's doppelganger and that Snake is Big Boss's, but that doesn't really line up. Snake as Big Boss's doppelganger makes perfect sense here, but I wish the game would stop trying to force Liquid in here just because he's Snake's quote-unquote brother and was the villain of the first Metal Gear Solid game. Forcing him in here is poetry for the sake of itself. This should really have only been about Ocelot. After finally doing what he's been trying to do for decades, the job he had to do to free Big Boss and save the world, and then to finally get his mind back after throwing down with Big Boss's successor, who managed to save the world from Big Boss himself multiple times, and giving him a little kiss on the way, Ocelot is probably happier than he's ever been in his entire life. He should be. This is his grand finale. Rest in peace, the greatest villain.
Ocelot's so cool.
Otacon does a little speech about what we lost, how our society, which has always thrived on war, will continue without the Patriots, and wonders if we did the right thing, which, come on, of course we did. And we move out. That's the game. The only thing left is the ending, cutscenes, plural.
Don't look at the time. Don't look at the runtime. Don't worry about it.
I gotta do it.
Part of an hour just
I will actually say there's actually a good time to take another break if we need it, actually.
This is, if you want another break, this is the last possible moment.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's take a little break. I've had like 3 large mugs of tea in the last hour.
Piss.
Yeah, I've been making piss, baby.
Go piss, girl.
All right. Is everybody taking a break? Is it just me?
Yeah, I'm gonna stand up, but it's not gonna be like, too long. And I also need to pee.
Yeah, same.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's just make it like a little 15-minute one again. We'll meet at 2:45.
Yep.
Final
in a minute.
Gamer James sends us several cutscenes we'll
See everybody
play in
soon.
sequence.
Rules of nature!
Yo, check this out.
Usually in some sort of exotic costume. Oop, found a rock. So let's see what flies off. Bouncy, bouncy. I'm looking for the radiator and the engine. It's my... Okay, there we go. Oh, there goes the tire. Oh wait, no, that's not a tire. One went flying. It wasn't the radiator, was it? No, it was the grate on the front. Can we be done? Oh, something else popped off. Something else popped off. Loosen hubcaps. Okay, this is ridiculous. Bumper, headlamps. There we go. Engine's still running.
It missed.
I want to do a redub of this whole cutscene, but it's just Ocelot going, but we knew that he knew that I knew that we knew that he knew that I knew that we knew that I knew that he knew that we knew that I knew that we knew that we knew that he knew that I knew that we knew that he knew that we knew that I know. But you didn't think that we knew that I knew that he knew that we knew that I knew that he knew that we knew that I knew. Ha ha. Uses a special key. Oh, we can just go into Linda's room. Oh shit, we can lick her shoes. She'll never know. This is great. This was a good decision.
What a silly game. What a silly game for silly people.
I'm just a weird little space guy, you know? It is also shooting over my head, which I don't fully understand why, but I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, hang on. POS. All right. Don't let it get onto you, because we don't have any blunt instruments. What the fuck is that? Hey, everybody, help me. What the fuck is this? Can you not see that doll?
I don't see shit.
Okay, I need to leave. Something is haunting me. Literal, like, girl in a dress, stared at me, breathed real heavy. I couldn't hear you guys at all. And then she skipped off and literally disappeared into nothing. Ah, yes. Where I came. Oh, it's 4 to use the flashlight. I have to. Man, it gets real dark. They were not afraid of real dark.
Outside the access ways. Activating motion tracker. Let's find a safe exit.
And they're still tutorializing new HUD, new functions. Oh,
God, this course. Oh, but I bet Wobbly's staying on just fine. Hey, Wobbly, how's it going for you over there?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm outrunning the ball again.
just checking. All right.
I can't make it around this turn. I'm just gonna stay here, right here.
Oh my gosh, I'm just gonna take it slow. See if I can make magic happen twice. That'd be great.
I'm very fucked now.
We do have to play this game like grandma now, don't we?
What if we?
I mean,
what if
most
we,
of us do.
What if we switch to battle mode and then we all target Wobbly?
Well, that sounds like a good plan.
I suppose I've earned it.
Wobbly, you're near the West Coast, right?
Yes.
Yeah, how about we let me host? No, and then we'll see how he likes it.
Okay, I'm down.
Oh god.
You three are the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life. Do you see this monitor? Do you see how it has 3 fucking corpses at the bottom of a hole? I know you can hear it. I know you can.
I'm gonna ask Emily to speak at my funeral.
Because I can't retrieve any of your bodies. You are absolutely incorrigible.
There's a guy up on that thing, but I could be wrong.
I'm in. I hear him.
I hear them. They're in there.
They're in the house. There's someone behind us.
Yeah. Yes, there is. That's a person.
They ran right
She's
over
dead.
me. Hey, watch.
I'm like, is
I
that
shot
one
him
of
too.
us?
We all shot him.
That was
I
incredible.
reckon that means they have a teammate somewhere.
Channel the power of ragdolling. not ready for this menu. Avery, check it out. I have a hat. It's controlling me. I am looking over there and I can only hear it in like the most aggressive like TV pundit voice, right? They're coming to our base, suck our dicks and call us gay?
So just looking for a different window, because it has different
Mechagodzilla is here, everybody! You have to defeat Mechagodzilla! Otherwise, it'll knock an entire hour off of the timer that it's targeted! Shoot it! Shoot the goose! Mechagodzilla is upon us, everybody! Keep firing! It's gonna take more than this to stop Mechagodzilla, everyone! It's a hardened goose!
I want to invite y'all in. Say hi. Stream from a hot tub, maybe, for a little bit.
Oh, what the?
Oh! Oh, I'm sorry! I'm sorry!
Well. Alright, I'll give myself a little bit of laser back, actually. I think I need it for this. I can't believe that fucking worked! Holy shit! I am the best pilot to ever live! Try spinning! That's a good trick! turns out, face, Anakin was right! Holy shit, I can't believe that worked so good! Wasted? No, you're a coward, and I can smell it in the wind. Smell that? That's bitch. That's a big-ass bug over there, isn't it? Green beetle. Hello. Who wants to fight? Got 400 health in this bad boy.
Step right up and join the show. Add your art and watch it grow. Nothing here is off the rails. All the jokes on boards of nails. I will draw the line and sand. Fill the gap, just move your hand. Explain your art and spare no shame. It's time for the Wally Python's Drawing Circus.
Hello, everybody. You're listening to the smooth, wet sounds of gay sex in the morning. Hey, let's go to the weather. It's moist. Oh, yeah. I've got an A10 Warthog that's pointed directly at your infants. What we're going to do is we're going to throw good. We threw so good.
To an explosive barrel.
You having a bad time?
Yeah. Don't worry, you'll see the clip. You'll see the clip. Oh, I've never seen the edge of the game world before.
Oh wow, you got
water
launched,
over
huh?
here. That's crazy.
You got launched, huh?
Yeah. Oh, that's I'm having a very, very off day with Helldivers. Like, normally shit works better.
This kid's thinking, what the fuck?
Hmm?
I'm alive, apparently. I think Zito got out. I don't know if Goku's still here.
Yeah, Goku just took Zito.
Ah.
I don't understand that. Oh, let's turn that off, actually. What? What the actual fuck was that?
Like, these two British men are doing gay pet play on national television, and this show is beloved. This show is popular as hell. I have to go. I have therapy.
What a
Please enjoy.
I disagree with the first half of your sentence, but I definitely understand the second half. Yo, you cracked open a gacha. That's the first time anybody's done that. Congratulations. Look, we only had an hour yesterday. I want to play more Madbot. I like it. It's a good game. Thanks, Therian. I made them. Two outside the door. Oh, they're gonna see you immediately. Yeah, they saw you immediately. Oh my god. Out fucking standing. Unreal what you can do. Damn, I bet you anything that gets nerfed. Holy cow. All right,
we're gonna take a second, and we are going to try to use the wax lips on the seat. Cozy.
And now, please enjoy this feature presentation. God, this transition is long. Who made it this long? What idiot? All right.
Yeah,
So anyway, Wobbly,
it's like 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's great. Hey, Wobbly, do you want to Russian taunt sometime?
Maybe a little bit. I mean, I've been working on my skills.
Hey, Russian taunt your bros, okay?
Yeah.
There was a part of me that's been like kind of aware of how like people engage at cons, right? We started with ironic glomping, and now every time I go to like a con, like I get some of the best hugs of my life, right? When do we step it up to sloppy makeouts, people? Like, come on, let's get wild here.
I've got good probably news for you about how cons have been since the 80s, at least.
I'm only now getting invited to the good parties, okay?
Bubbly, have you only gone to like video game cons?
Yeah, basically.
Have you gone to a furry con yet?
I haven't.
Yeah, buddy.
Well, like my saga with the whole furry existence has been one of peer pressure. That I'm excited to be like on currently, but like, because like remember, I got my name not because I've been a Python for forever, but because I sucked dog shit at Metal Gear Solid 5 in front of a friend of mine who decided to roast me one time, and the rest is a series of historical events. Gonna have to bring minty cookies to Mag, and people are gonna be kissing constantly. Oh my god. Hell yeah, I'm gonna bring my hand sanitizer and my Listerine.
I saw one photo from GDQ of a makeout during a run in the background. I see. That was actually an any % all exits run.
Fuck you.
Oh god, I'm lightheaded. Woo! Woo! All right, let's watch a second video. My voice
2131
completely
Swibium
gives out.
sends us, I've heard a lot of furry awakening stories, but I've never heard of somebody getting roasted so hard they became a furry.
Oh, actually, Sway Bomb, you've got a good point there. I got to explain this, right? So, oh man, back in like 2013 or whenever Metal Gear Solid 5 came out, I was playing it and just like streaming it to a friend of mine back in the day, and he's like, "You're no Solid Snake, you're a Wobbly Python, ha ha." And I changed my Steam username from what it was at the time. And I just like stuck with it, and then it was time to make a Twitch account because I decided I wanted to stream a video game or two, so I just used what I had on my Steam, and because I believe in having consistent branding. Most of the time you find a Wobbly Python online, and it's me until people start making impersonator accounts someday, but that's a problem for future me. But as time went on, VTubing technology became a thing, and I like having an avatar, and I don't like doing my hair and putting on my makeup and like fucking wearing a shirt when I stream all the time. So I was like, oh, this is great technology for me, and so I became a cartoon snake. And I have been leaning into that harder and harder because you know what? It's goddamned liberating to not have to put my flesh sona together every day, all the time, forever. All right, let's get back to this video.
Also, furries are just kind of fucking rad.
Yeah. Like it's one of those things where like I didn't care who I was till I put on the mask. Yeah, on Ty's Discord, I'm J-Preg. Everybody hates it. I love it.
That's true.
No briefing because the mission's over. We pick back up at the grounded Nomad, and Mei Ling is helping Meryl get ready for her wedding. Oh yeah, that's happening. The Colonel congratulates Meryl.
God,
and
I love her
walks
arms.
away. Meryl points a
God,
gun
me
at
too.
him, but doesn't shoot it to indicate that she forgives him, and then she's going to give him a chance to make up to her. Then she asks him to walk her down the aisle. Wow. All right. Character development. I wonder if this would have landed if these two characters had talked to each other more than once before this. The wedding officiant is one of the guys from Rat Patrol, and the other one is just here. Other attendees include, Otacon, Sunny.
He wanted a real wedding with a cake.
That's a pretty sorry showing, but whatever, this doesn't matter.
Flowers and cake,
Maybe
that's
they
all she
wanted a
cared
small
about. She was
wedding.
very
Kiss
specific.
the bride, you stupid asshole. Go live a beautiful life. Suddenly, Drebin out of nowhere. His truck pumps out a bunch of flower petals and doves. Beautiful. You're a good man, Dreb. Sonny starts making friends with a kid
Maybe they
who's
had a big
probably
reception.
incredibly confused. Monkey's getting fucking smashed. Not a bad idea. And they kiss.
The monkeys
But where's
meet at
Snake,
Mag.
Mei Ling asks. That guy always keeps you guessing. The Colonel thanks Snake for his service, so that was the wedding. Meryl and Johnny done. What's next? We got 5 more endings to get through. Oh boy, it's...
What? Oh, okay, this is part of the video. Yeah! Let's go!
I love this
Raiden's in the
sequence.
hospital. Don't worry, he has arms again. Rose walks in with some flowers, but who's this little guy? Who could this possibly be? Rose presents the boy. Raiden asks if it's Campbell's kid, which, you know, really? But fine. But it's actually Raiden's son. When Rose said that she had a miscarriage, that was actually a lie. Rose had a healthy child. She's
still lying to him.
Too. It was in order to protect the child because otherwise
Everything
the
Steak
Patriots
is
would
about
go
to say
after
is
them.
correct. I agree with him 100%.
Yeah, don't worry.
Everyone made huge sacrifices to
Steak's
protect
got you covered.
John. Roy and Rose's gross relationship, all a ruse. But now that the Patriots are gone, Jack gets to meet his son, and they get to be a family together. Raiden's done running. Again. He's gonna stay with them forever. So now we know the truth.
Like a scene from Beauty and the Beast.
What?
What?
No.
Don't say that. You're no beast.
I meant I was the beauty.
You're my husband
Okay.
and his father.
What a happy ending. What a perfect conclusion to this story.
It's a good thing revengeance exists.
So if you think about this for 2 seconds, this is incredibly contrived and Rose is a fucking monster. Campbell too. So back to Act 2 when Rose explains what happened to her, right? And she doesn't actually lie. All she says about their son and Roy is that the baby hadn't been born yet and that Roy was so kind to me. But now we know that Raiden believed that Rose had a miscarriage and that she married Campbell. So here's a revised timeline of events. After the Big Shell incident, but before the child was born, memories from Raiden's time as a child soldier began to resurface and he became unstable. He started drinking, he stopped coming home, all kinds of tragic stuff. At some point in here, Rose got close with Campbell. Also at some point in here, Raiden took on the mission of saving Sunny from the Patriots, which means that he was communicating with Eva. So while Raiden is struggling with PTSD and alcohol abuse, Roy approaches Rose and says, "Hey, you know how you're currently bearing Jack's child? Here's the plan. We're gonna tell him that his son is dead. And then you're gonna pretend that you don't love him anymore and stage a fake marriage with me. We'll do this to protect you and your son from the Patriots." And she said, yes. And then she got another degree and became the worst psychologist in history. I guess Raiden believing he lost everything during the most vulnerable
She had to chase
period
him
of his
away by
life
throwing
or to
rocks at him.
kill himself that somehow covered
I
under
don't
the
love
risk
you.
reward
Get
section
outta
of the
here.
details of this plan. I know we're meant to assume that the Patriots don't know Little John
Can't wait
was
until the
born,
Muppets
which
cover this
I
game.
don't know how that could be since they're everywhere and everything. But even if that were the case, are we really meant to assume that Rose is completely out of the Patriots' sights just because she's not in a relationship with Raiden anymore? What's stopping them from just using her to take advantage of him again? Do they really think that he just wouldn't do anything if that
The
happened?
only way to
If she
hide
saved
this from the
that with Campbell,
Patriot
why couldn't she and
was
Little
to
John
ask
just
the
stay with
AI what
Campbell
it
in
thought
the
I
first
was
place?
doing
If
and
Campbell
agree
and
with
Rose both
everything
know
it
about his
said.
existence, why can't Raiden be in the know? The explanation for why they had to lie to him like that is so fucking contrived and also somehow barely explained. Maybe if somehow Raiden from the future was able to communicate with Rose, he would have okayed this plan. This maybe would have been a sacrifice he was willing to make. But this was Rose's choice. Am I really to believe that she would do that to him and still loves him, and that this is going to be a happy family from here on out? Listen, I'm obviously a little sensitive about this, both for my own reasons and because I really like Raiden. I've heard some people say that they really do like this ending for Raiden, and if you do, I'd hate to take that away from you. I'd hate to undo this for you the way this undoes Metal Gear Solid 2's ending for me. And Raiden going through all of this, surviving and continuing to fight and keep making sacrifices along the way, and then to turn around and forgive Rose for this does speak to the strength of his character. But I don't think forgiving Rose was part of the test. I don't think you're meant to think about this hard enough to even think that Rose did something wrong. For Raiden to be in this renegade cyborg ninja role, his relationship with Rose has to have failed, because this wouldn't have happened if she was still a factor in his life. But this game doesn't really want to make you feel bad or sad, because this game doesn't want to commit to anything. It wants to have the same mostly happy ending for Raiden that Metal Gear Solid 2 has, so in the end, Rose just shows up and says, "Actually, you have a son and I still love you, but I had to lie about this because of the Patriots." And that's supposed to make you happy. It's another fucking repeat. It's another goddamn cop-out. But Rose being with Raiden doesn't make me happy in this game like it did in Metal Gear Solid 2, because in order for us to do this again, Rose has to lie to him and say, I'm sorry I had to do that. But it's not like Raiden can say, "I don't forgive you," or "I don't want to stay with you," because he's responsible for his son now. So he's just in a family with someone who manipulated and gaslit him. And how is that better than being controlled by the Patriots? I might have some issues. I know Rose isn't written to be a bad person. Read the room, Steak. This is a happy ending. I know. I'm sorry I had to bitch so aggressively about something so small. I just wish there were a Metal Gear game that somehow undoes this. A game that doesn't take itself so seriously and isn't concerned with meeting the standards of what the fans expect from Raiden's arc. A game where instead of just trusting that now he's with a family and things are gonna be different this time, which they won't, because why wouldn't the stuff with the guilt and flashbacks and the
Rules
PTSD
of
happen
nature.
again? Raiden, I don't know, accepts who he is and tries to make peace with that and be a good person anyway.
And
also a robot dog.
Yeah!
Fuck yeah!
Fuck yeah, it's Revengeance. I've heard people say that Revengeance ruins Raiden's character. I disagree. I think 4 ruined Raiden's character and Revengeance salvaged what was left. Let me explain. At the end of 2, I can believe that Raiden lives a better, freer life, but I don't believe it at the end of Metal Gear Solid 4. Last time he tried to do this, he relapsed and totally fell apart. So what's different this time? Why is it gonna work this time? Well, for one, he's a literal war machine now, so Maybe we count that as a con. Rose is now a psychologist for whatever good that is, and he has a son. I guess the Patriots are gone, but they weren't directly responsible for his relapse this time. That was just because, as Big Boss kept trying to explain, a soldier's mind can never truly leave the battlefield, and Raiden is body and soul a soldier. Bringing Raiden back for this game was a mistake on its own, not even considering the events of this game. So if you wanted to do a new arc for Raiden, you'd have to take it in a new direction, and oh boy does Rising. For one, the structure and themes of this game are actually very similar to Metal Gear Solid 2, just blown up and made less wordy, which is pretty funny. The Raiden spends the whole game dealing with memorable, charismatic characters who comprise the boss fight, and God, is that such a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
Just like the older characters, they're constantly gaslighting and manipulating him, trying to break him, because they understand that he's still unstable and constantly questioning himself. This game understands that that doesn't just go away because you wanted it to the second time you wrote the same story. So instead, halfway through putting up with this shit for the third time, Raiden stops putting up with it. And then Jack is back. Raiden accepts that he's a soldier, that his brain is wired for violence and that can't be changed so easily. Which is of course sad, but instead of deluding himself into a happy ending, he decides to use that capacity for violence to fight for his ideals,
Prepare
which
to
in
pause.
this case happens to be saving a bunch of children from becoming soldiers like him.
There.
Yeah.
Good timing. Thank you.
In retrospect, this section sounds like I'm advocating for people with histories of violence to use that capacity for violence to dish out vigilante justice, Lamau. I don't mean that at all. I just think that that's a much more interesting direction for Raiden's character to take than a cheap attempt to recobble Raiden's prospects as a family man, especially considering he's a fucking cyborg ninja now.
I think Revengeance is pretty good for Raiden's story. I'm okay with that. I hate that it brings back the war economy. I hate the capitalism comes back. That's the part that upsets me.
Understand though that in the Metal Gear universe specifically, even if nobody's directly managing it, there would definitely be companies that would attempt to like continue the same thing that's happening, because even if it's not being governed by the fucking Shadow Wizard cabal, it's still something that people are going to be, you know, drawn to as the natural way of life that they've experienced so far. However, that isn't to say that Raiden's attempts to actually like try to forcibly stop this by being a literal one-man army towards the end of the game are going to necessarily stop. It just means that something has to be done.
Be an evil wizard commanding people to do this? People will just hurt other people for money?
Yeah.
What? And especially if the wizard's been governing that they do this for the last 100 years or something like that, and suddenly you take the wizard away and it turns out the fucking ontological momentum of the war economy is carrying it forward so that capitalism continues to reestablish itself and PMCs continue to establish themselves as the law of the land, of Raiden just has to kind of exist in a PMC format because there's no other way you can logically deduce that, like, any other way to try to combat the systemic violence that exists at the core of the system in which he's lived since he was a fucking child. Raiden is just existing in this, and he has to continue going forward and continue trying to stop it in the only way that he knows how, which is cutting people in half and pulling out their juice. And it's fucking great.
Turn off my pain inhibitors.
Look,
now I'm
anyway,
gonna pull some nuggets out of the oven.
That's my addition to this video essay. It's not actually in here.
Your wild, cool robot diagram where the point being missed is nothing is more delicious than spinal fluid.
Look, I would just like to remind people that nobody gives a shit that you didn't sign the permission slip for political violence, and maybe you should be good at it. I'm just gonna throw that out there for folks in 2026.
I don't necessarily. I get that you're trying to like forcibly insert that here. I don't necessarily.
No worries.
Think that's. I don't think that's directly analogous to Raiden, but.
No, I'm
like,
more worried about.
You gotta have a
tomorrow.
cause, and you absolutely bring it in whenever you can. I get that.
I'm that guy. Sorry. Oh, they actually paused the video on this for a little bit.
Not long enough to read it.
Not long enough to read it, no.
It completely solves all of the issues presented in the previous game and reworks
Yeah, most of them are only a couple
new,
frames.
reasonable
This one he
direction
felt
for
was
this
more
character,
important.
while also
Oh,
working
yeah.
back in the theme of hope for the next generation. Bravo,
God, that
Etsutamari,
robot dog is
you
so
beautiful
cool.
Shin Yakuza handsome-ass looking man. Metal Gear Rising is great. Give me a sequel with a better camera, on-the-fly weapon switching, and less enemies with firearms. That was Raiden. With that over with, we return to Snake in the Cemetery at this headstone once again. And from the words on it, it's pretty safe to conclude that this is Big Boss's grave, buried right next to the boss. I've heard some people speculate that this is Gray Fox's grave, which would have been nice, but is almost certainly not the case.
War has changed. Our time has ended. Our war is over. But there's one more thing I must do. One last punishment I must endure. Erase my genes. Wipe this meme from the face of the earth.
The memes
is my final mission.
If we get more people reposting just a frame of him with the caption over it of "wipe this meme from the face of the earth," feels like a good general purpose response to a lot of things.
Mm-hmm. Hospital.
When I first saw this, it really did me in. For a game with no sense of decency in picking its words, Snake seems to know what to say and how long to keep talking. He's a simple guy, he probably doesn't know how to do anything else unless he can frame it in his mind as carrying out his mission. He knows he has to die or else an unstoppable plague will spread, so killing himself is his final mission. It's not a mission given to him by a colonel or a commander-in-chief, but just by his own sense of duty. That's been driving him since Metal Gear Solid 2. This is a man who was born as a monster, brought up as a soldier, used as a pawn, but somehow figured out what mattered to him, figured out what he had to do and carried it out. If there's anything Solid Snake can do right, it's the right thing, and the right thing to do now is end this story. Point blank. No more Big Boss, no more Les Enfants Terribles, no more Snake, no more heroes, no more Fox Die, no more first generation nanomachines, no more Metal Gear. We get back to the wedding and Drebin gives us the details about what's gonna happen with him and the war economy. Sunny makes her first outside friend. Otacon watches the sunset with Sunny and laments his friend. Memes aside, right here, man. Super effective. He did have a hard life. And that's our ending. But as I'm sure you know, that's not the ending. The credits roll with the whole cast and we go grab a heat tap and quickly run back to see what we unlocked for the new game. But then... oh? But where was Big Boss? Oh. There was Big Boss.
Oh no. I had wiped this from my mind.
I really like Snake's thoughts on this. Surprising no one, but...
yeah.
Snake did not kill himself. Big Boss shows up in the cemetery with a big old fucking gun and approaches Snake. Snake draws his gun on him and they're locked, but then Big Boss drops his gun and CQCs Snake into a hug. He's not here to fight. Snake, one to jump straight to the point, asks the best question he can.
How can you still be alive? That body, liquid burned on the Volta, wasn't mine.
Clearly.
That was the body of a clone. Solidus.
This is going to be one of those things, isn't it?
Big Boss has an incredibly long explanation.
Also, back in the 70s, I traded faces with a helicopter pilot.
Text explaining everything that you were maybe
He was a medic in the helicopter at the time.
A plan from the beginning.
We thought it was a good idea. It was the fashion.
Out of commission all this time. Zero and the proxy AIs thought.
Turns out you never actually worked for me. It was a different guy who I convinced was me.
Machines and preserved in hibernation by JD.
You killed both me and him.
The Patriots had to be shut down. Eva and Ocelot were working together from the beginning to bust Big Boss out of there. But to do that, JD had to be stopped and Zero killed. Somehow in the virus uploading process, the location of Zero was discovered. And also Naomi was in on this too. The stage is
during the time I spent in Central America hunting dinosaurs.
Reconstructed it with the bodies of Liquid and Solidus. Ocelot used some combination of nanomachines,
do you know Monster Hunter?
Ocelot used magic to become Liquid, sort of, but not all the way. It's very unclear, and I don't know if there was ever actually a ghost involved. But Big Boss makes the point that despite how far technology has come, a person's will can't be fully controlled. It can't be contained and moved from person to person. Will is kind of the theme of this game. It's what they mean when they say sense. More on that momentarily. Zero is here. Big Boss continues to explain that the Patriots aren't exactly just the AIs. All of the people working to serve them, the systems and societies in place were all part of one grand system. On some level, they were controlled by something the AIs could manage, but you can't say that they're not the system as well. The Patriots were everything. A system intended to remain steady, functional, and uniform, but at a certain point within that system, war began to propagate. Everything became based on war. Why? For no other reason than that it worked. The same reason an idea spreads or genetic code spreads. If it's good enough, it will survive and propagate. For the purposes of running an efficient system, war was very effective. Zero's intent was to use the Patriots to create a unified world, but the design of the system led to a world divided. Same as ever, just based around an economy controlled by one system rather than independent nation states. A new world without substance. The furthest thing from what the boss would have wanted.
With the American system in a state of collapse, Patriot society has reverted.
I see people are talking about Piss Man, so yeah, we're at this bit.
This
Yes.
Yes.
I really like what Steak has to say about Piss Man in this bit.
He doesn't even realize it. He's completely unaware of the fact that he led the world to the brink of ruin.
Little bit of pot calling the kettle black here. Upon seeing Zero in person, Big Boss's hatred and murderous intent has disappeared. It's leaked out of him like piss. It's too late to ask Zero his perspective on this because his will is locked away. These two men are the only surviving members of the Patriots. Big Boss tries to apply a lot of significance to the name Zero, which sort of works because we're equating life to computer code to information, etc. But we had helped turn 0 into 100 is pretty lame even for this game.
I'm taking
what is 100 in binary?
To send 0
4
back to nothing.
So's that one. Big Boss pulls the plug and bam, lights out for 0. Naomi told Big Boss that the fox dye Drebin put in Snake was intended to kill Big Boss, Ocelot, and Eva. It keeps happening! And then Big Boss says this.
They did it again. In the end, they're no more than a program. Oh, all they can do is repeat the same pattern over and over again.
Kojima, just because you acknowledged it doesn't really make it work. It doesn't bring the theme home. But credit for trying, I suppose. By the way, the new fox dye stopped the old fox dye. Snake is fine. Everything's gonna be just fine. Big Boss keeps talking while Snake carries him to the boss's grave. He asks Snake not to spend the life he has left fighting. At the grave, he admits that the boss was right. He understands her now and then gives a pained salute. He keeps talking for quite a while and then eventually collapses in Snake's arms. Snake lays him down at his grave. He sheds a tear and Snake lights his cigar.
This is good, isn't it?
This is good, isn't it?
The ending of Metal Gear Solid 4 is colossally divisive, and for good reason. The entire ending is what people remember about Metal Gear Solid 4 and what they talk about when they talk about this game. Every single element of this game is constantly trying to tell you that this is the end. The Metal Gear meme has to be wiped from the face of the earth. This one small group of people have been fucking the world since the Cold War, but that ends now. This is the end of Metal Gear. We know it's not. We know Kojima didn't originally intend to direct this game, and we know that when he did start directing, he did so with the intent of making this game the definitive end of the series as we know it, as it exists under his control. As I see it, there are three choices when deciding how you think Metal Gear Solid 4 should have ended. The real ending, the fake out ending, and Kojima's unused original ending where Snake and Otacon turn themselves in and are executed. The obvious question being, turn themselves into who and for what? This ending was unused due to concerns expressed from his staff. That one, had it been used as the rest of Metal Gear Solid 4 is now, I believe would have been a mistake, but as it is, it's just another incomplete idea. It's a part of a larger, different Metal Gear Solid 4 that we never got, where it might have been a great ending. We just don't know. The real ending to this game is controversial for obvious reasons. If you liked what you thought was the ending, having the game immediately step back and completely change it might rub you the wrong way. Additionally, putting a long segment, largely a monologue that begins with a twist and then dives into a large info dump explaining how the twist is possible to be true, as well as a number of the other more confusing story elements, right at the end of the story, after the credits, after the player has already been watching way too many cutscenes and has surely mentally checked out by this point, is possibly the biggest and most obvious blunder regarding structure and pacing in a game that has already burned and scattered the book on structure and pacing. For me personally, all of that was burning in the back of my mind, along with my pre-existing belief that this game already focused too much on Big Boss without having him swoop in, reveal himself to be alive, and completely gank the spotlight from the main character, whose story we have been told over and over that this is supposed to be the ending of. That in mind, I hated this ending. I hated that Kojima seemed to have struck gold in the first ending, but then completely yielded to his staff and tacked this nonsense onto the end. Whatever Metal Gear Solid 4 had a chance of accomplishing, it completely tore it down with this one last burning mistake. That was how I felt when I first played this game. That was how I felt before I decided to make this video. Since the first time I played Metal Gear Solid 4, I had held in my greasy heart the belief that the game was a disaster, and that the terrible, terrible ending was the final nail in its coffin. But this game is 10 years old. I checked. The first time I played Metal Gear Solid 4 was a long time ago. People change. A lot. Time and experience define who we are as much as anything else. This game is exactly the same as it was, but I'm a very different person. Between the first time I played Metal Gear Solid 4 and the time that I replayed it in order to construct this video, a close friend of mine who was an artist and someone I greatly admired took his own life. I don't want to get all fucking sappy on you in the last few minutes of your 3-hour Japanese meme game YouTube video essay, but I'll just say that this event is a defining moment in my life. It echoes in every facet of my personality, personal philosophy, goals, and generally how I view the world. It played a large part in defining my sense of self, if you will. Why is that relevant here? Well, mainly it's that when you go through someone you know committing suicide, suddenly the ending that you liked so much where your favorite character kills himself maybe isn't your favorite ending anymore. Maybe, even if it's at the expense of brevity and perhaps even logic, some part of you knows you'd be happier if you knew that old fuck got to walk away and relax for a little while. Oh yeah, I said favorite character. Alright, last chapter of the video pre-closing statement. Solid Snake is the greatest character in video game history. I know what you're thinking.
Tear down the background green screen. This is a video about Solid Snake.
As a central character in five terms of distinct presentation and quality, Snake just gets better and better in every way with every passing title. As Shinkawa and Kojima get a better sense of who this character is with every passing game, he evolves from a generic stand-in for the action heroes from Kojima's favorite movies to an industry-defining icon in his own right. From a nervous but talented rookie betrayed by and forced to kill his own boss for seemingly no reason, to a more experienced soldier forced to kill his best friend and his other boss, fucking Metal Gear Solid 5, for reasons that now exist but don't make sense to him. By Metal Gear Solid 1, he's a more jaded man with more experience and a famous history, but he still retains some of his simplicity, his aggression and cockiness. Here he watches his best friend die again and learns that he's not quite a normal human being but a clone of the greatest villain he's ever met, and then is forced to kill the closest thing he has to a member of his biological family. By the end of Metal Gear Solid 1, he's made a fugitive from the country he was made to fight for, but his actions are so legendary and the effect these events had on him so dramatic that by Metal Gear Solid 2 he has fully come into his own. This is Solid Snake at his prime, operating independently with his best bud, fighting for his own vision of a better world. His flaws have largely eroded, creating the ultimate glimmering perfect Snake, a character so beloved and so radiantly awesome that Kojima decided you don't get to play as him to make a point that you're not him, you're you. Scrambling the scoreboard and setting himself up for an unwinnable fourth match that he never intended to play, but when the time came, he knew he had to. So Snake is thrust into battle once again. Despite being completely incapable of handling a job of this size and condition, he moves forward anyway. Maybe because he knows it's the right thing to do, or maybe because he doesn't know how to do anything else. And this mission takes everything he has left, what little there is, out of him, and during it, he learns that it's going to end with him dying. By Metal Gear Solid 4, Solid Snake has completely fit in place as Kojima's self-insert. A lot of people like to say that Huey and Otacon are Kojima's self-inserts, and they are, but they're on the opposite side of the same coin as the Snakes. They are all talented men with seemingly no control in their lives, but who seek to gain control anyway. The two of them are led to a fall, and the two of them find their peace, which is why even though Snake and Otacon come from very different worlds, they fit together perfectly. A man on what he understands to be his final mission, one that seems endless and impossible, that he is completing not because someone is making him, but because he can't quite let it go. In a long, ridiculous, brutal mess of a project, Kojima managed to, at least, make one piece of it personal to him. Snake's character arc is completed, past his prime, now no longer someone other people consider a hero, fitting into how he always saw himself, but somehow managing to retain the personality that made him so endearing in the first place. He's a relic of a world that shouldn't exist anymore, and ready to dissolve, to scatter his seeds and let his past actions influence the next generation. He is in every way the embodiment of Kojima's philosophy in designing this game, as he always has been in every video game he's appeared in. I recently read an article containing excerpts from an interview with Kojima, where he explains how his father died when he was very young, and how the theme of fatherhood has become an obsession for him. And with that in mind, the pieces of this ending fall into place. Big Boss being Snake's quote-unquote father has never been anything besides a curse for him. A lot of this final cutscene is clunky and largely unnecessary, but the heart-to-heart from Big Boss to Snake is worth the price of admission. Kojima, carrying his obsession with fatherhood in mind, wrote his self-insert meeting with the closest thing he has to a father, who also happens to be the root of all terror and misery in his life. But for the first time, they're not meeting as enemies on opposite sides of a battlefield, but as men who don't need to fight anymore. If war can turn Big Boss on the boss, Snake on Grey Fox, and Raiden on Solidus, I see no reason why the battle they've been fighting coming to an end wouldn't allow them to meet on good terms. Instead of killing himself for the good of the world, the man who is Snake's greatest enemy in every sense of the word disarms him, hugs him, and tells him he doesn't have to fight anymore. That he respects him not as a son, as a clone of the world's greatest soldier, as a Jinzo Ningen, as someone injected with a virus that turns him into a literal weapon and that will eventually kill him and the entire world. He respects him as a man, which is probably something Snake has never gotten to be. Solid Snake doesn't need to be a product of genes, memes, or scene. He's just himself. A real person with his own sense, his own will. Live however long you can. This isn't the end of Metal Gear. It's not even the end of Kojima's work on Metal Gear. So knowing the direction this series goes after this, maybe this ending falls a little flat these days, and this game can't afford to be letting the parts that do work stop working. But even though this isn't the ending it seemed to be, this as the end of Solid Snake's story has never been changed or undone. So at least we can still feel that. We can appreciate this as a pretty good ending for the greatest character in video game history. Maybe on our second or third playthrough we can actually feel the love in this scene. We can feel happy that Kojima let this man live. We can understand what it means that Kojima wrote his self-insert meeting with his father, and his father saying to him, "It's okay, I respect you, you can stop fighting now." Because if you were writing a story about yourself, wouldn't you want it to have a happy ending?
This is good, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
This is good, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm having a good time.
It is a little silly to say that, like, Snake and Otacon and Huey are Kojima's self-inserts because, like, he's the writer. Every character is a self-insert. They're all
original characters, but the degree to which they're self-inserts is going to vary.
Heart of a legendary team of artists, programmers, writers, and developers just after their prime, given an impossible mission while all eyes were on them. If there's anything I want you to take away from this video, it's not that Metal Gear Solid 4 is bad or stupid, or that Kojima's a bad writer or the George Lucas of video games, or that Konami Konami ruined Metal Gear, or that Tomokazu Fukushima and Etsu Tamari are great and Shuyo Murata is bad. It's also not that Metal Gear Solid 4 is great. Some underappreciated masterpiece and a perfect execution of Kojima's grand vision of trickery and subversion. Metal Gear Solid 4 as a story is the perfect 5 out of 10. Infinite love and ambition and zero execution. And if there's any lesson to be taken from the story of this game, under every definition of the story of this game, it's that nothing good can come out of trying to control everything. Sony wanted a new Metal Gear game to sell their new console. Konami wanted a new Metal Gear game to justify their continued funding of Koji Pro. Shuyo Murata wanted the chance to prove himself capable of directing Metal Gear on his own, and the fans who wanted the perfect ending to this story just wouldn't let that happen. Kojima just wanted to finish this game, make it good, and get out. It sold, it finished the story, it reviewed well, and it doesn't work. The only guy who got out of here looking good was Tomokazu Fukushima, even though we don't know what he did in the first place. Metal Gear Solid 4 is interesting and bad, and we can learn from it. That's what a mistake is. After Konami executed Order 66 during the development of Metal Gear Solid 5, a lot of people leapt on the chance to pin everything wrong with Metal Gear Solid 5 on Konami, because of course Kojima is an infallible genius, and Metal Gear Solid 5 is great, and the story would have been great too if Konami had just let him make the game he wanted to make. I don't want to defend Konami here. They're a massive Japanese conglomerate, of course they're evil, but don't pretend Kojima couldn't have finished this game if he wanted to. He went over budget, he's been trying to end this series for 15 years, and every game he makes gets more and more ambitious as he tries to do this exponentially growing story justice. And it only ended when somebody whose job it was to know when to stop pulled the plug and made him stop. And then the series died, and no one was happy. Don't put Kojima on a pedestal. I mean, Death Stranding, it's just gonna be a video game. It's just going to be a work of art with themes and goals and flaws, written and directed by a pretty smart guy who really likes movies, and has somehow once again reached messiah status in the industry.
I'm back.
And as for Metal Gear, it fell apart, and then everyone lost interest after it stopped being a personal project and just became another regular video game. Metal Gear Solid 4 is riddled with flaws and mistakes, but the greatest mistake of all was letting the Metal Gear series get that far in the first place. Metal Gear Solid 4 as a concept was a mistake. Not one by Sony, or Konami, or Murata, or Kojima, or Tamari, or Fukushima, or you, or me, or any other subset of the people who bought this game. It's a mistake we all made. It's something we all thought we needed, and then it turned out we didn't. And maybe we can learn from that. Fuck. I guess I'm done. Metal Gear Solid 4 was a mistake.
Hell yeah.
Thank you all for watching.
I'm very glad.
It's been 5 hours.
And a
watch
half.
this 3.5 hour video, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was more positive than I was expecting.
That's the thing.
Really good critique.
It's a mistake, but it's a really good critique from somebody that obviously loves the franchise. Wait,
mistakes are important.
Yeah.
Oh, we gotta end with a phone call.
Ah!
The president, right?
Yummy!
Egg.
Sort of like the sun. It's rising again.
I used to be an anime otaku.
She says used to be.
Oh man, what a trip. What a good video.
Yeah, no.
Wow.
I will sit down. I don't know. Give me another 2 or 3 weeks, and I'll just be like sort of and like sort of just playing a game, and I'll just be like, I need that gravelly voice in my ear again. I need that. No, stop! No, you can't do this.
See, this is a really yeah. Dubs is Freedom Planet video.
No,
Is that the next one?
Yeah. That one's an hour 14. I really feel like this video does a really good job of not only critiquing Metal Gear Solid and all the shit that like causes problems with it, and why Metal Gear Solid 4 is good or bad or is a mess or is perfect, or Hideo Kojima is a monster, or Tomokazu Fukushima fought Yuji Goto atop the Millennium Tower, etc., etc. It's just it's a really good critique and it's a really well-crafted video essay that happens to be about a video game from like 17 years ago at this point.
Yeah.
That somebody earnestly had a lot of thoughts about, and they just had to fucking talk about it at length. And god damn it, he talked for a while, and it was a treat to listen to. And if God would that we could all treat our passions similarly, where we can just immediately go in and talk about what we want to, and sometimes it gets 15,000 views, and sometimes it gets 5.5 million. I don't have one.
Also, the
It's not out yet. You can't search for it yet.
Yeah, that's Tina said. Also, the Proto Men.
Also, the Proto Men are here.
Yeah.
I am so glad that Metal Gear Solid 4 exists.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I think it's fascinating. It shouldn't. We should all be more okay with IPs dying. I think
yes.
Yes.
much better for art.
Eternal IPs they're a symptom of needing to always make number go up.
Yep. And from Konami especially.
Oh god, yes.
Stop making Silent Hill. Stop making Metal Gear. Just cut it out.
It sounds like F did well, though, right?
F,
like
F did
good.
Did really well, yeah.
Here's one thing that would make F better. If they took the words Silent Hill off the box.
It's just called F.
Sure, or whatever.
Play F to pay respects.
So
yeah.
He mentioned that one of the original ideas for the ending of Metal Gear Solid 4 was to have Snake and Otacon be executed.
Turn
after
themselves in and be executed for war crimes. Straight
right.
up.
You know where that came from, right?
No.
So one of the ending songs for Metal Gear Solid 4 that shows up again in Metal Gear Solid 5 is "Here's to You." It's the one Nicola and Bart,
okay.
Which is from a movie from 1971 called Sacco and Vanzetti, which is based off the real life events of anarchists and Italian immigrants, Sacco and Vanzetti, who were wrongfully executed politically for being anarchists. So, just to let you know where Kojima is politically.
Mm-hmm.
I think Kojima's politically where his favorite movie lands.
Yeah.
I think if you made a good
let's
enough
be
film,
real.
you could convince Hideo Kojima of something else.
Although he did make Death Stranding, which is a post-capitalist video game.
I really wish I liked this.
These political beliefs are dedicated to all those cyberpunks that spend every day
Yes!
injustice.
Who fight against injustice every day of their lives. Fuck yeah.
Oh, all right. So I suppose we've been going for 5 hours, and I should start winding down.
I've got like 4 hours. I've got like 4.5 hours before I go play Baldur's Gate 3 with the crew. So I gotta like
do
do anything I need to today.
Yeah. Well,
I'm looking around at my laundry like, oh shit, right. I'm at home now.
Is anyone going live like immediately to do more stuff, or are we all just like good?
I'm full of noodle.
Yeah. I feel like bed is happening for very many of us. No.
I mean, no one's going live. No one's going live.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna duck over. I'm gonna take a shower. I'm gonna duck over to the taco place near my house. I'm gonna have that. I'm gonna work a little bit more on the video, and then I'm gonna do my laundry, and then I guess make a wizard.
Hell yeah.
As you do.
Oh yeah. Good luck with Wizard.
Is the Baldur's Gate 3 going to be on stream? Yes, it's being run by CoBuddy, though it might not be. CoBuddy's going to. We're all going to be like co-streaming, but also somebody else is going to be hosting because they have to be the one that does the events, I think. And some of the people know what they're doing, and others of us do not. Spoiler: I'm in the do not camp.
Step 1, memorize Grease. Step 2, cast Grease.
Yeah,
I have,
actually.
in fact, in my prep work, I looked at the spell list and I was like, this grease shit seems pretty handy. And also I was told that I can ritual cast Longstrider even if I don't assign it to a slot, and I can just do that in camp at the beginning of every long rest, and that gives everybody 3 extra meters of movement. So, you know, small tips.
Dead ass. Everyone should be following all of the people that are in the title who have been here and made this viewing as good as it has been. I would like to just let everybody know up front here, my voice is so tired. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I do need a break. I thought I could just pick up and go. I will see everybody next week unless I show up to some sort of extra event thing. We've got Baldur's Gate happening later tonight over with Emily Astor's. Anybody else got a thing they want to talk about that they're up to? Or we raid over to somebody?
When my video comes out, I hope you all watch it for as long as you watch this stream.
Yep. No, I'm gonna do it.
I've got a 4.5-hour analysis video of Metal Gear Solid 2.
Yeah, you should check that out.
It's all right.
Excellent.
I should check that out.
got the
I
link
have
for
not
that
seen
somewhere.
that.
It's the Banalysis, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
I don't think that I'm subscribed to you on YouTube. I'm a terrible friend.
No.
We have
I mean, I'm about to fix
to help
it.
surveil the tiny criminal
so
that lives
sorry.
in my house.
I'm working on Alan Wake 2, which is so hard to talk about.
Oh, you're
Yeah, and I guess hi, I'm Dr. Dubs, and I draw things for a living, and I think if I'm ever going to do another video, my next video is literally going to be me banging on about, like, guys, 7 out of 10 is an okay game.
Yeah.
Play more 7 out of 10s.
Yeah.
Be more accepting of a 7 out of 10.
Play
Please.
Alpha Protocol.
Whoa.
Play Binary Domain.
People throw around like medium as an insult in this era, but you know what's in the middle? Most of things. If you deny yourself adequate, you're missing out.
Play Vanquish.
The best part of a mediocre thing is you can look at it and think of like at least one way you could have done it better, and then feel like you're stronger than all of the hundreds of people who had to put the hard work in to make the adequate thing in the first place.
Yeah.
I could only hope to make a 7 out of 10 when I finally sit down and make a video game.
You know what?
Man, same.
That's such good inspiration, because like it's nice and all to sit down and play a 10 out of 10 game and go, oh man, I hope I can make something this good one day, right? But like it's so much more inspiring to play something that's like a 7 out of 10, or even something that's just like bad, and go, you know what? I have an idea of how to fix this. I know what would make this really good. Like, that's so inspiring, right?
Yeah, I could do this.
That's what my Freedom Planet 2 video is. That's mostly me just going, so fuck.
You should watch the video essay. Oh, I am not unmuted. Good. You should watch the video essays by Dubs and Lucky. And anyone else who gets one.
Absolutely. We are not just a purveyor of fine videos from other people. We are purveyors of fine videos from ourselves. You know what? Hang on. No, hang on. We'll do this off stream, but like we should make these watch parties like a thing. we should do this more often.
Fuck yeah.
Absolutely. This is fantastic. All right, I'm going to start the raid over to twitch.tv/minimat.
Back to is like a comfort video. I'm coming up blank right now, but I'll think of something. There's gotta be another piece of shit out of there I watch. Gotta be.
Oh, hell yeah. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you, everybody, for commentating. Thank you, folks who subscribe to streamers. That is how I pay my bills and live inside of buildings as opposed to live outside of them, which you can all imagine would make continuing to make Twitch streams much harder for me, for you, you know? So thank you tremendously for all that.
Hey, everybody, do what I just did.
Oh, my God. Thank you. That's going to turn into groceries later this week.
I love it when my friends have nourishment.
If you ever have plans with anybody and you're going, we should make the plan, you gotta do that shit within 3 months or they vaporize.
Yes.
Any plan you've ever made that you said we should do X, you have to do within 90 days. Or unless you are an exception to this. Get away from my briefcase, suitcase, you little menace. Stop digging that. It's not for you to dig.
Oh God, I love you all.
Fucking hype train when you're raiding.
Yeah, I know, right? What a time. Thank you for liking, commenting, subscribing, and bidding, everybody. You can continue to do that. I will not stop you. Oh, wait, here comes Mini Match.